Yeah. Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. No. So stuck in my ways for the truth, I can't be changed. I'm a warrior, I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. I was born for it, I was born to rise, I was born to fly, I was born to climb, I was born to get it, I was born to shine, I was born to live it. Like a warrior, like a warrior, like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action against stagnant, and they stopping it too many been passive, and they lost to the rappers. I move backwards and they honest, acting the right back and to make profit, and accurate new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down no vision. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going to commas, to Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit.
Yeah, let's go.
We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hit a whistle. Then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. 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 Bringing the fire, lead the way, light the spark, we never tire. No quit, full of heart, ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold, yeah. And they don't got a clue. It's no secret, take a peek at how we do. Check the paper, we the news. Hit a whistle, then bring the boom, check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name matched in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
Only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. trust myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through the days of the end. So take my hand, and run away with me. And run away with me. And run away with me. Run away with me. And run away with me.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you anywhere. Time diminished there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find you anywhere. Time diminished there. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my mix of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal that kept the tension on the high tier and pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmates. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit way. Time to finish there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit way. Time to finish there. It's foolish of me to consider my peak as a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weed while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. I'm at ease, I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down, people need. Mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, a scan over what I miss. No advantages on me, a handle what's on me to live. And it's damage, a homie, I can't be the only one in it. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the quest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the late madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find a pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the mess is laid in my chest. And for days what has kept this checks on the net is a technical foul. And for now I'm a rep. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage.
We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head.
What's going on in my head? I can't see clearly. I've tried to breathe like you said, but can't calm down. And now my thoughts take a run. My mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but can't slow down.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't 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 get out of my head.
Yeah. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. White lie, doubling down on my fears. I write. What I live now can reveal my light, bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life, and the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements. Indeed, now to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage and too unstable. I'm ahead of my time and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised it for years. See y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is deep. Way beyond breaking. Head and neck and knees. Sweat all related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not gonna take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above. Looking right through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options. I'm here all week. Movements I'm making them be on free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. What they gonna take it is be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home, not paying no mind. Nothing but pain when you look in my eyes. There in a day when you might not fry. Duck down, waiting for the moon to arrive. Not now. Had a whip AC broke, I'ma bounce. I count too many days I found. My tolerance is bottoming out. Learning lessons I could read it, they won't get it. If you don't adapt and yourself omitted. I'm too busy manifesting dreams until I live it. I'ma make them feel the heat, that's my incentive. Press it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop and roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them.
me. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings I change. Don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some brains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm top, don't speak up, drop up, down, they need us. Type on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit new topic overnight. 不用介绍，由来全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我，不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid. Bust up, pack it up.
突皮革的架势的流力炮，在你嘴唇上吐一个爆泡，一不小心离不过我气调，在悄悄的转一点半飘。你们小心边角料，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，烈下面会被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 没我的枪的刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活着在很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。也没什么可他妈写了，艺术文化都被商业化，可能有像那个创业家，也有繁忙的接电话。Bust down， 全部都我拍秀 bust down， 不理会你爱求 TikTok， 我的表现在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up. Bust up, pack it up.
Bust up, pack it up.
Bust up, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid. Bust up, pack it up.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in the shadows, you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need some return to you. I'll be surrounded by other schools. No one leaves me out like you do. I need some return to you. Coming home and dig up my jewels. No one leaves me out like you do. In the end, all I want is you.
I wrote the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending a prisoner of reasons why. All this time, these promises, they make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of, they take me back to when we both knew what we wanted.
kinetic. Charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules, kinetic. Disrupt, go get it. It's sensational, generational. It feels electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Energy, good electricity. All words in front of me. Feel the electricity. All in the energy, good electricity. It's all inside of me. Electricity. Good energy, good electricity. All words in front of me. Feel the electricity. All in the energy, good electricity. It's all inside of me. Electricity.
Welcome back, everyone, as we enter the unknown and become the unknown once again at the Mid-Season Invitational 2024, as the fans are lining up outside because their LPL champion, BLG, takes to the Rift for the very first time in CHENGDU to hopefully, I guess, in their mind, set aside PSG easily. But I definitely hope that we see more than 3 games, as has been the case the last 2 days. My name is Sean.
One of the tournament favorites.
Yeah.
We've had back-to-back sweeps. But you know, just when you think it's most likely to be a sweep.
It's not.
It's when it's not.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah, for people who don't know, this is Jazz. Always.
All right.
Always a ray of sunshine, and Emily equally so.
Hello.
Hi. Let's take a look at the bracket. Reminder, of course, as we look at the upper part of the bracket and the winners part of it, that the winner will get a spot at the World Championship 2024. So TES started off on a great foot, so did Gen G yesterday.
They absolutely did. A couple of 3-0s. I'd say Gen G's was a little bit shakier than TES's 3-0, but they were also in their interviews claiming that they were experimenting a little bit. Although I will say, like, a lot of these games were very winnable for Fnatic, and Fnatic is definitely kicking themselves that they didn't make this a closer series.
They did. Team Liquid was a bit swifter, I guess, 2 days ago.
Team Liquid's also kicking themselves, but for different reasons.
For very different reasons, but Emily, for top and Gen G, couldn't have a better start.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen G, where people are looking at them from yesterday, I do think they have things that they need to shore up in terms of, we know them as a very disciplined team, and I'm not necessarily sure we saw that yesterday. And then for TES, I mean, I just think the TES Gen G matchup is actually super, super interesting to me. Yeah. I won't go into it now, but like just stylistically, these two teams, I'm really curious to see them face off against each other. And then obviously we have the TL and Fnatic meeting.
Yeah.
Kind of as promised, right?
I love how you're like, I'm really excited tactically, you know, TES Gen G, so cool. And then you're like, yeah, and TL Fnatic, what's that going to be?
It's going to be a banger.
But no matter how much we kind of joke around about it, it is super important. This is now your international tournament chance for either of these rosters, right? And it would be absolutely heartbreaking to fall down in that matchup, especially with the regional pride on the line.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us were talking in North America before the tournament about what success would look like for the LCS here. Obviously, success would be winning the tournament, but that wasn't on the radar. It was more about, can you beat EU and can you put up a fight against the LPL and the LCK? So far, 0 for 1, because I don't think people are happy about their performance, but you can still get that redeemed if they're managing to take down Fnatic on Saturday.
You can. You could start with that, but then you have the LCK and the LPL. And just a reminder, this is the bracket from this stage of the bracket stage last year. 12-1, the LCK and the LPL against anyone else.
Yeah, I wanted to show this because I wanted just to remind people about what the expectations could be or should be based off of last year. The first round of the upper bracket, it was just that one game that G2 beat Gen G. Everybody else got swept by the number 1 and 2 seeds from the LCK and the LPL. So that's the bar. That's the benchmark. Currently, it is 6-0, but it could be, you know,
PSG is also in our camp, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They can versus everyone else.
They can also do it for us, but then we get into this matchup today for PSG, even though they were successful in getting through the play-ins. Today is a different beast, right?
Yeah, so I believe a lot of people would be in alignment saying that PSG is one of the weakest teams here and BLG is one of the strongest teams here. So we're going to put this at like a 90-10. A way of representing this, if we're trying to figure out what the series score would be, 9 times out of 10 we're saying BLG wins, so we have 1 PSG card. So Shocks.
Yes.
I would like you to pick a card to decide who wins game 1.
Tell me when I can look.
You can look, just pick a card.
This
you actually picked
one.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, BLG wins game 1.
All right. I'm doing my best for you, PSG.
Back again. We're doing this quick.
Okay.
It's 1-0.
Oh, no.
I picked the PSG.
In rehearsal, I picked.
there we go.
Oh, my goodness.
Then win game 2.
All right, we're putting it back
in.
Are we going to see something spectacular today? I'm not sure.
I mean, one game would make me extremely happy anyways. Oh, 2-1.
Okay,
2-1.
I mean, the fact that it's not a sweep already is pretty good. Okay, again, I actually have no idea where the cards even are.
I'll just go in the
I can see them. I'm cheating.
3-1.
Oh, 3-1.
That would, you know what? I'd be happy with that.
That would be a good day.
Yeah.
That'd be a good day, League of Legends.
Let's see. We're getting closer to that matchup, of course. We're hoping we see a couple of more games, but if you haven't been watching MSI yet, shame on you. But you would have already seen PSG, but if you're an NA fan, maybe you didn't want to watch it because they did kick out FlyQuest to get here to the bracket stage.
Yeah, and listen, we did a lot of talking about FlyQuest shortcomings, and I don't think we necessarily did justice to what PSG did well in that series, and I'd say they are a very fundamentally solid team. If they're able to get a lead on their opponent, they are very good at playing out side lanes and getting a reliable victory. I think a lot of that does come from the experience of Maple, but I'd say that's what they were generally able to do against FlyQuest to make it here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a tall task ahead of them in BLG, who people might remember this roster from last year with one major difference, which is Knight in the mid lane instead of Yagao. But they are, again, reigning LPL champions, just an incredibly formidable team to go up against. And I think we'll talk about this a little later, but stylistically, it's going to be a tough hill for PSG to climb.
Might definitely be so. You said it there for BLG. I think it was you and I who were talking and felt enamored with BLG at MSI last year already as kind of a breakout team if you hadn't been watching the LPL too much. At Worlds, I guess they didn't get where they wanted to, but this is their evolution.
Yeah, in a year that was really dominated by JDG, it was BLG versus JDG the entire year, right? And they just fell short, finishing in second place at MSI last year, finishing top 4 in Worlds when they ended up unexpectedly falling to Weibo Gaming, which is very surprising for me. And then again, the big thing in this offseason, since the LPL is now ruled by Knight and Yagao. Knight and Yagao traded teams again. Knight coming on to this team, and as we see footage from their most recent LPL finals, BLG finally managed to win LPL after trying for many, many years through multiple different rosters, not just different iterations of this roster. So congratulations to them, and they had an incredible regular season as well.
They absolutely did, and also Knight here defending his MSI championship. I mean, I'm sure if you could pick between being the region that dominates Worlds or the region that dominates MSI, you're going to pick Worlds. But to win one of them is still pretty good. And I'd say Knight, in particular, the defending MSI champion, the LPL in general, performed so amazingly at MSI throughout the years. They are the favorite of the LPL teams here at MSI.
Absolutely, and I like that you called that out. The fact that MSI is traditionally an LPL tournament, and it sometimes comes after a knockdown by the LCK at Worlds. Again, that was the case also last year. Of course, the LCK took that one, but Knight is coming back to defend his championship, and he's pretty good.
Yeah, these are his stats from 2024 LPL Spring, and I think people were like, well, he had a lackluster comparatively in terms of finals performance. I'm not even sure if I agree with that in certain games, but he was ranking first in KDA, kills, solo kills, and gold per minute across the entire split.
Yeah. Any more things that we want to add to that, or
he's good.
He's really good.
I'd say the reliable way in which he can win laning phase is going to be his greatest strength, but then he transitions into team fighting. He was one of the big reasons JDG was felt so dominant until FLICKR took them down in the World Championship, is because they could just win every lane. They have a lot of the same ways they win in BLG, and the fact that they can actually just outrun you in lane.
Yes, one of the many staples of BLG, one in the jungle as well, and that is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Sean versus Junja.
我踏上过 MSI 的舞台，这次的感觉也很类似，但不同的是，我比之前更强。
去年拿到亚军，我感到非常遗憾，但今年结果会不一样。
面对像 BLG 打得这么强势的队伍，我们就需要跟他们硬打。如果我们认怂的话，就一定会被他们压制，所以我们一定要用操作去跟他们硬拼。主要我们去年的成绩不太好，所以大家不看好我们，我觉得也是有原因。They've done it, the reverse sweep by BDS.
PSG find themselves and their region out of Worlds 2023.
我们这次回来了，大家都很想证明自己的实力。越是不看好，我们就越想证明自己。黑子们说话。去年我赢下了 MSI， 今年也不例外。
PSG talent and Junjia have become expected names to see at international events, with PSG dominating the PCS and Junjia winning the domestic finals MVP award 3 times in a row.
Junjia with the extended chase is going to drop on down. PSG are running over them.
No matter how many domestic awards and titles they get, however, they are unable to turn it into international success, being seen more as a barrier for entry to the top teams in the world than an actual threat. Facing Junjia across the rift, you have Shun, a pillar of this young BLG lineup that is aiming to dominate the future of League of Legends esports, viewing this match versus PSG as just a stepping stone.
The face of disaster! The flip of a coin could just decide it all for BLG!
In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, will we see the rise of BLG domination over League of Legends esports, or will PSG take down the LPL #1 seed, finally cementing themselves as a threat on the world stage?
So obviously Shun versus Jinja, I think when you're looking at both of these junglers, a lot of the early game in particular of both teams really revolves around them. Shun in particular, he is typically pathing bot side for these really hyper-aggressive bot lane dives that Elk and On like to do. And I think coming out of looking at the two junglers, you really want to put your attention on this BLG bot lane. They are, again, incredibly aggressive. Elk and On will dive by themselves, even if Shun doesn't necessarily path down there. And I think it's something that PSG are going to have to watch out for, both in standard lanes and in a swap, right? Because BLG have also showcased that they know the swap really well, in addition to just having a hyper aggressive bot lane all split. Even at the beginning of the year when I thought their mid game was kind of sus, their early game in particular, the way they played around bot lane, the way they played around jungle invades has always been incredible, and it is absolutely the strength of this team. Even when they go 1-for-1, they still want to dive, they want to get that first blood, they really want to disrupt bot.
If they don't do it themselves, Shun will come. We will see how it will play out in a lane swap for them, but I think it's a no-brainer, right? You think PSG should do it?
I mean,
or not even.
It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? Because I think BLG are better in the swap than PSG, and I also think they're better in standard lanes. As we take a look, Elk is a player that you kind of want to watch out for, because I feel like he's finally found a team that facilitates him so well. We saw him in those Jinx hyper carry comps last year at MSI. This is the timeline with his time during WE being something where he was such a player that had a lot of promise, but he would often make very visible mistakes, very over-aggressive mistakes. And, you know, since changing his name from Jomon to Elk, I think obviously there was a little downturn where he was on Ultra Prime, finished 12th and 15th that year. However, on this BLG roster has just been a shining star around whom they like to play, both, again, in super lane-focused dominant 2v2s, in the hyper carry comps. I feel like BLG's playstyle focuses so much on facilitating Elk and allowing him to be as aggressive as he wants.
It's so interesting. The name change is obviously useless, you'd think, but like,
you never know.
It's so hard for AD carries to be that, like, oh my God, they have so much potential, but they're just over-aggressive, because the thing that makes them good is the fact that they are aggressive.
Yes.
So is it really just like changing your name to an ungulate?
Yeah, there you go.
So tactical should just be like deer?
Yeah.
And then he's good to go?
Yeah, maybe.
Call him up, Jet.
I'd rather they be over-aggressive and they rein it in than the other way around, personally. But who knows? Let's see what the fans at home think with our MasterCard fan predictions of the day. Perhaps we will have to adjust our odds here.
Oh, yeah. What's it going to be?
Let's take a look.
82 to 18.
All right.
You know? Okay, fair enough.
That's kind of as predicted.
So does this mean we can switch it up?
So quick maths, actually. If we put in a second PSG card and still have 9 BLG cards, that's going to round to 82% chance for BLG.
There you go.
Yeah. Shall I draw?
All right.
For game
yes.
one, maybe.
Okay, I put in a second PSG card.
Cool.
Look away, hold this up to the camera, and just pick a card.
All right.
We can just do game one. We'll see.
Game one, BLG.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's expected. Right. It's still 82%.
It's
so
fine.
it's probably going to be a BLG 3-0.
Probably, but let's solidify that with our predictions then.
What do we got?
3-0.
BLG 3-0.
What have you drawn?
So I think this is the Billy little guy logo thing. I think the big reason why is that not only are BLG just such a formidable team, but I think stylistically, again, from what we've seen of them in the LPL, I think they have a better understanding of the swap than PSG. I think if PSG just want to lock in scaling and wait for them to make a mistake, BLG will absolutely take that and run them over. So I think, yeah, just stylistically, really tough matchup for PSG, even if you weren't counting the fact that it is the LPL #1 seed.
Yeah, I agree, and it's so much a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, if we're trying to find a window with which PSG can make it into the game, it's just, honestly, you're kind of hoping the BLG is a little bit overconfident, and you need to go in with a lot of confidence of your own. And I'd say PSG could do that in a sense because of the experience of Maple and the way that they actually did qualify for this when people didn't expect them to. But honestly, BLG is just such a behemoth.
It's always in the back of my mind with Maple and how they used to upset those big LCK teams back in the day, but it's so long ago. But you said only 12-1 in this part of the bracket stage last time, so I can't give it to PSG because I want to give it to G2 tomorrow. So that's why my also 3-0. But let's get into our game and meet our teams. BLG for the first time versus PSG.
Hello， 各位现场以及屏幕前的召唤师们，欢迎来到中国成都，来到 MSI 2024胜败分组赛第3个比赛日的现场。今天将会迎来哔哩哔哩 Gaming 对阵 PSG Thailand。首先，让我们有请哔哩哔哩 Gaming。接下来，让我们有请 PSG Thailand。哔哩哔哩 Gaming 对阵 PSG Thailand 即将开始，让我们共同期待两支战队的精彩表现。
The tournament favourites arrive, the LPL's first seed and first championship. It's arisen. My name's Sturks, I'm joined by Kobe and Dagda to take you through what a lot of people are saying is cut and dry, what a lot of people are saying is going to be a strong entry for BLG.
I mean, we've had a lot of 3-0s already, and BLG, by a lot of people's expectations, is a tournament favorite, myself included. So good luck, PSG. I'm always rooting for the underdogs. This is definitely going to be a hard one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one. I want to see PSG perform. I want to see them try and bring out some sort of lane swap to get out of that matchup against Alcanon, because it feels like if you just let that happen, it's just going to be a slap about.
Oh man, I couldn't agree more. Again, we've seen the domestic 2v2 lanes go well, even against Jackie Love and Mako in the grand final. Now, against Betty and Woody, let's see if they can withstand. And let's also talk about what we expect to see here in the draft, because I think the draft for BLG is going to give us a lot of indication for the tournament ahead. We know bot lane bans have to be on the horizon.
Yeah, we're looking at the Lucian, the Kalista, the Senna, the Varus. There's so many things you have to be scared of. And Elk and On have been really, really versatile. They've even still played like the Caitlyn Lux and giving over the Lucian Nami and then playing that into it, the hard pushing lane. You know, they have so many options. This bottom lane, especially with their coordination with Shun, has been terrifying.
And if there's any man who's used to drafting against these guys, it is going to be Corgi, the head coach for PSG Talent. Used to be the assistant head coach for EDG when they won Worlds. He has been well-versed in trying to prep for a lot of these players, but this is a very different style. This is a very different tournament, and we're going to have to see if he is going to be prepared.
Let's see how we go with our champ select, powered by Omen and HyperX. The Rumble ban already taken away for BLG on the blue side. The Ashe is the start of those bot lane bans we expected.
The aggressive support here. On has been doing so well on a lot of these very aggressive supports, so targeting him there. Meanwhile, Aja was really maining like Udyr and Rumble in some of these lane swaps, so it seems like BLG already targeting that player, which was also one of the players that looked the most confused in lane swaps, so they might be, you know, looking at that.
I think it's also, I mean, Bin hasn't looked great on Rumble. We got to see him bring it out for the first time at Worlds last year, but when we've seen in the LPL, hasn't been his strongest pick, so not fully surprised to see them kind of take that off the board when Aja has looked so good on it. But we'll have to see as our draft has disappeared for just a moment. We'll have to get back to exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they're like, we don't like that Rumble was banned. Let's start it again. I love the Rumble point, because considering that right now Bin is playing more of a weak side than we saw him in previous years as well. This guy is, you know, playing more tanks than I'd expected, which at least one is 100% more than previous years.
Yeah, I think we will probably see Bin go back towards more carry picks, or at least I'm hoping that we'll get to see it, because one of the big shifts that we're getting coming into this meta is things like Rek'Sai are gone. We're getting less of those tank-orientated bruisers. We're going back towards more of the damage-orientated style, and especially if, you know, we get to see more Camille coming through. Maybe we get to see Bin's Fiora. These are the kind of picks that he made his name on in the LPL, that he's made his name on within a pentakill in World Finals back in 2021. I'm gonna have to see if he's gonna be able to bring that to the main stage once more.
I would love to see that, although I have a sinking feeling.
I know. Just let me dream. Let me have it, okay?
Bin got to have his one TF game as well versus Top Esports, so you know, I got to have some fun there. But honestly, I think that another player worth targeting in Champion Select is Knight. Knight has been, he was the LPL MVP. Absolutely terrifying player. He even started playing the Azir, which was like the only kind of hole in his champion pool. And most players have been permabanning the Ahri versus him. Ahri obviously very terrifying from Knight. Seems like his charms have been lock on. So it does, you kind of get pulled in multiple directions where you're trying to protect him against bottom lane. Bottom lane picks right now are so strong, but then also mid lane, you really have to worry about some of those power picks.
Yeah, especially because even his Talia, his Orianna, a lot of those control mages are great. And the Azir is kind of one that he was a little bit shaky on in playoffs, so maybe they just leave that go through for PSG Talent. We say, look, it's the best of a bad bunch when it comes to Knight. But I am curious to see exactly what the game plan is, because honestly, Maples look best on the Azir, so maybe that's something they want to get themselves.
Like scaling.
I know everybody too is on the Aurelion Soul train, especially after watching Chovy's Aurelion Soul. But Knight, even in his interview after his Aurelion Soul game, was like, my Aurelion Soul wasn't that good, you know, I picked it up and played it because Chovy played it, but you know, obviously he's had way more time to put in on it now before this series, so let's get right back into that draft. We are just continuing with the most common bans for BLG. Both Nautilus and Rumble are some of their most common bans already in the LPL, and they're just continuing that strategy here versus PSG.
And one of the big things that we were talking about backstage is the Nautilus ban opens up for On to go for his Rakan. Like, he is the Rakan player in the LPL. He's absolutely insane in this pick. Above 70% win rate all time on his career. And I mean, he's known as the handsome player for his handsome plays as well. So it's definitely something that he gets to shine on when he gets to pick it up in the LPL and internationally.
Always so impressed when like your most played champion is, you know, 74% win rate.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah,
a little bit scary
after like 80 games or something of it as well. Like,
especially when On started. On was not the most consistent player. So the fact that he has started on that and kept it for the last 3-4 years has been absolutely insane.
But for anyone who doesn't know, I mean, On had a bit of a meme in the LPL when he wasn't playing well. He got called off a lot.
Yes,
and You know, I caught him a light switch a couple of times as well. He's definitely kept that on for the past couple of years.
He always knew he had hands, though, because I still remember there was that play where he flashes over Dragon Pit on Suni to get this insane thresh hook, to get the lantern back, and you're like, oh my god, he's done it. And then he drags his jungler in for both of them to immediately die. And it was like the most sick play I've seen. But it just, the brain that needed time to develop, you know?
As soon as he started talking, I was like, I can picture the play. I remember that one so clearly. Definitely a fun one. He's also had a really versatile LPL split. You know, he played the Ornn support as well. He had the, I didn't really like his Kalista support, but you know, he did have that one as well as the Camille support. I do remember the Camille play though, where he's running and he's getting caught in mid lane, and then he does the classic like hook shot in the direction that you're running. Yeah, instead of like at the wall.
I mean, he's even practicing Sejuani in solo queue as well, so definitely going to be seeing a lot more from him as soon as we get into draft as well. But that's why you want to try and get away from that when it comes towards PSG talent, because this has been the most dominant bot lane in the LPL. So if you end up going up against them in a 2v2, you're putting yourself in harm's way with the hope you can try and make it out of that.
Because as we were saying before, and I think it was said on the desk, like this bot is going to dive. If it's not for the 2v2 dive, Shun comes down, and then it's just a menace. Level 3, level 4 gank, like on something like a Maokai, Sejuani as well. Hell, Shun can play anything too. So I'm looking forward to how this early game erupts. We do have a delay, ladies and gentlemen. Once I get more information about that, I'll let you know. Obviously something wrong with the draft. As a couple of times we've been baited and lured in with another ban.
Yeah, we just got an update there. Both coach accounts weren't put into the lobby, so we will get them back in as soon as we're able to. But I definitely think when we look across at PSG talent, I want to see what Junju's going to bring to the table. This is kind of the guy that I have my eyes on whenever I watch this team. And he's had a good tournament so far with trying to control things. He's had the Jarvan come out. That's worked very well as their engage tool. But I want to see what's going to happen coming up against a player like Shun.
Do you remember when he was on RA for a bit in the LPL? And even, I think, times when he filled in for Jer. This guy was also like a Nidalee player. He had a lot of specialties. So I see him in a similar light that I see Shun, just obviously less game time.
Versus the Nidalee is what you're saying.
The meta develops.
I hope we don't see a Nidalee come out for their sake. Definitely, I feel like that would be rough to pull off in the current meta, but it would be exciting. I mean, I really... Also, as well, if you're looking at his champion pool and the very successful champions, you know, the Xin Zhao, the Vi, the Wukong. The Wukong is the one that I would kind of pull out of that champion pool because I just think it's a little too slow versus BLG. I feel like you can't afford to play a jungle champ that needs level 6 to fight. Definitely one of the, you know, like Viego even, you know, one of those other ones that can definitely scrap and actually contest BLG a little bit earlier, or else they're just going to run you over.
Yeah, you need the level 3, level 4 spike from a jungler so you can try and protect your bot lane. Because realistically, we know that's what Shun's going to go for. He's gone for so consistently. And I think that's where, if you can try and find that way to protect Woody and Betty on this bottom side, you have a chance of coming into the game. It's always been PSG talent leaning in towards team fights, but the problem is that, I mean, that's where BLG have been incredibly strong as well. So it really does feel like you are on an uphill battle here as PSG talent, and they need to find some magic in the early game to try and shut down BLG.
Now, obviously, if everyone at home, they're thinking like, man, this sounds like so BLG-sided. Well, I think the truth of it is, in the honesty that we've given both the desk and us, sits exactly there. Like BLG, they're tournament favorites for a reason, not just domestically finding their first championship, but the way in which they did it and the way they play the map so convincingly throughout.
Yeah, and that's why I think I want to see some adaptation coming through from PSG talent. We know from back in the day, Maple's always been incredibly strong when he's able to get onto these kind of more roamy mid laners. So if he can get something like the Talia or something along those lines, he can maybe look to try and get an impact in towards his bottom side, look to outnumber BLG when they go to make these map plays. And I think it's going to be that mid-jungle for PSG talent that need to come alive here.
Well, Kalista is left up and immediately locked in here for BLG. What's the answer? You know, you could try and go I would say a Draven lane, but Benny is not a Draven player, so we'll go with the Lucian angle.
Like this angle, aggressive angle from PSG. We're going to talk about adaptation. Taking the fight into BLG's 2v2, at least that can be somewhat of a start.
And it might be the Lucianami's side, like trying a lane swap for the first couple levels and then swapping backs, depending on support pickup. We'll see. Of course, PSG, their lane swaps originally here were not very good at MSI. They improved a bit on them. I don't know if they've even further improved for this series.
Oh,
they
dear
definitely
Lord.
would have had to. Oh, that Ari we were talking about. Oh, my goodness. Nice, Ari. And you can hear the crowd. The crowd immediately reacting to that one. Ari was banned in the last 9 games versus Knights. And this is going to be very, very scary.
Especially after he got that predict on rookie with the charm in playoffs. It was so disgusting to see. So this is a guy who is an absolute masterclass on this pick. And especially when you look at Knight, he's been renowned as the murder book. He likes to pick it up on Ari as well, so we see if he gets to go rolling.
85% of the time against BLG in playoffs, this was banned against them for big reason. Let's see if PSG are going to excuse me, what's the word? Regret. There we go. English is hard. Maybe not as hard as this Talia is going to be in the mid lane as Maple tries to take the matchup.
We did say, though, I think this is something that you can look to try and play through. If you can get a strong jungler here, get Maple to level 6, try and lean into this bottom side, because realistically, I think that's where your biggest problem is going to be. You've got an incredibly aggressive bottom lane here with the Renata and the Kalista that you can stand toe-to-toe against this Lucian Nami. So if you can get control there, that feels like how BLG are going to snowball. So I want to see what Junja's going to bring to the table. But on the opposite side, it does help as well. Aja having that counter pick against Bin. They've already removed the Renekton. That has been his strongest blind pick for several years now.
Sure.
So getting that off the board is definitely going to help the PSG talent top laner.
Meanwhile, BLG doing some bin protection bans right now, too. Banning out the Twisted Fate in addition to that Rumble and really whittling it down here. So although Aja and PSG will have the final Red 5 counter pick, they're taking away basically the only main things that they're worried about. I would still say like Udyr, just because it is just most comfortable, most spam champion. Maybe throw that one in the mix too.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'll probably see it, but I'm curious because traditionally when I see like a TF ban and stuff, I'm like, oh, we're probably going the Cassante angle, something along those lines. But it's not exactly like Bin's a big Cassante player, has much more leaned in towards the Aatroxes and the Bruiser champion. So I'm curious exactly what he wants to try and bring out on this top side of the map. Especially when we've got, the Rek'Sai started to disappear. The Rumble hasn't been a big pick for him, but that's gone as well. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what he wants to go for.
Interesting, though. We got double jungle ban from PSG. Again, we can use the word adaptation. Maokai gets locked in, so we still usually wait for the level 6, but a lot of CC chains built up here, while for BLG, Jarvan gets hard locked. What goes well with the setup here when mid jungle is already so strong? Bin loves Jax. No one else looking at it as seriously as he is right now, but Ben still looks at it, even if he's going to end up playing weak side.
Oh, man. If you have to play first game versus BLG against Knights, Ari, and Ben's Jax, it's just... Okay. Oh, they still in here. That's what I was looking for, though. Instead... Oh, never mind.
Kobe.
Okay.
Maybe he's just hovering what he thinks. He's like, oh, you're the Udyr guy. Maybe you'll play this.
Wait, no way. The crowd's getting revved up. They're like, are you actually going to take Vayne into this top lane? I mean, just because we saw it yesterday, is Keen enough data to start looking at this a bit more seriously? Why is it coming through? Wait. Oh, it's a bait, isn't it? It's an absolute bait. You're always told in caster school, don't talk about the hovers. And that's why Urgot gets locked in the end. Not as exciting, of course.
I don't know. I feel like Urgot has been kind of stealing the show a little bit at MSI.
Kobe, bring it up.
Definitely been in the spotlight a lot. The ultimate is also a very good interaction with Cassante's ultimate, chunking himself lower and then going for those executes we've seen multiple times. And with some of the nerfs to Cassante, giving Urgot a better time, we'll see. We will see. It also has some really good scaling, so maybe they can get there. I just think it is so scary here outright. What are you going to do about mid lane? Because mid lane's going to be under a lot of pressure, especially with Shun, with this Jarvan, trying to throw the extra pressure towards Maple. And then once Knight gets control of mid lane on Ari, like, you never get control of the map back.
Now, he's very, very good at looking for these picks, pushing off of mid-wave, leaning in towards bot, looking in towards picks in the jungle with Shun. So I think this is really where you're going to be under pressure for PSG talent. So I am looking at Junja to say, look, you've got your work cut out for you. Aja just is hoping that he's going to have a good matchup on the top side. They get left alone. It is going to be this mid and bot side where a lot of this pressure is going to be taken.
As per usual, mid and bot side, that sounds a lot like BLG. But on the other side, while we've been tooting their trumpet the whole time, let's go back to the other side and just say for PSG, what has been unexpected and been really nice was their FlyQuest series, their ability to adapt. It was talked about. Yes, there are a lot of mistakes from FlyQuest in the early game due to lane swap, But I think for PSG, they've again shown some adaptation within the draft, and there is something unexpected every time we see them once again.
Yeah, they're looking at mid-game, mid-game, mid-game. Can we please get to some mid-game team fights?
Play it faster.
Because that's where PSG are strongest, and especially if you can get that Lucian Nami to their single item breakpoints, rotate them into mid lane, and have some big plays that way. PSG really fighting for their lives.
Versus tournament favorites. We're in CHENGDU. Let the gyos ring. Look at him go. Look at him. That's the guy that flexed earlier on, I'm pretty sure. So definitely the Bin fan. Welcome to the series.
I've seen those biceps before.
Oh, yeah. Right, gents, where we want to start?
Well, we got wards on Raptors here trying to look out for it, and we are going to see the rotation over as kind of expected. The Lucian Nami looking to bypass some of the early levels at the very least, can swap back afterwards.
Looking for the jungle pathing here, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, it is a feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Shun versus Junja. Importantly enough, we talked about Shun controlling the game, especially towards bot side on this Jarvan. We have to see where the pathing begins as PSG start with the invade.
The PSG just trying to see if they can get in here to spot out if Shun is trying to steal away a camp. But will he get the smite off? Ooh.
600. Flag. Okay, waits it out. Baits it. Archer goes in. He gets a smite. He gets level 2 as Maple's in a bit of trouble as well. Bin's come down. He shocks him into all the charm. Is the start orb of deception as well, because Knight hit 2. Ebb and flow as Bin's goes in, but the flag and drag gets a knock-up. You want to fight BLG early, they'll get down and dirty with it. First blood over to Shun.
It's a disaster for PSG. The idea was good. Get the invade off, give Aja a job to shove Shun out of this top side, but Maple just doesn't respect the control that Knight has in the mid lane. Him hitting level 2, working with Bin, they managed to get that pick.
Uh-oh, they're going to go for round 2, it looks like here. Shun doesn't have smite this time around, so is not going to be able to secure his blue buff. Woody and Aja will at least push him off that.
But remember, again, look at this bot lane, guys. Elk and On have already started firing at this turret, so tempo begins. And Kobe, as you like to always say, this is the squishier turret, so pace is definitely in BLG's favor.
Yeah, certainly is. Meanwhile here, PSG looked like they were going for the slow push there, but then got up an extra auto off of Nami. Here's another look as Junjia comes in and tried to take over the remaining quadrant here. At least 2 camps still available on the blue side.
Wave slowly pushing in. Look at the bot side as well. Next one traversing as well. Jarvan's down towards the bottom side for Shun, while Junja hovers top, but only now do Betty and Woody start hitting this turret with Aja getting into the mix.
And that's the kind of thing that we didn't see with all of the focus there on the invade. Junjia was able to take his blue quadrant and then come over, so the Maokai is going to have way more jungle camps available to him. Meanwhile, Shun here on the Jarvan, just going to be able to go pick up that Scuttle Crab assumed on bottom side and then be a little bit more sad.
Yeah, it's kind of Shun falling behind, but Alkanon are in a fantastic spot. Already 2 of those plates gone down. And we're also maybe looking at a play in mid here. Woody's hovering.
Oh, good shot back, actually getting the stun as well. Knight in a bit of trouble. The damage is good too. One more from Maple, flashed away from. And Knight getting forced out is a great start.
And of course, Shun's not going to be too sad because he is the one who got the kill credit for the first blood. So he got the gold injection, even though won't have the extra camps for the experience. As you can see, the full level lead already for Junja on the Maokai. So Maokai getting to that level 6 early. Maybe that's something that PSG can rely on.
I think the downside is just how far your bot lane is behind, though. That's 3 plates that have gone over to Elkanon versus the 1 on that top side. Already going to pick up the boost and double longsword. You do have the Kerchase shard for Betty, which will be nice. But in the long run, I think you win out for BLG. And Betty has a level advantage here, so I don't think you want to play very aggressive on this one. But Elkanon should be able to punish just the extra gold that they have.
TP bottom right is going to be showing Knight returning back to lane after losing the flash. Lane's now being matched as well to just keep track there as well. Top lane is getting about as much CS as you'd expect here in the early game, as Shun is now trying to rotate around, still level 3 here, to find an angle in enemy jungle.
You can see Maokai trying to steal away his own Grom to make sure that he doesn't get invaded by Jarvan, who's coming down now. Betty.
Handshake almost there, that would have been the kill, but Elk still going forward. The Hail of Blades comes in handy. He's got spears in him, almost dies to the last auto. Shun there just in case it gets busier, as Junja now matching 2.
Yeah, just going to have the stare down here with junglers, but because BLG have the advantage in health on AD carries, they're going to go for even more poke. The handshake doesn't hit Junja, though. He'll be thankful for that one. Meanwhile, of course, Bin very comfortable on the Cassante up on top side, pushing in, getting the wave on up as Knight looks for his roam. He's level 6, coming down to the Dragon. You do not want to mess around. He's got his ultimate ready, so nobody wants to get anywhere close.
Yeah, I mean, the BLG will get Dragon, but honestly, I've been kind of impressed with Junja. He's done a good job of protecting his bot side camps. Yep. Takes Gromp, so you can't actually get the camp that's safest for BLG to take. Now he gets his Wolves. He'll get to move up into his top side that's about to respawn. Overall, you're in a pretty good spot here as Junja specifically, whereas if you look at the XP levels on your left-hand side, Shun is basically matching Bin, who is the lowest member on BLG.
And again, a good read starting off in game number 1. It's nice to give a little compliment here to PSG with the approach to the matchup. I just want to point out with the early game, though, even with Knight burning the flash, there is a bit of a CS lead coming through in the matchup. A lot of the time, the matchup that we see, a lot of Talias don't want to take.
It still has this Dark Seal, though. It's still classic
there
Knight,
it is,
right?
Yeah.
Working up towards his murder book. He's renowned for it in the LPL. We'll have to see how many stacks he'll be able to get or whether Maple can make him regret spending that money. But at the moment, it's going to be just him poking his head into topside, looking to get a little bit of vision. But I think they're well aware Junja is going to be on the Void Grubs as the announcement goes out.
Picks up all 3. Announcement, as you mentioned. Shun's not there in time. Knight just pokes his head and clears the ward in the meantime as well. A lot of pings coming down on the bot side as On is starting to try and sync up as per usual with Shun. Elk on his lonesome for the time being, as that is a slow pushing wave heading towards bot lane turret for BLG.
Yeah, certainly is. Looks like they're going to be able to crash it, no problem though, no danger for them. And Junja's almost at that level 6 we were looking at for Maokai. So if they can make some sort of play off of that, maybe they can get the foothold here into this game.
I'm curious if it's even just, hey, toss it down in mid, see if you can burn Knight's ultimate because he doesn't have the flash available, and at least get the ground that Maple needs to start looking for this ultimate on side lanes. He has the teleport advantage, so I could see a gank mid, get the reset timer for Maple, he shoves out mid and immediately starts to lean into bot side. This is going to be a big wave that's building on the bottom side as that charm just goes wide for Nice.
Nice sidestep. You know, Maple getting away from that was big as well, as he was low on mana too. Bin under turret, meanwhile just looking for the demolish. Arja closes. He wants to try and hit level 6. What's the EXP advantage? Only a little bit here for Bin. Arja halfway to level 6, though. Can't find the kill threat to Bin being under his turret.
Oh, the pings are going down here.
On waits ever so patiently. Sapling throws out. Junja runs away. Now level 6 here on Junja as well, as he's right where he needs to be once again on this bottom side.
Yeah, if Jin's able to finish stealing away this blue, though, which he should be able to, he sticks around. This turret's getting very low.
It is indeed, as you'd expect. Good handshake this time around from On. Elk has level 6 as well, and well, Kalista showing up big. Junglers are fighting out in the meantime as well. Remember, Junja holding onto that ult is big, as he just dissuades Shun from getting involved in a potential dive or potential all-in, but Junja says no.
Okay.
I ulti in, trying to block for the time being as Elk has the Fate's Call. He used that handshake, goes a kilometer, and On is out for ulti trade.
Yeah, BLG actually have a lot of answers for a Maokai ult. They have not only the Kalista ult, but they also have Cleanse on Elk, depending on positioning. You know, he can walk up and soak one too, so they opt in this scenario here to use the Kalista ult itself, but they're on ward.
They think they can find it, don't they? I mean, On's not level 6. Betty's going to run on in. They just used a lot. Handshake now missing. Twisted advances there. Elk gets flashed. Bramble smashed on. He's going to get into the bailout, though. Ignite's down, but no trade. He's down. Junja one auto away. On flashes for it, but he's committed another kill over to PSG. A winning trade, thanks to that ward, is great.
Beautiful stuff from Junja. The flash forward into the knockback to set up PSG. And yeah, the kill goes across to On, but that doesn't matter. PSG Talon are actually starting to get control over this bottom side.
Yeah, they don't get their timing down here for the bailout. Let's take another look at it as Junja comes in. He's going to go for the flash engage, secure here on Elk. And even though Elk uses his cleanse, Junja goes for the flash with the Bramble Smash, so he still gets the nice angle there. Bumps Elk backwards, and then On flashes just to finish it off. So a lot of summoners blown here.
Yeah.
On their side. See how vulnerable that gets them. Elk, of course, did save his flash at the very least.
But you still have Maple who's available, right? So it kind of feels like at this stage, again, just get Maple out of this mid lane, set him up with the Weaver's Wall into the bottom side, and you can start to punish the lack of flash. Now, it is the lack of flash On. You're going to have the ultimate for the Kalista up very, very shortly, so a little bit of a timing window you have to work off of, but it feels like PSG trying to set that up by clearing out that vision. And look at where they're putting Maple, just hiding out of vision, making sure that BLG have to give respect to him.
Yeah, there's also no cleanse here for Elk, and the Maokai ultimate is ready. Plus, off of that kill, Betty actually completed his static shift.
Oh, yeah?
Even as expensive as it is now.
Elk still showing damage with a lethality burst, but the static will know is adding extra wave clear. And I think we just need to isolate PSG right now and say, a job well done in the early game, because their reaction to bot, their read coming into the series was that, hey, Sean is going to dive bot. Bot is going to play aggressively and look for the all-in on the turret. The constant shadow from Junja has been fantastic.
The problem, though, is that your mid lane is still losing out. Just on CS-wise, Nigel's done a great job of controlling Maple. On top, the counter matchup you're supposed to have is also going in favor of Bin. So bot lane needs to perform, and Betty wants to make that happen, but Colleen not really going to hit.
Well, I don't care about that. I'm not going to listen to that, actually. I'm just going to focus on the good parts of PSG.
La 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 la.
Yeah, I don't care whatever Dagda said. Everyone forget it. I hate logic. Woody running in. Wow, maybe not logical there. The timing he thought with Dragon was okay, but he now flashes away, almost getting called out while Dragon was the trade for the Grub exchange top.
Are they going to go for a dive up here? Because they've got a roam from Knight. Knight and Shun working in tandem.
Versatility of BLG is also something to highlight here, but it's 3 members in the wave. Look at those little minions, not long for this world. They don't care, they still dive regardless. Arja flashes away and buys time, which is great, but Knight hits the charm. All out in the end. Bin tanks up the last turret, and he's okay. From downtown, though, is Junja with a reverse. As a flash from Elk goes in, fate sealed out. And now the re-engaged Knight has TP down, the charm hits. Hostile takeover, BLG are insane. On tries to run forward for the reset, but eventually Knight does the same. Maple survives, and Elk now has no mana. He's running for his life, but sped up is Junja, looking for a twisted advance. He's close, he's in, he's under turret. Junja going deep. Elk survives, but BLG get messy.
Oh, the cleanse clutch there for Elk to be able to survive, but they get messy indeed. I thought Maple was going down with the extra phase rush speed running under the tower. He tries to go back to mid lane. Don't get hit.
He's going to get hit,
He has the flash, he has the ult. I don't think you're getting away from this, Maple.
Still
there he goes.
About it. Where is he? Flash tackles and the absolute dunk at the emote afterwards.
It's still, though, PSG Talon succeeding on the bottom side, which I think is actually the important part of all this. The fact that you end up getting the kills, losing that wave, that is huge. We'll see it on the replay here. So they start off where Elk flashes forward onto Betty here. As they go forward, On does the right thing of blocking up the Maokai ultimate. Elk flashes over, but doesn't realize that Maple's going to be here. So very quickly after retreat, On falls. And Knight here, I believe, is trying to get the reset for on Maple. So maybe they can escape, but he ends up just walking directly into all of Betty's damage, and Maple just does not die, hiding in the bush. There's nothing they can do, and now Oak's all alone as PSG chase him down to get another summoner spell from the BLG AD carry.
Yeah, that cleanse is going to get a workout every time that thing is up, being used with all the focus on bottom side.
It's crazy. PSG coaching staff, though, feeling it a bit after the early game. Again, there's still a 1K gold lead for BLG, which they've maintained through the first 13 minutes, but PSG have got their bottom lane in a good position. Maple as well, catching back up on CS, and a kill is going to make this a much more competitive mid-game as BLG try to fight around blue.
And this is something that PSG mentioned themselves. They said, we have to fight them immediately. We can't let BLG run over us. So they're really trying to contest them in the early stages here, splitting objectives, going 4-4 on kills. You know, the extra gold lead definitely is going to be a little bit of an issue, but honestly, with kind of the expected matchup here, PSG doing decently for themselves.
The fact that you end up with the lane swap earlier come back to bite them, though. That tower very, very low, but there's a lot of PSG members
Speaking
here.
of which, Elk is low. He took under turret. Shun goes to the back line. They're trying to kill Betty. Knight goes in as well. They're teleporting in. This is so ambitious, but BLG get the reset. Now for Maple to run on in. Knight flashes away and disengages while the rest of BLG found their mark. How are they winning the fight? It looks so janky, so weird. And even bit at the top side. Solo kills. The arena roars at this combat.
The cross map ace! Just as we're trying to compliment PSG on keeping it close, BLG kicking into overdrive. Cross-map ace as Bin finishes up his solo bolo. They're going to get 2 turrets after that. And guess what? That's just going to be an avalanche of gold that immediately gets spent and makes it so insanely hard to win any team fights now.
There was 1,000 gold difference between these two teams, and this has now happened, and suddenly it's 5K.
No.
It is absolutely absurd, but this had no right going the way that it did. You can see Maple forcing BLG's bot lane away, and here I'm like, this is 2v3. They should have this, but instead, Betty ends up falling tonight. Shun with the Sunder Sky getting that healing in and the Triumph as well. And then eventually Elkanon were able to get into the mix. And it's just take pick after pick after pick.
And you know what happened topside? It's an interrupt on the teleport that got him killed.
Oh,
it's like a humanoid style play here.
Hey, what are you gonna do us like that, man?
Aja's like, I'm trying to help the team, but it actually ends up so much worse because the team lost 4v4 anyway, and then now he dies to Bin.
That was so clean as well. I mean, yeah, it's frustrating. Dagda pointed out, ladies and gentlemen at home, 5k gold lead all of a sudden just sprung up. And now as culling comes through, look at the poke damage from Elkanon. They avoid most of the culling as well. That just shows you this Kalista has caught back up from what was an early game success in that bottom side for PSG.
Yeah, the lethality making Kalista into a bit of a burst mage more so, especially when she's got this much gold. So this is where, again, it comes hard now to try and contest on mid-wave. You can already see Knight setting up nicely in that top side. He's going to have the opportunity to push. You can then collapse onto mid. Bin as well winning in the 1v1 means that he can also collapse on mid. And Betty's already super low.
Bin's here on the flank as well on a ward, so they're going to pay respect. The wave at least cleared away, but yeah, the Betty poke keeps getting worse and worse against him.
I also love the adaptation from BLG. Immediately pick up the double sweeper on the solo laners. So it's like, cool, we can continuously shove waves in, then clear out all the vision that PSG have established in their own jungle and just make the map dark, make it really difficult for them to know what's happening. And with this Rift Herald, should be able to crack open mid if they want to after this Dragon is taken as well.
Yeah, Dragon pretty easy for them. Rotate Ahri up to the top side, catch that wave. Bin easily pushing on bottom as well as mid lane dodge on the skill shots here. Maokai ultimate goes out, but
they're out. Fate's call saves on as well. Actually, could turn into a re-engage because Bin's coming up. PSG have to go somewhere now, but maybe defensive walking is okay. But Herald's going to be dropped regardless here for BLG after we're looking to see how much more gold they can create. The last outer turret remaining. Herald's going to charge on in and make it one-shottable.
All right, they're going to call over Aja, but that just means you have all 5 members here for PSG, so your side lane's going to get pushed in. Knight up there on the Ahri has free reign. He's going to push that one all the way up to tower. And they try, at least they have plenty of defensive wards here through their jungle for PSG, so they can try and rotate to catch.
All in. Betty, do you want to do this? Maybe he does with Junta in as well. Tidal wave as well. Dodge on his dead. Elk is up next. He's about to go into ulti. The bailout's there, but no one there for the reset, and he dropped. The 2v2 of BLG is being bailed out now by Might. In the mid lane, Maple's going to drop on down. Knight, excuse me, takes the words away and gets a small trade.
This is actually great from PSG, though. They managed to get the numbers advantage, winning the team fight, and a huge amount of it came, well, as long as Junja gets out, came from Maple dropped the top wave. BLG skipped steps. They didn't wait for Maple to show on top. They went for the play. And as they went for that play, Maple was like, no, I need to be here. I need to play on mid to cover Knight's potential roam. And with Maple being there, PSG Talon just have the numbers there quicker and can take the fights.
They get themselves some kills. Let's take another look at how it started, though, because, of course, Maple on the top side with the Talia ult is going to come in as Betty and Junja go for the play. Elk there barely doesn't get hit by the seismic shove, but does get finished off there to the flash. And then, honestly, I thought the collapse might even get more for BLG, but they really only get that extra kill back onto Maple. And Junja does get down to bottom side, finish off his recall, and escape with his life.
In the opening game here, bottom lane has been caught out a few times, and I think also, you know, some of these great wards from PSG, whether they're lane wards or brush wards, have spotted Elkanon positions maybe they have no business being. Usually, it's the fundamental of BLG in this very new world of LPL. And it's crazy that, again, Elkanon right now are the ones who are getting punished the most.
Yeah, it's definitely BLG skipping steps and trying to play through sides, but this is something that's been happened a lot, and it's happened again.
On, he's going to hostile takeover, and again, saving the day is Shun. Betty takes it as Cataclysm jumps on down. You can see Bin teleported in, and Maple is stuck in the Aerodome. Knight with the Spirit Rush over, wants to go part 2 onto Junja. The charm connects his Ahri as clean as ever as Bin shows up to the party. The turret got dropped on down as Junja running for his life, but Knight's Flash Orb is great, and even if the bottom lane's not working that well, the rest of the map is.
This time around, BLG are ready for the counter in mid lane, and not only do they win the fight, they also get 2 towers.
They are coming alive here. BLG able to collapse and get so much. And now you just get to reset. With Dragon in 2 minutes time, you can play it through side lanes, pick up a third Dragon if you want to. Baron about to spawn on the map. This is so much gold that's just been handed to BLG.
True.
Right as all these important objectives are coming up.
I see 8 stacks. I see 8 stacks on that ring of power. Remember, 9 were given out. This is the good one. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one that turns you invisible. But maybe in a good way. Dag, to break this down.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great ultimate from On. Catches Betty and Maple, so they have to set up. And hey, the fact that Shun is there at the perfect positioning to set up them with a Jarvan ultimate and come in off the side is great. And then Knight chasing them down, thanks to the speed up as well, coming through from the bailout, makes it impossible to try and follow up. And there's just nobody low enough for Aja to really do particularly much here with Woody, with both of the main carries already down.
Yeah, nice push back there from Bin. And Bin now going to find himself
in a 1v2, 1v3, but he separates it. Never mind, numbers don't matter because Bin, as he brawls Maple over the wall, Shun is here to answer. His Cassante, what I remember from last year as well, as Aja's caught in this too. PSG is separated. No one is working together as a team right now in PSG as they get torn apart in front of the Baron. That's an easy move for BLG.
Yeah, even though we generally see Bin tend towards the bruiser tops, he still looks sick on the Cassante whenever he brings it out. And now PSG Talon are staring down BLG at the Baron, but I don't know how the hell you can test this. Jun just flashes up in a few minutes, but you don't have it.
Yeah, that's going to be a dream steal. No way they actually pull this one off. BLG are going to secure the Baron. And we're only 21 minutes into this game. There we go. We got the Medjai's upgrade.
The murder book.
I know you like to see that one, Asterix.
Oh, yeah. All right. Break this down because Bin again, as he separates Maple.
So he goes and runs straight at him. Cassante, of course, with the Unstoppable, is able to just use the W there and then ult him over the wall to separate from what PSG thought they were going to be able to get a 3v1, but really good pass maker there from Bin, able to get him against the wall for a perfect ultimate, and the rest of BLG were on the way. But of course, PSG know they're so far behind in this game, they have to keep on just kind of rushing.
Flag and Drag starts us off. This could be the fight that just leads into the enemy base at this point. Junja is getting soloed out by Elk. He has to turn for the engagement. Culling's helping out, but Elk at max range, never mind. On flashes in to Illusion. He sends out the takeover. Elk goes over, and he's bailed out. On is an animal. Knight picks up the tails of the Ari, and Shun just sends in the Thunderdome for a third time.
Yeah, and they have Baron, so they're immediately going to destroy your base as well.
Is that just
BLG!
No way. For what felt like a sloppy game, PSG adaptations, PSG positivity. The Weaver's Wall slowing it down for the spawn time, and so maybe it doesn't end here. But in 22.5 minutes, although it hasn't been clean League of Legends, it's been aggressive and abusive.
I mean, to be fair, it's been clean on both sides. I think PSG Talon in the early stage
moments, for sure.
Played well against what BLG were doing, but that one skirmish broke the game open, and from there, BLG have looked for skirmish after skirmish, push advantage after advantage, played through their sides into collapsing mid, and they had one fumble where they end up just overextending on mid wave and PSG punished, but straight after, it's just stuff like this.
How to get free stacks, part 1. Knight says, hey, tune in for my next book. It's going to be another page. But he's running for his life. It's a 3-level difference between him and Knight. And as he charges down, this is a reason why probably this pick won't be available for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I mean, you can go back to the cross-map ace play plus 2 towers and see the turning point there. That's where they really just exploded the game. BLG still with a little bit of this Baron buff. They've got another minion wave's worth with 35 seconds left on it, but they're just going to take their double inhibitors and call it at that.
And what do you do at this stage as PSG Talon? It felt so close for I say so long, for at least 10 minutes, and then BLG kind of just said, right, we've had enough of this. We're going to play off of Knight's pressure in the mid lane. We're going to lean in towards that skirmish, make sure we're able to find it. And now you're in a position where 2 towers down, or 2 inhibitors even, gone on this bottom side. You just get to play up into this last 2 towers in the top end of the map and take everything from PSG Talon.
Yeah, this is why people are so excited to see BLG. Such an explosive team here.
Yeah.
24 minutes into the game, and Knight's back into the side lane. Should be able to push all 3 lanes easily here with 2 inhibitors down, and they just send him over there just for good measure.
But this is Knight's comfort zone. This is where he, even back when he was on Top Esports back in 2020, we had clips of him going, hey, watch this, as he starts to demolish the enemy team. And it feels like this is where he again starts to come alive and look for picks, look for plays. So he just continues to keep the pressure up on PSG talent.
And look, Ben just being a Giga Chad once again. He just runs in. That TP was gorgeous. Maple is knocked back and too far forward. Ben just says, I'll take it. Runs in under turret. Does he care? Ask him. Look at him. Watch him. He just takes 4 turret shots and not a piece of damage inside. Elk sends on for the handshake. Perfect. Shun was expecting him to run back, but as the hostile takeover reaches max range, BLG are once again in PSG's base. It felt long with the amount of skirmishing, but 21 kills, 25 minutes. The tournament favorites looked strange in the early game, but are still so good at outclassing their opponents and smacking them with their wallets.
And they were still ahead, too, in the early game also. Just not as much as after the explosive cross-map ace.
And I think that's the heartbreaking point is you had the counter pick against Bin, you had the counter pick against Knight, and still you couldn't do anything against them. It was the solo laners that really were the difference maker leading into those skirmishes, leading into that ace, that now PSG talent have to find a way in draft to break.
It's crazy again for BLG. I like that they were testing. You know, I'm coming into this and I felt like it was going to be so one-sided. I just like that there was some adversity from PSG. I want to be positive on them. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are too, but don't forget, you can actually log into LoL Esports using your right ID to earn exclusive MSI 2024 drops. So on the break, go chill out, or rather at the analyst desk do that, and we'll see you back here for game 2 as we throw them over to break that one down. Yeah, English. I'm very good at it.
Nice job,
English. Yeah, almost as spotless as PSG's game until BLG absolutely shut the door. And how, Emily?
Yeah, so you don't want to give Knight Ari. I believe this is the longest current player to champion active win streak. With this game, I believe it is 27 straight games. His last loss on it was in 2023 LPL Spring when he was on JDG against LNG. He is now 48-7 career. It's insane.
I don't care about 48-7. I care about 27 in a row.
It's crazy.
Those are like 2 completely different leagues of stats.
Yeah, and I want to contextualize it a little bit because Knight, of course, we always knew his Ahri was amazing. He had a time when that was banned, he would fall back on the Syndra, right? He recently started putting more reps into the Azir, which was usually not that good. He also has a Talia. So it is just extremely puzzling to me with that context that this is what they wanted to give him in game 1.
Yeah, I agree. No? There's a lot about, like, I don't think that's the reason they lost.
No, but it doesn't help.
No, nothing helps. Nothing helps against BLG.
There was a lot that could be helped in this game.
There's a lot of bad choices. I will say, as we get into this replay, the big turning point. You got this.
Yes, every second counts in League of Legends, as we know, thanks to the reliable Cisco network. Bin, he just adds insult to injury. It is Aj's birthday, but he's going to kill him for the complete ace after.
And this is what I will say in defense of PSG. Up until this point, it was a reasonable game, but when something like this happens where June finds an amazing engage, everyone in PSG tries to fly in to help, but every single member of their team dies while no members of BLG die, and the insult to injury on this one is the fact that even when Aja tries to help his team by interrupting the teleport, he's just the one who completes the ace, because not only did they lose 5 players, they lost the 3rd dragon, they lost their bot turret, they lost their top turret. It's like a greater than 5,000 gold swing in a pre-50-minute fight. Like, I don't actually think that's happened this MSI. So that small sequence made the game completely unwinnable.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that happened before.
It's just a reminder of how explosive of a team BLG can be, and you see exactly where that fight happened, and then the gold just slowly creep up and up and up. I do want to call out, obviously we were talking about whether PSG would initiate the swap, maybe try to get the Lucian Nami past those early levels on Kalista. They did. I still think BLG came out ahead in that swap, actually. I still think they have a better understanding of lane swaps overall. And then also shout out, I mean, obviously off of the level 1 play as well, right? Because then Shun gets ahead. And even though we didn't see like the hyper-aggressive invading Shun that we saw for most of the split with a lot of like super hyper pushing lanes, I thought he had a great game. His team fight targeting was absolutely stellar. And yeah, he was kind of the driving force behind a lot of these initiations. And you can see how BLG just immediately go in.
What an extreme confident boost, right? Because you say he used to, if he likes to play a certain way where he's very aggressive, where he will bully you in your jungle. Now he's like, yeah, but if I don't do that, I can just pick you off. My engages will be crisp. You won't have a chance. Also the follow through and the immediate switch on whenever they see that target and they know that this is the fight for them to win. It's just so oppressive.
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the things that made this game, feel extra oppressive is the fact that Bin had the threat of solo killing Aja whenever they were alone in the side lane. The Maples Talia was without his flash for basically the whole game, and then if Jarvan ever finds him in a side lane, and it's another kill. So what ended up happening then is PSG just has to group as 5, so they're losing on every side, but then the instant they move beyond the halfway point of the map, BLG collapses and wins another team fight. So they really did, once they have that advantage, remove all of the options from PSG, and that's one of the things that makes BLG so scary, is the speed at which they make those decisions.
Yeah, I like the way you put that, because I was watching and I was like, why are you kind of banging your head against the wall that is trying to push through that mid lane? And you both said, what other option do they have?
They didn't have any.
No, choking them out completely. Now, I did pull the cards, and there was one win on the cards for PSG. Let's say it's the next one. What are the steps? What are the steps?
So if the MasterCard fan prediction is to be believed, it's an 82% chance of them winning. I mean, the steps, so...
Wait, you want me to draw for game 2?
Yeah, sure.
Well, let's do it. All right, cool. Wait, okay. No, I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat.
Gonna pick one. That was close.
Oh, no!
You were one away from picking
So maybe it's going to be a 40-minute game?
Okay, you ask steps, so I think it's pretty unlikely. If we had a longer time, Emily, I'd want to go in a little bit more on the lane swap point. I actually like the fact that PSG lane swaps, because even if they lose lane swaps, I think they lose them less than they do standard lanes, depending on the draft. So I'd actually like them to pick a more hyper-scaling comp and lane swap with that.
Yes.
And that would be their best chance of winning, but it's slim.
I like the point, but we don't have time. I'm sure some people are like, yes, finally we go to break because I don't want to hear about any more lane swaps. Well, you'll have to. As we go, take a behind-the-scenes look at the latest video shoot with 369 and Top Esports, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Hey guys, we're here behind the scenes. I'm G2 Caps. We're filming some cool videos, some hype videos for the MSI, and I'm just looking forward to MSI.
Esport is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their 9th title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esport world.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I wrote the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time these promises make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of this, take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises. I plan for silent insurrection. Oh, oh, cut off before it could take flight. I'll fall back to these promises. Make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of things, take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after what was a 25-minute victory from BLG. Things looked a little bit dicey early, and we gave credit to PSG. But once again, as BLG just continued fighting and continued taking 3v2s or 5v5s, whatever it may be, it worked out well. Mr. X, this is Kobe. This is Dagda. Kobe works out. Very, very buff human being. You've also got a lot of strength as well. And as I need strength in this because PSG are relying on you guys to hit hard in game number 2. So what would you do in their situation?
Are you talking about go up there and like hit the monitors?
I'm not talking physical.
Have you seen Bin punching? I don't want to fight Bin.
Oh, true. Actually, on the other side. Okay, so you refrain from fighting. What would you fight for in draft?
Did you see the post that went up on Twitter where Bin was walking on the treadmill in slippers at like 4 a.m.? Yeah, 4 a.m. They posted on socials, and they were in there, you know, getting their gym time in. So,
nice.
It's crazy. It's slippers on a treadmill. Bin in style, apparently. Now, I set that strength up because I wanted to see what the adaptation was from PSG. What would look strong? I think Ari is a strong first punch, right?
Yeah, definitely. Fanning away the Ari. Want to get Knight's OP champions out of the way, at least. Yeah. Still going to have to deal with the Kalista, though. They're going to make a run back. I mean, honestly,
worked right and get one, right?
At the beginning, you know, the targeting of the bottom lane with Maokai coming over and over and over again was kind of getting them their little bit of foothold to be able to fight in the game. So they want to repeat that.
Yeah, I feel like you're still happy here as BLG. Maybe you just end up drifting over towards the Talia pick for Knight instead, now that the Ari's been taken off the board. Also an exceptionally strong Orianna if you want to, but they did drop the Renekton ban for the Ari, so that could just be taken for Bin, ban away some of the bad matchups in that top side, make sure you're all good.
Historically been a great pick. You talked about it in game 1 draft, Dagda. Bin locks it in nice and early. It means no jungler here for PSG, excuse me, BLG. My question now is towards PSG, if they get this Maokai again, they prioritize that and start banning away pairings for Bin in that top side.
I feel like a large part of the success of Maokai in the last game was because he got the early experience lead.
Yep.
So I don't know if that would cause them to like over-index on it. Okay, they do switch it off and go for the Cassante instead.
I am surprised to see the Cassante because I would traditionally favor Renekton in this matchup. You don't always get the kill threat, but you can take Demolish on the Renekton, you get wave clear, you look for the Demolish procs, take turret plates, so you're in a relatively good spot. So unless they expect to go kind of, hey, we're going to lane swap again, maybe you can deny Renekton some of those turret plates after you lane swap for the first 3 levels, but it does feel strange to go for the Cassante into this matchup.
Meanwhile, time to target Shun here. Take away the Zins out. Do you think that we are going to get a Kindred game at some point here from Shun?
Definitely.
Because I really hope so.
Italy angle here. Also on the card, surely in this tournament, as Talia's banned away from the other side.
All right, taking away, already highlighted, some of the most successful champions here for Maple have been those roaming, playmaking mid-lane champions. So BLG targeting that this time around, especially since they aren't going to be able to start it out with the Knight's Ari.
I'm curious what their final ban here is going to be for BLG, because it either feels like it's going to be an Orianna, and essentially you're trying to force Maple into the Azir, or you're going to ban the Azir and then see what Maple has left in the tank, because this has kind of been his go-tos, have been the Tilias, the Azirs, the Aris, these kind of things. So I am curious what way they want to try and go for this, and maybe if they do try and force the Azir, it's going to be nice going back towards the Aurelion Sol. We said already, look, he brought it up before, it wasn't his best showing, don't get me wrong, but he's had a bit of time to work on it, but there is the Azir ban.
The Azir ban as well, just note that, I mean, Knight has a lot more in the playmaking, like, we've seen Veigar in playoffs, we've seen Syndra, he's Tristana, he also plays the Aurelion Sol, Dagda just brought that up, the Orianna also Knight has played and gotten really good at in the past couple of years too. So Knight has an extensive champion pool, so they're going to give PSG a bit of priority here for Maple, that R5 for mid.
If they go with the Maokai, they're going to do a Maokai-Tristana combo here and grab the Trist for Maple.
But then does Knight just play Syndra and just win
Blast
out the
him.
line?
Yeah!
Yeah, I think if you go for the Tristana here for Maple, though, you're very heavily indexed into the AD, right? Yes, you got Maokai and some AP damage that will come off with the Nami, but I'd still be worried when Renekton can go in towards Dead Stance, these kind of things, get some early tabbies, he's going to be completely unkillable. And especially when you've got things like the bailout there, it makes it very tough to deal with, but what, is it going to be a away angle for Nice?
You reckon? Way to steer.
Oh, please.
This historically is sick. I mean,
just trying to get the crowd excited. Just trying to get the crowd excited. Will be the classic Orianna. Knights, one thing he does super well with the Orianna is like hide the Orianna ball. I know people have been focusing on a lot of those hidden Orianna ball plays, but I feel like Knight was kind of one of the OGs at that.
Okay, that's game. That's you know, for Maple, that's very gutsy. In a matchup versus Knight, I think we kind of remember, you know, Orianna's laning phase being favored here. Maple has to get through the scaling. It's not going to be like going up against FlyQuest. Knight is very strong in lane on this pick.
And you've got an incredibly strong jungler to follow up as well.
Oh,
like
yeah.
this 1-2 punch, especially as you hit level 6, is so incredibly strong. And we already saw a bit of that attention from Shun in the early stages. I wouldn't be surprised to see it again.
You know what something's really annoying, Kobe? Is in LPL, the top-tier top laners do this thing, whether it's Ornn or Renekton, they like ganking mid a lot. That happens a lot. Bin does it, 369 does it. They just make these random roams when they get push in top, and they just appear mid. Now, this is a very potent appear mid composition. I think very potent BLG composition if we round out the fact that this team loves skirmishing as always. I see a comp that skirmishes again. Look at it.
Yeah, I mean,
wants to fight.
You got your classic Jarvan plus Orianna combo, the shockwave delivery system here, and then you have Renata ultimates to follow it up. So you're talking about, you know, team fights. Those are some beautiful team fights, some really good AoE combos, some really good, you know, mid-jungle synergy there as well for them. And I think we are definitely going to see some, you know, some pressure towards the bottom side of the map pretty early on.
Usual, wasn't it? PSG good at reverting that in game 1, though. It has to be said in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're probably going to see the same adaptation here from PSG Talent. Try and look for the lane swap.
Yep.
Don't worry about the first 3 levels. Just make sure that you're going to be in a good spot. See if you can go for that invade again. Don't die would be the ideal one.
Oh, yeah.
That's the checkbox for me on this one. But at least go for the same idea. And if you can get into a position where you end up with Junja being able to steal some of these camps, especially the way he was able to get that bottom side for himself in the last game, that is probably the way that you want to try and get this early lead for PSG Talent.
And the crowd revved up today, I tell you what. It's crazy again. I mean, BLG, their first title, they come into MSI's first seed. And against PSG, made it a quick showing in the first game. Now, this is the main stage. PSG earned their right to be here, beating down FlyQuest. Every time I talk about it, I feel bad casting with Kobe. But I've got Dagda now, so I can throw it into the middle.
Do you guys have game sounds? Speaking of what
It's
you
a little
have?
low. It's a little low, but
It ain't there, but that's okay, Kobe. We'll get there eventually. What do you reckon they're saying right now, the champions? It's a mystery.
Saying invade, invade, invade. They've got the words on it.
Do you know the most messed up League of Legends you can have? You can turn on only champion sounds, and right now you'll be hearing, ha, ha, that's it. Least in the best of it. And Kalista, not too bad as well as BLG make this an invade, forcing Junja off the blue buff, but nothing more.
that is huge, though, because BLG aren't getting that same disruption on the opposite side. So Maokai will go back towards his wolves. The question mark, though, is how do you try and respond now? Does he still completely clear at this blue side jungle as Aja walking into experience range, but...
Oh, he wants a W under turret. He does so successfully. On actually has to flash away. Not too bad getting the flash from On. But in the end as well, Aja gets tanked heavy.
What? What an odd interaction we just witnessed. Walk right up to him, hit him with the W back, and Summoner Spell advantage. Now, Jinja definitely did get delayed, and he's still on ward there. So Maokai being behind to a Jarvan plus being on vision is a little bit dangerous.
Are they just going to go for On, though, is the big question, because there is an opportunity. Oh, wait, Aja!
Oh, the Ren's in as well. It brings the game sound back.
On's
And
dead.
with the blood, On is dead, you're right. He's going to be a trade, but a minion kills him in the end. So first blood, no response. Shun gets the invade in, and Georgia just has to watch as Elk is on the board nice and early.
It does help out spotting Junja on this bottom side, though, because no dive can happen. Elk now going to spot out Aja again, interrupts the recall,
Oh, no.
which is going to do nice for him, but Maple...
I talked about it. Maple, the flag and drag is volatile, but he gets out. Shun doesn't pull the trigger and doesn't pull the flash. Maple just runs his life.
Meanwhile, top side, been under tower there, trying to soak up his experience, and he does get to his level 2. Looks like he wasn't under too much pressure up there.
That's disrespectful. Maple just sits there, breath of light. Bramble Smash saves his life as On has roamed up as well, but Shun is just running into him. Jarvan level 3 damage cannot be underestimated as Junja Bramble Smashes once again. Meanwhile, Elk almost getting soloed out by Archer. This early game is chaotic.
Woody's roaming over to help defend the jungle right now.
Let's go again. Handshake brings Junja back on in. Woody with the ebb and flow. Good healing here as Junja thinks about a twisted advance.
BLG have to back away, though. The TP is going to come in from Maple in just a moment, and as soon as that happens, PSG Talent have a go button if they want to. BLG playing with fire at the moment, but at least Knight has the level advantage in the mid lane, but here comes Betty.
So he said BLG must back away, and Shun's like, maybe I don't have to. He's thinking about going back in with On and Knight now moving up. Knight is level 4 as well. Flag and Drag doesn't connect, but Good damage here from the dissonance. The flash away from the handshake was good. Now the heal for the re-engage. CHENGDU trying to slow down, but the sapling is out of ranges. Meanwhile, Betty versus Ben. He's punching again. Oh! And he gets the auto. Giga Ben has debuted at MSI.
Ben was so ready for that one. Goes up against the wall and immediately flashes, gets his auto off, gets the kill under tower.
And again, it's these little things going in BLG's favor in the early stages. Game 1, it was that kill in the river. Game 2, now you're getting these leads, but Ben finds Woody.
Look at the Fury as well. He's close. He's slicing dices, gets the upgrade, gets out of the Aqua Prison as well.
Oh, no.
Cole the Meek, and with On's help, it's another kill. The Croc is snapping.
And he came home and caught Woody. It's an absolute disaster. Sean is able to get over the wall into the pit. What is happening?
Bin is happening, BLG is happening. This one starting out more akin to the pace that kind of people were expecting. Almost barely even 5 minutes into the game and you already have the massive BLG lead. Here's another look at it as he dashed right into Bin's face. You dash into Bin's face.
That's less than ideal.
You're gonna get stunned immediately. He charged it up and then here I like how he hugs the wall to get ready for the flash and force the extra little bit there from Betty, and he immediately answers. If you get your auto started and then the Lucian doesn't get out of vision, then it will go off, it will get the kill.
Also the ward over the wall to make sure that he was going to be able to immediately get the auto attack off, because you kind of expect the dash to be coming through from Betty, so really good stuff from Bin. Still going to lose a turret plate though, as is expected, but now 2 kills against Azure's got nothing
level
and
6
nice.
hit. Okay, I was just gearing up for that the way this early game has gone. Knight has flash available.
On.
Maple lucky to get out, you're right. On is coming into level 3. Renata shows up and almost hits Maple, but he walks away. The back is still stymied, considering Maple has no TP to return to lane.
But Knight does, so that's the whole point. Knight will get to push in this wave, TP back in, and then you can use his pressure in mid to lean up, or lean down towards the Dragon if you want, and up towards Void Grub. So options here for BLG.
We even have a bounty on Bin's head, even though he has the 19 CS there. The 2 kills obviously contributed to that, giving him the bounty, and he will be able to soak the top wave, no problem.
Oh, he's going to flash for this, isn't he?
I didn't realize that was a problem I had to contend with in lane swaps. If you get a bounty as a top laner.
True. Not something we're used to. Sorry guys, I'm just gearing up because every time we look towards mid, Knight is like leveraging the fact that he might flash. Again, lane phase going well. As speaking of, Arja showing up, the all-out going to be used onto Elk, but he's squishy now as he tries to kite back. Elk trying to kite away himself. Arja plays the patient, the flip back as well. Elk dies to a solo kill. Arja gets him back.
This game is revenge of the top laners. Bin gets his kills. Arja gets his kills. Arja had also, he had been solo burning flashes of both enemy bottom laners previously, so now he actually completes and gets the kill. Honestly, all the top laners that have had to go through these lane swaps,
look,
cathartic experience.
A fight's happening again, isn't it? Yes, it is. On's running in. Knight has Shockwave over Dragon. Who's going to die? Aqua Prison kited away from his Knight is running towards, but maybe my pants are on fire a bit here as no fight ends up happening with the Dragon secured.
I was going to say, with Elk dead and Shun being on that top side, I think it would have been a very sorry
That sounds like
affair.
reason, Dacta. That sounds like logic. I don't like it. BLG are a smart team, not to take away from them, but, you know, again, if they see it, even if it's a numbers mismatch, they'll be like, nah, I'd win. they're actually, I realise they're the classic nah, I'd win team at MSI.
That is true, and it feels like now they might win here because PSG getting shoved underneath their own tower. They will need to call Junja here if they want to survive, but Shun very close to the level 6 mark, so if you can steal away this blue, this could very quickly turn into a bad L time for PSG.
Ping's raining down right here because the bottom lane of BLG, such a point of power here, pushing into the tower and then roaming up to help support. On's going to go ahead and secure the vision on the other side by mid and then help out Shun.
Swiftness for a reason as he moves around. Junja at least getting the smite down, so EXP bar getting closer here as both junglers might time level 6 at the same time.
Yeah, now now Shun knows that he has smite advantage for the blue, so Shun's going to be able to take away the blue while Elk and On.
Here we go, 2v2 dive. We talked about this. Handshake out. Woody is going to burn down. Auto through Ignite picks as well. Elk under turret finds his mission as Cataclysm burns. Level 6 hit first from Shun. You very smart analyst talking about that level gap. It forces the flash.
They're trying to isolate on this bottom side. I thought they might continue to go for Betty, but they're going to just back away, happy with the turret plates until Betty and Junja are still here. You don't win this! You don't win this!
You have no mana. Waiting out for the dash is easy. Elk styles on him. You know, in LPL, Betty had a positive win rate against Elk, and he is now shutting that down real quick.
Elk and On, what a terrifying bot lane duo. And they just lay waste to this game.
Yeah, I think the last time Betty saw Elk as Jomong, it was a long hell time ago when he's playing on RNG, but Elk is a changed man. No more Jomong madness. On is no longer off. The bot lane for BLG has come alive, and it is decimating Betty and Woody.
And I have to say, it's easy when Elk had to do his hard years on Ultra Prime, that 1 year in 2022 to be specific. It's a much changed man, as we said, Elk and On, great duo, but I think we need to talk about the early game here for BLG, because it has been Bin, it has been Shun, it has been the laning phase from Knight that is leading him in the CS lead. Everything working well here with BLG having an almost 4K gold lead at 10 minutes in the game.
Yep. BLG bot lane advantage is ginormous at the moment. Elk was able to finish his opportunity, so gets even more scary with everybody doing this.
He has more opportunities.
Yeah, it gets even more.
That's an original joke, isn't it, Dagda?
I mean, but look at this. The lethality plus the Q maxes, these spears, you just get giant chunks of damage over and over and over, and then you get whittled out. You don't get the CS down there.
I think Bin might be able to 1v2 this. Level 8 Croc goes into dominance. He's building up Fury. Arja gets a flip on back, but Bin is Crikey incarnate. Junja just runs away, and Bin waits for the next coming.
Yeah, and Shun was on the way as well. You know, Jarvan's coming up there. If they really tried to go for it. Bottom side again, though. Look at the pain.
Got demolished. I mean, again, PSG and the 2v2 aren't winning out in standard lanes. They talked about it on the desk, and I think we all mentioned it. It looks so hard to beat as Culling comes through. The tidal wave between Woody in trouble as On takes some turret shots. Archer TP down. They're going to try and find this lane, but they're like, nah, let's take Woody with us. The bailout there. On survives a little bit longer as Elk's now just like, get me Betty, get me the kill. He won't find it. And it's classic BLG again.
It takes 4 members from PSG time to shut them down, which means this tower on top side probably going to fall towards Bin, especially if Shun, after taking these Void Grub, wants to try and move up there. You could dive this Maokai. He's only level 7.
Knight here zoning Maple off from the minions as well at tower.
Okay, jump on in. The singularity down. Slow is there. Good Aurelion Soul damage and stacks to boot. Just classic what you expect of Aurelion Soul and what you've seen at this tournament so far.
And Knight continues, though, to squeeze out these CS leads in mid lane with Maple roaming bottom. You know, PSG sending 4 people to try and put a stop to this devastating BLG bottom lane. Knight pushes up on the tower again. So many mid lane turrets taken as well as the big CS lead.
This guy is everywhere. On is just always out of lane. And I think it's something we talked about at the start of day 2, where the sync up between On and Shun, between support and jungle of BLG, is another strong point. On is always right where he needs to be, and it might sound like a cop-out, but I think as we watch them through MSI, we'll see more and more of how On affects the map state for BLG, and how he can really be a pain in the side to people like Maple as well.
Just hit level 6 off that ward. Massive for On as the Dragon has just come up, especially with Shun on this bottom side. It's going to be a dive immediately into it, but there's the power again of the lethality Callisto. These Qs do so much work.
Who are we calling the ambulance for? Let's find out who has the better health insurance here is Betty. Oh, okay, maybe we start the 9 and then wait for the 2 numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Australia. It starts with a 0 over there. Definitely in the wrong country. As BLG try to rush through this bottom lane, Junji here to defend.
Yeah, and Elk already is level 9, and Betty's still stuck at level 7 between his 2 towers, getting zoned off again. Here comes Knight, 4v3. No teleports on the side of PSG, so they're just doing everything they can to even get some experience for Betty and Woody here, trying to escort them back to the tower.
Problem is the 6 Void Grubs do so much work on these towers the second you leave them alone. And now Dragon's starting to form BLG. Knight going to push out mid before he joins, but On has the ultimate if they want to. Betty stepping very far up here.
Yeah, for the wave dangerous. I like that you pointed out. On is running in. He's got flash available and the hostile takeover. Shun's angle now perfect. Shun just like, maybe I have the angle on them, but as the culling comes through, it's used all for naught as flag and drag out. This is a good counterplay from PSG, but now with Berserk hostile takeover, maxing range. Woody's 1 shot away because Knight TP'd in to save the day. The handshake might be cleansed, but Betty still drops on down, other than another counter to Elk's matchup, and the deed is done again.
Betty might have the cleanse, but On is too clean, and now Knight starting to move in onto this bottom side as well. They want the tower, they want the picks, but I think they're just too low at the moment. They need to look for the reset.
Yeah, Elk and Shun gonna go for their recalls there, so no more poking around at the tower for Knight. BLG, call a stop just for now to go spend their cash.
We've got lots of it. Let's watch this again because this was scattered out.
It started off well for PSG though. Betty getting good damage on the Elk.
Yep.
The interrupt on towards Shun, but the TP from Knight is the difference maker here. They're able to take out Woody, separate Betty from the rest of his team, and with that, now he just ends up in the 2v1 from hell as Elk and On are able to rain down on top of him.
Double flash over to follow him and finish off the kill.
How many times in this series so far has On flashed away? I think we should do a tally because On flashes into enemy. Game 1, we remember, into Betty and Woody, he just flashes in.
Look, he's cheating. He's got a way out with Fate's Call.
Yeah,
right?
that's
he's got
true.
2 flashes, you know?
Plays like an engage, though. I mean, it's nice to see. Again, 7 out of 8 kill participation for this support. Definitely a core member of BLG from this series alone. Flag and Drag is starting off yet another fight. Bramble Smash for the disengage, but you look at what's happening bot. Mabel getting zoned under turret. Shun is now gearing up for another Flag and Drag with the orb on top. They're about to make this the dome of control. Junja Twisted advances out, but Knight finishes the kill. It's a nice setup as a flash away from Shun to get away from the ultimate from Maple, but as he flies through, he's interrupted. The disrespect there, and Maple thought he could channel and get the time, but again, Knight won't let him.
On the top side, though, Bin ends up falling to Aja, who gets the solo bolo there, so you get 1 win for BLG, 1 back for PSG, but now what happens in mid?
Tara's going to go down. Cullen comes out to try and stop it, try to delay it as Elk just deals with the wave, but Betty's standing there! Down goes Shun again! A handshake back as he trades his life, but Elk and On will be waiting as always. BLG take the fight once more.
I love it. 17 kills in 15 and a half minutes.
Laughing.
This is my
They're
kind of
having
game.
fun. This is having fun. This is playing League of Legends with your friends on the international stage and just absolutely smashing. Bin here, the only one having a rough time as Aja got a really nice, again, pathmaker there. Got the knockback as well. And then under tower, like, oh!
No. Well,
I was like, how is this going to end? Is it? He's
you
going to be able to
win
get
some,
up
you
there?
lose some.
Nope.
You know what? I think now he's even in this game. The early gameplay was sick, and that one as the Mastercard latest economy snapshot pops up. Gives a bit of gold back to Archer.
Yeah, and we have another murder book nicely picked up for Knight as well. He has 7 stacks of that now, so going to try and play with Bin to try and pick up a few more here as Junja. Just need to be careful because there's more members of BLG are coming as they shove in mid lane and starting to rotate up towards this top side.
It's that top laner life, you know. Aja has actually had a pretty good game here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, though, Shun wants more.
Woody's just caught out somewhere where he shouldn't be. Who wants Sashimi? Woody runs away. That's lucky for the time being, as the poke from Elk would have finished off in 1 shot at this point, but an inner turret going down and almost a 10k gold lead. I'm blinking again, and I shouldn't, because I open my eyes at 17 minutes. The game feels like it's done once more.
Nice,
caught
needs
out.
to get away.
The Nature's Grasp might catch him out. He flashes for max range, but he's not out. The shockwave in return is built different as PSG find the pick to open up the handshake. Good though, but Shun now isolated. The flip back sets up for the team fight as Aurelian's hold the back line as the new target has been. He's taken on the world. He'll burn down 2 PSG are getting numbers here in this fight. Cullen comes out. There's the handshake. Elk stops that in an instant with the Fate's Call himself. On is out, luckily.
Huge for PSG there. Aja is doing everything he can to get them back into this game. He puts so much pressure on Knight there and gets Knight's flash into the ultimate from Maokai and getting that kill, opening up something at least for PSG. Even though BLG are still going to keep steamrolling, you gotta give them their due. That was a nice moment for PSG.
Yep. And now the next step is going to be the Dragon coming through here in just a matter of seconds. A lot of members from BLG going up towards the top side. Looks like Rift Herald more in their favor. They're thinking, look, 4 dragons is never really going to be a thing. Let's instead try and hammer this Rift Herald home into the turrets. But we're going to get the replay here of Aja chasing down Knight.
Yeah, honors for Aja in this game.
Oh, hell yeah.
Goes all out on Knight. He's going to be able to pressure them. Good angle here from Junja. They get the flash, and look at that. Barely the Maokai ultimate still hits. After that, then they're able to clean up since Knight is already down. Maple coming in, Aurelian solo ult, does a lot of work. Woody had a nice Nami ult to delay that BLG bottom lane. The Nami ult making sure that the Callista doesn't come and wreck house.
It's also crazy to me at the end of it. Alkanon were like, we can still do this, right? We still got this.
I told you, I'd win.
And that's the thing, the rest of BLG is clearly like, no, stop, it's over. But they're like, we can do it. As BLG, though, back out onto the map, they will go for the Dragon in the end. and Knight just going to collect the waves on top side. But I think it's a case of like shove in this wave mid, shove in top, and then look for the Rift Herald as well. Because yes, PSG had a nice moment there, but if you actually fight toe-to-toe with BLG, they are still massively far ahead here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very relatable moment to a lot of players in League of Legends, you know, when if you're so far ahead and then you have a smart little bump there, then you tell everybody, all right, let's calm down, let's get all the objectives before we go super aggro again. They grab the Dragon, they grab the Rift Herald, heal for themselves, then they can get back to it.
Because again, as we see, the setup is huge. Both neutral objectives you guys are highlighting, but it's also the ward control in River that is controlling PSG's space, and we know that this team as well looking towards that Aurelion Sol scaling if they want to have any flying chance in this game, because it's still 19.5 minutes with a 3-item Kalista just about for Elk, with Knight also having the Deathbook Dagda highlighted, but now a fully stacked Saras and Break.
Oh!
On, that's a start. Culling comes out as well. Max range almost dies. That's a start for PSG again.
Yeah, even getting a Kalista ultimate cooldown there would have been super nice, but they couldn't quite squeeze it out, and so On is able to walk off. No real cooldown opening, but still going to be able to push out the mid wave here, as they do have a reset for On. Going to have to go back.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they're going to take that advantage and go, hey, look, Elk now can't contest mid wave. We're going to lean into top and try and look for a tower there, as Maple had already pushed in the wave, but instead, it looks like they're very worried about losing their own jungle camp, so just want to make sure they can actually collect some of these while BLG are off the map, but BLG then use that window to take mid and then move into the top side instead, so you still end up losing control of somewhere on the map here as PSG.
Yeah, for PSG, obviously it's really difficult, but if you're trying to drop a plan, you know, like a side lane play where, oh, they're going to hex gate actually.
They see it though, they see it. Hang on, it's a bait, it's a ruse, it's a hostile takeover. It's a bit of a schmooze. The pullback from Arja though is good as Maple's ulti is isolated. It's great. It sets up for the kill on Elk. BLG thought they had this in the bag, but again, in the same place, PSG are winning the fight, but the turnaround is there. Arja on top of Knight is soloing him out while Betty and Woody are now feeling themselves onto On next. BLG are throwing it all away. They're in the same place again. PSG are resilient. They will carry on, and they'll find another fight.
Hex Gates! They YOLO it on a Hex Gates play, and they're going to get Baron. Objective bounty shut down. PSG are doing it. The comeback.
That is huge. The fact BLG all in onto the two tankiest members of PSG with zero control on the map. PSG are like, great, that's everything. Let's go, boys. It's dinner time.
Exactly. The Renata ultimate is used on the double tanks, so then PSG can just funnel in. Maple cruises over the top, that big Aurelion Sol ultimate, and Aja, once again, this man has been a beast fighting every second there for PSG. He takes out Knight while the rest of the team chases down the other members. They got Shin's flash as well. Betty even flashing there. They're getting all so hyped up.
Just get him down. We need Baron.
Exactly. So hyped up. You gotta go Baron, now.
But this is a team with Aurelion Sol. We know from the rule book, as the PSG Baron comes up, the Red Bull Baron power play, that they've got the Aurelion Sol scaling. It outscales all. This dragon is about 500 kilometers long, and Maple is heading towards his third item. So from what before was like a bit of trolling from BLG, now to the same spot, PSG have caught up to only 2k gold disparity.
And the thing is, Elk is just going to become less and less impactful.
Right
You're
point.
starting to get the armor coming through from Junja, a little bit slow, but still going to be coming there. Aja is massive with 3 items now completed. And this is a lethality Kalista. She's not getting through a Cassante.
Aja's a hero. The Cassante, level 15. He's going to go down mid lane. The rest of the squad here finishes up the tower, and they got it.
Again, Knight gets caught on out. The ulti's perfect from Maple. He's burning for his life, and he gets hit by a tree to drop on down.
The flash as well, burnt by Knight, is huge. That means in the next fight, they can just turn and burn again, and now everyone on PSG starting to come en masse. You can see the Kalista's trying to come across, so at the moment, PSG gonna back it up. Dragon in 30 seconds though, PSG. Is it towers or is it Dragon? What are you looking for here?
Like it's gonna be the tower for the time being. They zone off as Elk comes through, pokes out Betty, but the zone control continues. Culling comes out, Fate's Call gonna be used. Elk sends him in, or rather On sends himself in. Hostile takeover is gonna land as Maple can't dodge away, but Betty does. Arja TP's in under turret and has no fear. This Cassante carrying the game further as the Ninetara drops on down, and the Spring Kings catch up in gold.
BLG trying to do a little bit of a counterattack there, and they do get the teleport cooldown from Aja, which is big. Nobody ends up going down, and it's going to be a little bit of a delayed reset here. Baron empowered recalls plus Hex Gates, though, is the quickest reset that you can have, and PSG are right back at it.
Well, Shun and Knight, they still have that combo open available. That's going to be the go button for BLG, whereas PSG Talon, they use so much on getting that top lane tower. It's only Aja who has his ult available, but BLG, they're scared of PSG right now.
They certainly are. They've made too many mistakes, and PSG are going to grab another objective for themselves.
Are Jat's cards actually going to be right? That one pull from Shox coming back to bite BLG right now.
Bro, Twisted Jat next skin in 2025. Maybe it's the MSI skin in the end as well. Either way, if those taros come true for PSG, what an accomplishment it would be. I mean, it's such a big punish for BLG, overexerting themselves. I just love that it was the same place, the same time in that jungle, as PSG try to get deep within BLG's own jungle.
And we've heard how much it means to these PSG players, you know, making it to main stage here after last year being a very disappointing year, and now pushing BLG to the brink. We won't get ahead of ourselves as Bin Split pushing on top and PSG.
Down. The Nature's Grasp flies through. Singularity is zoning out. Shun just giving stacks over. But remember, Maple also have the Sky's Descent. Upgraded ulti threatens on the almost level 16 Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, Bin up there pushing on the top side. They're going to have to go answer. They swing with the Maokai ultimate, but it's going to be just that.
You see the push in mid, though, is coming through. Bin going to be able to, I believe, get out of here, but he has to be careful. Aja's here. Maybe he's caught.
Maybe.
Got ult.
Dodges away good. Slice and dice the second time around. Aja still slows him down, but there's no all out here. The rest of BLG also moving up.
You still get the push out the top wave, though, which is really the win for PSG here. They don't need to go into the jungle. They know BLG are going to be there.
Call, flag and drag. They're trying to find Maple, but the flag and drag is early. Maple gets on out. He flies out. The face call also used handshake out. Aja with a beautiful angle. The skies will fall, and with that damage that comes over, BLG has slowed. They're burning down on in the middle of it as well. Ulti's out before he dies, but still dies. Tidal wave through the middle as the culling is flushed away from Bin. But PSG are still controlling the space so well.
And that was without Betty. Betty was in base. He just cleared out that mid wave and then started to rotate up. So Betty basically a non-factor, and still PSG are coming out on top. This Aurelion Sol and Cassante is too hot to handle for BLG.
PSG have been so good at team fighting as well. When you have these tools, the giant Maokai ultimate and giant Nami ultimate and Aurelion Soul, like they're all coming together here.
Yeah.
Such big AoE team fighting tools, and every time BLG moving up too aggressively and PSG with the big punishes.
And that's the thing. I think BLG realized, look, we're just getting outscaled here. We need to try and find a pick. We need to try and force something, but PSG aren't giving it to them. They don't overextend on the top wave. They have the people that can come through, and Aja rightfully spotting how quickly he can come in onto that fight and just burn BLG. Like, seriously, Aja's had just such a good game on this Cassante.
I mean, it's been fantastic considering how it started with Bin finding a lead, with Aja finding his kill on Elk as well. We got one apiece. The double dragon as well, another point to what you guys were mentioning. PSG aren't in a rush. They've got themselves objectives set up. They've got at least another 7 minutes on top of that, but they're fighting a fight now. The Singularity down again. The damage from Maple is really piling up.
Renekton isn't here. He's about to TP in. They're going to try and look for the play on this. They know
Mary
going.
Flushes in. He gets a flag and drag, but Betty flushes out, and it's countered. Maple gets down the BLG jungler as Nature's Grass catches the shockwave only onto Aja. They're trying to find the tank, but he survives too. Bin uses the dominance. It gets out as we get a pause after PSG had done so well in another fight.
You cannot pause now! PSG had just won the fight. They're about to turn for Baron, and I cannot believe this. PSG are playing out of their minds.
Oh my, okay, well, we'll wait to hear an update here as far as what this is, but that was just another instant deletion there as Jarvan jumps in, Star falls on his head, they blow him up and are looking for more already.
And it feels like a huge amount of this, again, is like BLG, they're trying to force a play, and PSG Talon are ready to respond. Aja immediately jumping into the front line. No one sees a tank that mid lane turret if he needs to, but just buying space for the back line. And so often, we look towards Knight on these on Orianna or a Sindra or something along these lines to be the big playmaker, to draw a game back from the brink. But he's had to solo ult Aja basically every fight because of the pressure that Aja is creating. So PSG Talon are having a field day dealing with Shun, dealing with any sort of backline threat without having to worry about these big DPS carries from BLG.
No update on the polls just yet, by the way. We're trying to find out what is going on after what was such a crucial fight, or maybe leads to a crucial moment. Again, for PSG, they get mad respect for how they reacted to that fight up in the top side. BLG being a bit over-eager. I mean, again, it's happened to some of the best LPL teams in the past as well. Their aggression bites them in the backside. I think the biggest thing is, though, you know, a lot of the time historically, not only PSG but PCS teams, we know they can be a lot slower, play these big scaling compositions that run around the Aurelion Soul. You know, for PSG, they got ample opportunity against FlyQuest when they knocked them out to play this Aurelion Soul, get early advantages. We didn't see the same thing happen here, but Maple still got to chill partly through the lane. Knight didn't get as big of an advantage as we expected. PSG with the comeback as well have now got this Aurelion Soul in a great spot, and this is what PSG are built for here in this second game.
Well, that's the thing. BLG were running away with the game, but it's the overextensions that have caught them out pretty continuously. And it was one of the big talking points coming into MSI was BLG and playing on sideways, making sure that they actually set up the map correctly to cleanly close out these games. That's why a lot of people are like, hey, if they go up against a team like CHENGDU, this is what could come back to bite them. And PSG Talon did just that. They caught them out when they were overextending in towards the jungle, not having their lanes in the positions that they should be. And Aja, having a hero performance on the Cassante, has just continuously kept the DPS threats out of the fights on BLG and given PSG this comeback potential.
I hope we haven't had a classic
That
spill.
looks like one.
Or there's just dust. Or Shun's just using the time well to clean the keyboard, which I might say, that's a fancy keyboard. The color scheme is on
Looking
point.
nice, yeah. Did you see the BLG jerseys as well in the pink?
Yeah.
They look sick.
They look really cool. I think they're away jerseys because, like, if you look at top esports domestic or IG domestic jerseys, they're both very white. And so you'd look at them on stage, you'd be like, wait, which team is which? It'd be confusing. Yeah, we are locked into some jerseys before. But for BLG, can they lock into game 2? Oh, man.
Yeah, going into that last fight, I'm just trying to go through it in my head right now because one of the big advantages that PSG had is that they had all summoners, I believe. I was checking with the flashes, but Elk did not have his on the side of BLG. And so I think that's like they were able to avoid that big Jarvan Orianna combination pretty well and get the counter kill really quickly. I guess we won't speculate too much on
Just a bit of an update. Aja did report a bug. It's being investigated now. So not sure as to what it was. We are back in the game, so everything must be fine.
I think that's the correct call. It's like, hey, look, lads, we've got a really big lead here. Let's not try and muck about with this.
Let me start you off by saying culling has already come out. Petty's damage is great. Handshake does nothing because Baron might just drop here. We come back to live. Shun's not there to smite still. BLG won't take a 4v5 with everything they tried to commit with the mid push. So Baron again, and for the first time in this series, PSG are ahead in goal.
And the only thing they really had to use was Betty's flash. Betty flash on the Jarvan Orianna engage, and they get the kill. They get the Baron.
Yep.
Back to pushing. Okay, here we go. We can investigate. Betty knew he had flashes out. The star comes down.
Oh, the Pathmaker didn't go off. So Aja's Pathmaker didn't actually end up going forward there or even in any sort of direction. So that must have been the one. But either way, I think correct call. Look, it's not worth worth giving up the advantage that you have right now, PSG. So
certainly not. Yeah,
they're going to set up now on the map. You got Dragon in 30 seconds. Push in mid for PSG. And BLG, Bin is not with them, and he has no teleport. So this is where PSG, they'd love to try and get mid tower, but they're happy to just get the push and lean into River.
Getting more and more, as you said, looks like BLG won't be walking towards it because Bin doesn't have that summoner available. As he deals with top wave, BLG just clearing out some of the offensive vision that PSG have been able to acquire with this scaling really taking off. We're looking at BLG running out of options continuously, every single fight going towards this red-sided team. And PSG getting closer to picking up their own game in this series. Teleport under turret. It's a great ulti, and Maple's angle even better than tidal wave. Combos so nicely. One thing you can rely on PSG for at MSI is their team fighting.
Oh, that was disgusting! PSG, they've done it! They've done it! They're gonna push on mid with the Baron buff here.
Can it end? I mean, if they find another kill, maybe they're still going forward regardless with the Baron buff and inhibitor down. What's next?
You still have Shockwave for that wave. That's what Knight needs to try and get in. He's going to try and get the ball, but
Maple's jumping in. He knows a scaling stun. Junja flies through. Twisted advance. Shockwave comes through, but it's only a one-man onto Archer. It means nothing. BLG had this game, this series point in the palm of their hand. The disrespect, the overcommit, and PSG are waiting to punish. One Nexus turret will drop, the next follows suit, and the Spring Kings of the PCS have arrived to the main stage.
What a performance from PSG! The solo laners stepping up massively to find the picks, to find the fight, and put BLG back in their place.
One apiece, PSG. Are not going quietly into the night. People said this might be the most dominant opening to the main stage, the most dominant BO5. Well, put that away because we got a series on our hands, and BLG cannot overexert themselves again. PSG will be there to punish as we throw to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much indeed. CHENGDU is silenced just a little bit as BLG drop this second game rather in the best of 5, and PSG has a wonderful performance and also got the first win on the board against the LPL or LCK this bracket stage. That in itself is a cause to celebrate, but also the way they played in this game.
I mean, and also just how rapidly it happened. Like during that game, we were pinging stats and asking, so what's the fastest international best of 5 in history? Like, what's the timing? Okay, fine, I was. But then I'd say it was really those back-to-back fights in the jungle where PSG just kind of caught them in the right choke points and they crushed them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a lot of what we were talking about, or what I was talking about with like, okay, BLG, best early game team, right? And then their mid game can be kind of sus. And I think we saw that in the series. Like, this is not anything that anyone who has watched BLG all year, even with them shoring up some of these issues come playoffs en route to their title, has not seen them do. Right? Because, like, they do get over-aggressive. They do lose track. They do suddenly have, like, blinders on. They're like, we're going to try to jump on you. And those were the perfect windows for PSG to get back in because they have this scaling Aurelion Soul. And that's, once those two fights happened, the game was actually very firmly in PSG's control.
It was. I want to take a look at the HyperX Reflex replay. It is PSG in those back-to-back fights, and both in the same position, really, right? Where the lesson was not learned from BLG, and at that point, PSG has scaled to a certain amount and knows that if they get the right engage off, they can push that advantage.
Yeah, so BLG was in a state where they thought they could just hit PSG with their wallets and win any fight imaginable, so I don't think they were actually actively planning how they were going to be going into the fights. But if we're talking about the team comps at even gold, PSG's is much stronger because comparing the front line alone with Cassante Maokai full tank against Renekton Jarvan bruiser builds, hugely one-sided for the tanks. And then Aurelion Sol with scaling is going to be better than Orianna when paired with the front line like that. So that's why I think once it was even gold, the game ended so quickly. And it's also weirdly, I mean, it's like the same way they beat FlyQuest, but it just had to do so much more work. Like, instead of being down like a level to Whippo's Urgot and 1,000 gold, they were down like a bunch of levels and 8,000 gold, but then it still actually turned on at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of stuff that happened, especially in the first fight, was Aja's Cassante ended up coming up huge because when they all jump on him, he's actually able to tank it. Yeah, he's able to withstand it a lot as we see this topside fight. But like, that was the big thing, because if you watch Betty in these fights and you watch Maple on the ASOL, they remain untouched.
Yeah, so this is actually not the specific turning points fights that we saw. This is, I believe, after they'd actually gotten to Baron. So this would be the third time they were able to have a better front to back. But I'd say those two fights in the jungle in particular was just them playing very calm, controlled team fights, and you actually do now at this point for BLG have to think about the way they approach their fights, because PSG is not just going to roll over and die.
No, especially with that note of Emily saying how this is actually something that we know and that we have seen. And sometimes those things do perpetuate themselves when you think that you should be the stronger team on the day than your enemy. But in terms of PSG, I can imagine they thought that was a very tall mountain to climb. Now this is different. Now they know if we have a certain amount of champions, if we have our solo laners also keeping our eye on the ball, even though, let's think about that top lane. It wasn't a good time for Raja at all, right? But what a recovery also.
Yeah, I mean, I think once again, in choosing to swap, obviously they still get the Lucian Nami through those initial 3 levels, but then they still got obliterated in that bot lane, right?
Yes.
Like they were continuously diving them over and over again. Classic BLG, and I think it's absolutely a credit to PSG. This is one of the things that they are known for. Again, we saw it in the FlyQuest series where they can, when the opponent makes a mistake, sit back, be able to slow the game down, really catch some of those mistakes and turn it in their favor. And with a composition like this, with the Aurelion Sol, which I've already pointed out, another does, because pretty broken, it ends up looking pretty good.
It does.
Quick callback.
Sure.
For the loyalists who watched the whole show. We called this a 90-10 at the start. So we had 9 BLG cards and 1 PSG card.
True.
And I had Shox pull the cards. First game she pulled BLG. We shuffled them up. You actually pulled PSG in game 2 and then back-to-back BLG. But you know what? Let's just try one more time, because I think Emily and I would agree, like, yeah, we still think that BLG is going to be able to win this game, but just pull.
I am very curious about this.
Just pull another card. Let's see if they can pull off an upset and get it to match point. If we still think it's 90-10, which I actually still think it, just pick one. What are we doing?
I wanted to look at her
Was
eyes.
it close? Was it?
Oh yeah, sorry. I have really bad.
I think you were close.
I have really obvious tells. You
Yeah.
could actually look at me and probably tell.
It keeps being close, so that's a good sign as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very happy that PSG is putting up a fight here. They've been underestimated this entire tournament. They've already knocked out FlyQuest, and they're going to try and do the impossible and beat BLG.
And I've always liked them, you know? They're kicking up those numbers for the versus LCK and LPL. They're doing it.
We're adopting them to the NAEU squad.
I mean, their game on social media is also really good and really funny.
is.
So, but great, they're still in it, and hopefully this spells the start of a lot more for PSG. I certainly want to see them go on a run. Wouldn't that be something? BLG remains on the blue side. We'll see where they go in game 3, sorry.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All the things that we wished they never came true. All the promises
PSG caught the ball. BLG decided to throw that one far, and PSG were there to catch it. But again, props to them, punishing in the same spot. And only a couple of minutes later, after BLG had such a big early game lead, myself, Asterix, Kobe, and Dagda will take you through game number 3. One apiece here in what is, I think, one of the most unexpected turn of events when BLG tournament favorites came into this with a 25-minute win in game 1.
All right, PSG. Pretty fun stuff with Aurelion Sol. I'd say that champion scales quite well.
A little bit silly.
Has some really good team fighting ability. A lot of damage there. We'll also be tracking the Cassante this time around, as each of them have traded possession of that champion. BLG, similar bans here, and PSG gonna stick with that Ahri one. I think that is wise as well. Keep that Knight Ahri on the bench.
The list has changed, though.
Yeah, so now the Renekton is open, which I don't think you first pick. I think you take the Lucian here, yeah. And you make sure that you're in an okay spot. Betty and Woody could potentially respond with something like you try and take away the Nami, like we've seen. Try and put it up with a Draven or something along those lines. We know from RNG back in the day that he used to play a little bit of it, but that's still a rough time.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. Let's see. Vi is up.
And
All
Talia's
right.
there as well. Vi, Talia, a pairing as old as time.
That's a perfect combo.
This is why we don't talk about it, isn't it?
I think you take the Zarya. I think you still take the Vi though, because it gives you the opportunity to try and play off of mid-wave and disrupt the Lucian a little bit. Because more than likely, you'll get Shun going back towards something like the Maokai in response.
Yep.
You can still play relatively well around that mid lane, but it does mean that you've got an answer into Lucian for these team fights, and option to go towards the Lulu if you really want to. But more than likely, we'll see something taken for Maple in this third position on red side. Take the Talia, take something that can work well with this, and then you've got a great team fighting composition already laid out by PSG.
Yeah, definitely like to see this. Denying the Vi, make sure they can't lock down that Zeri. The classic matchup, the Lucian and the Zeri. Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu, the classic. What about the final lock-in here for the first round for BLG?
What do you think, Talia?
I think it'd be Maokai.
Maokai's a good one.
I feel like Talia's a really good denial.
They've really liked Jarvan in this series so far.
Like, if you give over Vi Talia, then your mid lane is just under so much pressure. And in the last game, Knight on the Orianna was picked off a whole bunch there.
I think the biggest problem now, though, is you get to ban the Maokai, you can ban Sejuani, and then, yeah, Jarvan, but you've already got Zeri, who's going to be very mobile and easy to get away from that. You're not really going to have too many threats that you can keep locked down, especially if you want to go back towards the Aurelion Sol too. So this is where I think it does get difficult for BLG. Maybe you get something like a Viego or something along the lines of a Lee Sin, but honestly, I think that is still a win for PSG in that scenario. On Xin Zhao, maybe for Shun. That's the only other thing I can think of.
Okay, well maybe they start banning it away. I mean, you've already got Junja on something again that can be proactive. The level 6 mark is something we'll talk about extensively, I know. I like that you mentioned the Xin Zhao. Maokai is also something that's through our minds. The Jarvan we've seen a lot here that can also sync up with the Talia. What else am I missing here? What hits the spot here that PSG want to prep for on 4?
But this is what I was saying, right? Ban the Sejuani, ban the Maokai. These are both answers into Vice that does well, and also the lockdown that you kind of want for the Zeri in these sort of situations. So getting her off the board is going to be fantastic. The only other thing I could potentially see is getting rid of a Renekton here in this last rotation for PSG, because you are worried about maybe a flash stun onto Lulu in the middle of these team fights. But honestly, with the wild growth and the potential for a Whimsy coming through, I don't think you're a Polymorph, I should say. I don't think you're particularly worried about that.
But surely the last bit we need to mention is, aren't you worried about Cassante coming through here blind as well for PSG? What we saw before when you already have Zeri Lulu? What?
I think BLG will have learned from their mistakes. Like, let's be real, BLG were the ones in the lead and through, so if they can clean that up, I wouldn't be surprised to still see them lean into some sort of early game aggression. There's also the option here, if you really want to go for the, well, the Maokai's going to be left open, but maybe we actually do see Bin go for something like the Jax that is often banned against him, where he's like, look, I've had to keep these gloves on for way too long. Let me at Aja, let me take the gloves off and just go at him.
Meanwhile, Maple's champion pool here is getting whittled down pretty heavily. BLG with another possible protection one here. I mean, do you even take out like the Karma and stuff that he was playing? Like,
Asol gone.
The Asol was massive in the last game. Just make sure that there isn't going to be that scaling net if you do throw.
I think you just go back towards the Orianna. Not great in the side lane, which is the only downside when you do imagine it's going to be locked.
Ah,
but I think
here
the
we
combo
go.
is there, but Nico works very well in that regard as well. Follow up for the Vi, great opportunity to try and keep BLG at range as well, because the second Lucian starts to come in with a culling, that's when you can try and come in here as Maple and make sure that he's vulnerable.
Yeah, this was a huge, huge champion for Maple, for PSG this year. So much playmaking potential. A lot of CC setting up here. Honestly, they're setting themselves up for a pretty good lane swap opportunity too. If you have the Zeri Lulu, let's see on the side of BLG and the answer here, because they are going to have to blind for Bin.
Wukong will be interesting. Something we talked about coming in for Junja, but
Wukong Cassante combo maybe?
Yeah. Grasping at straws. Let's find out.
They keep on shouting out the Vayne, but I really do.
The crowd is getting baited. They're like, oh yeah, Vayne, let's go.
Yeah, there it is.
You've had it enough, and yeah, Bin this time on the Cassante seems like the mainstay, and a nice round out for BLG's comp.
Yeah, I think here you could end up just going back towards the Udyr if you want to as Aja and just look to be a frontline tank, which wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. And the other option is to try and go for a little bit more sideline pressure with something along the lines of a Twisted Faith if you really wanted to. But personally, I think just Aja being a tank for this squad is more than likely we'll see the direction PSG go with this.
Let's see what it is in the end. Again, crowd simmer down. Guys getting baited in, there's no way. I mean, as Dagda said, Aja on tank duty on something that can role play, I think, is what helped them win last game. That's how they got game 2 and made such a comeback when BLG threw it away.
Yeah, become a big fan of this Urgot after the early stages of play-ins, with it having a lot of success in the hands of Bwipo in their first round matchup. Not so much the second time.
I think we do have to see if Aja's learned from game number 1 though. Bin 800 gold lead coming out of the laning phase before we had the big pop-off skirmish, which kind of broke the game open. So Aja definitely needs to have a more comfortable matchup against Bin if you hope to lean into a mid-game where PSG talent can go toe-to-toe against BLG.
Well, scaling for them was what won it in game number 2. They've got a Zeri Lulu. The question everyone wants to ask is, can they get there again? Now, let's be real. Everyone at home is saying, man, BLG had that. They threw it away. Yes, they definitely gave the window of opportunity to PSG, but PSG still had to be there to take it. And a lot of people, when PSG went up against FlyQuest, thought it was a done deal as well. They thought FlyQuest were going to walk over them. They thought BLG were going to walk over them. But now we're in a game 3 where PSG came in under the rug, slipped in, pulled the rug out. BLG like, what the hell just happened? And now you have to question,
well, I guess they slipped on the rug.
And now they've got cold feet, and you got to wonder if coming into this game whether they're going to be able to recover.
How can you? You need a rug. Where's the rug gone? PSG took it backstage. Maybe they burnt it, and now BLG are barefoot. Now what do you do?
And they have to see if they're coming off their back foot. Because they want to see if they're going to be able to come into this game with a strong step forward, especially in the early game. And Elk got his better Betty. All right, Kobe.
Okay.
How you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling comfortable because we're going back to one of the matchups that we have a lot of tape on. The Lucian Nami versus the Zeri Lulu. But Nidus coming down to poke around in these early level 1 trades as well.
Maple's there to match. Just a quick tidbit. Game 2, did you notice that everyone was quiet? The audience weren't really gyroing. And then game 3, the whole BLG fans rile up again. They're like, well, we need to refuel our team. After that last game, they need to recover. They need to bounce back. PSG feel like they have a mental edge, as nothing's going to happen in the end. It looks like pretty standard lanes, actually, which is good for Elkanon when you consider how their Lucian Nami's gone in the past and how we know Lucian Nami should go.
This has definitely been the comfort for Elkanon, and they are very, very good at getting leads on this champion.
Yep.
So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do so. Again, I think you've got great opportunities as BLG to lend yourself off of Elk in mid-game into side lane pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if they did again, but nice job here by Aja, just getting that invade on top side and pushing Shun back.
Yeah, Urgot on the level 1 with the power from the passive, the shotgun knees, uses his time, gets the deep ward, plus delays jungle a bit. Very, very good top lane strategy there. Very repeatable for even everybody at home in solo Q2. If you do have a good level 1, go in. Always worth it to get that super deep ward so you can track the enemy jungler pathing away from your side of the map down towards bot.
Yeah, it does upset me that Aja's knees get stronger with time, whereas mine get weaker with time.
Right. And that comes down to the carpet again, Dagger. I'm just going to tell you that, man. Everything's related to the feet as the all-in comes through from Elkanon. Actually, a summoner burn here from Betty. Well, again, that heal was burnt from On. Good tidal wave, or rather ebb and flow, as On just takes the Glitterlands as a trade. Doesn't hit Elk on the back end. Betty and Woody now at half HP, but the same can be said from Elkanon.
I was curious to see what the pathing here was going to be from Shun, because he got pushed out. Ooh, hang on.
All in. Does it backfire? That's the question. Double tap, though. Elk finds a better trade. Betty's low, Elk is low.
And you always want to do this a lot because you have a sustained advantage for the Nami here with the heals coming out.
True.
They already worked their way through the barrier shield on Betty, so they've got the summoner spell advantage. They have the sustained advantage, but not jungle advantage.
Might not be right.
Jungle!
The flash Betty goes forward. Elk thinks about it, but here we go. The flash Q onto Elk. He flashes, matches. Now On's in trouble, though. The ebb and flow brings him back, and the flash is burn in the end. The shock of the E from Junja.
Wukong.
Can he do anything, though? I think the play's already done.
And now you get the push in from PSG on the bottom side. They will get to reset faster and be able to come into the bottom side. So Junja doing some good work in the early game to get both summoners out of BLG's bot lane.
Oh my God. Elk lucky to be alive.
That is so critical because now you don't have to worry about extending that bottom lane stay and the sustain. You get the recall off too. Not only does Junjia trade flashes with Elk and force out the extra summoner, but he also allows Betty and Woody to get the crash, get their reset.
Also, just buying time where Shun won't be on this bottom side anymore. He's going to need to clear out this bottom side. He'll maybe try and go back onto the top side to get himself a Scuttle Crab, but he's going to reset, and there's no reason then for him to be on this bottom half of the map. So you actually buy space for Betty and Woody now to continue just fighting solo in that bot side without any jungle intervention from BLG.
I think so far in this series, what we've been talking about mainly is just how good Junja is at reacting to the game state of BLG. Even in that game 1 that was a loss, Junja was fantastic.
And I think Junja has been so impressive ever since he's come into the PCS.
Yep.
The fact that he's found his confidence that he just didn't have when he was on EDG to step up and be 3 times finals MVP in the PCS, step up for PSG talent alongside legendary mid laners like Maple and take over. It feels like Junja has finally found his stride consistently, and we get to see him at his best now on the international stage.
Truly has been critical for PSG, and neither jungler going for the recalls either. Still 4.5 minutes into the game, and we're going to have the Krug start up there for Junjia. Meanwhile, slight visit for Shun will be seen on that ward, so it doesn't affect Aja's lane at all as the fireworks continue bottom.
They really do. Elk with some good sidestepping, and again, the trades are starting to build up. Remember, sustain that Kobe talked about, but Woody's shielding is still something to think about too. Betty hits level 4. Elk and On back off a little bit here as the wave crashes in, and health bars go back up.
It is going to be a biscuit diff for Elk and On, though. Elk having his still available means he'll be able to top himself up and move in towards another scrap. As you can see already, the refillable potion is completely gone on both sides of the equation. So this is now going to be a scrap that BLG are just waiting to take into their hands.
Nice to see Betty and Woody stepping up. You can also see Maple thinking about walking down now that he's level 6.
Yeah, he's halfway there already, so Elk and On better be careful.
Engages there, the heal is there, also the barrier. He gets polymorph for a bit as Elk has run low on mana.
On has his heal in just a couple of moments, so we'll be able to pick that one up.
Maple's got flash, he's level 6.
The all-in's going to be there over the wall. It's a game-making play. He flashes
He
out
misses.
of range. Maple was so close, and Elk just has to emote on him.
Yikes. Oh my goodness. I mean, the comms as well, you know, Knight is very clearly telling them, hey, could be the roam there. The positioning from Elk on the bottom side, and they just walk it off. Oh man, Maple. It's okay.
But that is massive now for, hey, Dragon is up, Void Grubs are up, a potential roam onto this bottom side is up. There's so much that you can do now with BLG, knowing that both the Flash and the Ultimate have been burnt by me.
I love that you mentioned that. The Flash is down as well. The playmaking tool that everyone knows about Nico. For Maple, a big commitment, but a big failure in the bottom side as well. Maybe could have changed the game, maybe could have continued changing the series. PSG is still taking the Dragon though, Dagged Up, as the push still came in and Betty and Woody had priority in this bottom lane.
Yeah, should be the trade for the Void Grubs getting started up there by Shun, the Wukong. And the extra experience off Void Grubs is going to be quite nice for getting the Wukong to level 6. Shun then look for his flash play. Flash plus level 6 is really your first like fun moment for Wukong here for jungle. you really get to have some influence. And unfortunately for Maple, he might be a target with having used his flash offensively on the bottom side. You know, it's either mid lane or bottom lane where Shun probably going to go use his flash ulti.
Yeah, that's two observers. I love the new HUD. The experience tracker is so important. We always talk about level 6 and who picks them up first, what champion, why is it important. Junja just hit 6. We saw that on the side of our screen. Elkanon still without the 6 tools themselves as the wave's crashing in.
And look at where Shun is. He's gone in to steal away the Red Bull from the top side. So again, PSG, they're beating BLG to the punch here.
Such a different look, but the wave ain't there. It's going to push out, and as it gets thinned out, now they're going to see if Elkanon move up.
Yeah, Elkanon do have some summoner spells here too to outplay, and so wave about to crash.
But low mana bars, what's going to do it? Looking for the level 6. Heal comes through, Junja matches, and the flash comes through, the cease and desist. First blood for PSG. Junja on the back end looking for the next trade as plate's taken. Junja about to die, he flashes on in, runs on in, On's out in the meantime, and Junja overstepped. Knight for the trade-off as Maple now rolls on in, but he's got no flash. Knight saves the day from the play, going any further.
PSG needed to make that play work. Everything on the top side was being stolen by Shun apart from Krug, so if Junja didn't make that play happen, he would have been so far behind. But getting the kill, denying the wave, getting Knight's ultimate as well is huge for PSG.
And again, all of the summoner spells off this Lucian Nami lane. The bot lane focus in both games early for PSG. Yeah. Right there with the flash, ultimate follows through, so Junjia is able to get that one. And then the repeat gets a little bit dicey, but they have Betty tank the shot.
But then he moves from aggro.
Yeah, Betty could only tank one shot.
Yeah.
And so he had to get out of there after that one. They couldn't finish off the repeat there onto On. Then they rotate him on over to the mid lane here.
Elka mid now for the time being, though. There's a lightning crash down there, flash on top, and El gets taken out by Betty! We go back to that head-to-head record, and Betty starts styling again!
Betty with the flashes! That's the electric Pikachu! Oh my goodness, he goes for the Summoner Spell advantage play, level 6, blows him up.
This is supposed to be the best bot lane in the LPL, and Junja is helping Betty and Woody's style on them right now. And with that, you just don't get control of the mid wave in the same manner you need to. You get to start to look for team fights. You get to look for dragons, for void grubs in a minute and a half. This is a massive win for PSG.
PSG in their heads after the last game. It's a 1k gold lead in the early game. The dragon stacking begins with a Zeri Lulu. Betty now with resources. I mean, it feels like FlyQuest all over again, where the scaling element of PSG gets more in the early game than you'd expect them to get.
Betty's got his static shift done here as well. Better watch out. Scuttle Crab picked up as well there for PSG. The confidence, though.
Yeah.
Summoner spell advantage immediately punished. And now the bottom lane becomes so difficult. You got fully completed static shiv advantage here.
Yep.
But you also just don't really win in a 3v3 skirmish because you can see what Betty can do. Elk thinks he's got the advantage, but takes 2 tower shots. Then the ult from Betty comes through and he's like, it's game time. Flashes over the wave from On, which was perfectly timed. I'm not going to lie, On's bubbles haven't been hitting the way they should be, which is giving this space now to PSG's bot lane.
Yeah, hard to nail down with all the extra move speed there. And Betty makes him pay for it. He's got his barrier now as well for a possible barrier bait play. And Junjia's back bottom. Junjia with his ultimate ready. Here we go.
All in, Pop Blossom comes down, but Shun's waiting in the wing. Cyclone comes out, that forces the flash from Maple. Ult and flash down again from Maple that BLG capitalize on.
Ult down from Shun as the 43-second mark ticks on towards Dragon, though.
True.
Means you can reset and come back out. Maple not having his ult is actually pretty impactful, though. So Junja going to see if he can look for the pick beforehand. TP to mid. Shun moving down to try and cover the play.
One gets tagged on the way through as well. PSG have the wave pushing in, and feels like Dragon could be a done deal. It's a good timer there. Dagger has been trying to get something in his solo lane.
And as long as you're able to keep this pressure as PSG talent on the bot side, deny the reset from Elk, he can't match the first item buy that Betty already has picked up. So that's where you're seeing a ton of pressure on this bottom side to try and get an awkward back timer, even interrupt the back timer with the static shiv there.
Got him with the bounce. Elk gonna stick around now. Dragon coming up pretty shortly as well, so more and more advantages as they force him to watch. Turret play in your face should be Dragon number 2 for PSG.
Junja is the biggest bouncer in this game. This man has just set himself up in this bot side river and gone, no, I will not take top camp.
Yeah.
I will not go and take my next turn. I will sit in this bottom side and make sure Betty and Woody get to play however they want. Elk has just got the reset now in that bot lane. He did get the static shiv, but the dragon has already been taken.
And like, there's a lot of questions online and both by the desk and even the casters about like, what was the best lane setup coming into this series? In standard lanes, no doubt, BLG have been thwarted through bot. The fact that Junja's adaptation was so big, you can see the trade-off is going to be this top side for Grubs. But it's just crazy again that PSG are setting themselves up for dragon stacking, which is going to lead to a Cloud Soul, which is so OP for Azeri.
Yeah, I mean, both games, they clearly came into this series with the plan.
Yep.
We must focus bot camp, try and keep down Elk and On, and this game is going so much better even than the last one.
Especially when you think about having the Wukong, he just hasn't had that impact early game, and Junja's done a good job of taking that advantage and running with it. Now, he's going to turn on to Shun with Aja.
For the counterplay as well, predicts where the Wukong clone goes. Shun now thwarted away again. There's a bit of turret plate damage though from Elkanon, thanks to them having 6 Grubs as they push in for the next.
And this is why I wasn't a big fan of the Wukong when it got locked in draft.
Culling.
It feels like you just can't play around the lanes, but now on Dirty the business end of a punch.
Forward as well, cease and desist is up and it locks down this 80 carry flush away from the Aqua Prison and fear beyond the death and the death of BLG in this game 3.
Junji does it again. This champion is so good. The guaranteed engage right over the wall. The flash used. They get Elk again. 0-3 for Elk.
And BLG have to be sweating. The fact that now you've got 2 kills and assist over to Petty. The objectives are going to be PSG's favor. Yes, the gold is slightly close, but this team fighting composition that PSG have is going to be massive. And you don't have a massive lead on Bin. You don't have a massive lead on mid lane. This is a big, big position for PSG to come into game 3 at.
It might be caught out as well too. You can see the flip is buffered out and Woody's down here with the slowing Glitterlands too. It's going to be Bin ghosting, but Arja still on the chase. Maybe he gets out and PSG leave him in peace, but still a Summoner burnt while Herald is the trade for BLG top.
Yep, they're going to get that objective. Should be able to just push out mid there for PSG. Aji going to focus on finding Bin, but doesn't quite get there in time.
Backed away in the nick of time. What is happening, by the way?
PSG are playing with so much confidence here.
Yeah.
Off of their victory, coming into this one with a very comfortable draft for themselves, having Betty back on this Zeri, this scaling champion here with the Lulu to back him up, focusing bottom side so nicely. Junjia providing them all the cover that they need on the famous Vi.
He just loves this bottom side. Dagda's point continues all about the bot side jungle, whether it's enemy or not. On the note of Betty as well, dude, this guy is so great on scaling, even on anyone's legend. When he was in the LPL, he was great at teamfighting. Jinx was his primary pick, and you could always rely on him for teamfighting, like last game, and especially this game, as he stacks up to 3 items.
BLG are trying to split the map right now. You can already look, push in mid. They had a ton of control on bot side for PSG. They want the tier 1, but BLG want to respond on top side. Maple needs to be very careful underneath this tower that he doesn't fall, but he's not giving an inch. He's just going to reset, make sure that there's nothing that BLG can get on the counter punch as PSG get the bot lane turret.
All right. All of this hype off of the upsets, and yet BLG still should be able to finish up this outer tower here.
Okay.
To catch right back up. They also do have the 6 Void Grubs for split pushing to acquire a lot of the standing tower gold. They've got the Herald.
See the lane economy snapshot there. Big wins for Betty on that bottom half of the map, and again it feels like you can't really contest midwave in the same way you would traditionally see BLG do with this Lucian Nami comp because of how far ahead Betty is. And as you start to lean towards Dragon in 45 seconds, that's where you can start to shove in mid, start to lean down onto this bottom side. Although as I say that, because you get to skip the boots here, Kirche Shard for Elk, he's kind of firing on all cylinders as well.
But let's see, is that movement speed going to be punished? Betty just runs on in and ults. He's up, cease and desist on Elk again. Caught on out as he flashes over. Betty's feeling the series. Pop Blossom comes up as well, and Shun's ulti's negated. PSG are taking everything from the LPL favorites. In a split second, MSI 2024 is turned on its head.
Where were you when the PCS rose up? They just run down BLG. As soon as you're on their screen, immediately they go after Elk again. That's 0-4. They're not even done.
They're still looking nice. just trying to get as much damage as he can down, but the Dragon is spawned. PSG have the position. And this was supposed to be a 3-0. This was supposed to be BLG sweeping the PCS, but that's not what's happening.
Getting Betty back on this team, pairing up with Maple on the international stage here, and allowing Jinjia to get the Vi. Jinjia Vi was such an amazing tool for them in the regular season. And Betty's got the confidence because he already has the lead on Zeri, and he's got Vi right behind him, so he knows he can just jump over the wall. And even they pushed back Shun there. He goes for it, gets the kill onto the Nami, the entire team here.
And again, it's BLG. It's BLG playing to where they're not supposed to be. It's BLG trying to force plays into this bottom side, but you just do not belong in that area. But there's a Riptail.
Good skip
BLG,
though. Gets the
look at
charge.
Aja.
You mentioned Aja on the side here, no flash available, but fear beyond death. PSG are running on low mana bars here. Cullen comes out and tags them. BLG, we come back to reality, and suddenly this double mid push turns the play back on its head, and it's still dead even gold here. Remember, PSG got the sole point from that pick in jungle, but now mid is wide open.
All right, Dragon soul points just under 4 minutes away here for PSG.
Okay, so that's what they play for. That's got to be the goal.
Should be okay with just having to retake vision control of your side of the jungle. There's just that one control ward to clean out. Jinjia can just clear his Krugs away, no problem.
I want to see PSG get some of these standing towers though, because that's kind of the big thing at the moment. Yes, you have Betty very far ahead, but you need to try and play off and get that push in mid. Aja's pushed out bot, but not grouping on mid wave means that you're still going to have these places of defense here for BLG. You want to give up next Dragon? Yeah, cool. You can get a tier 1. BLG are going to be fine with that.
Yep.
The PLG can also just play off of this mid lane turret to constantly defend the mid push, even shove out further than you really expect because 2 towers are gone for PSG Talon and can get in a good position for the Dragon contest. PSG need to use these next 2 minutes really well to crack open these standing structures for BLG.
Looking at items now, 2 here for the Zeri. Betty is cracking up to the 3rd. I think the biggest thing is we've almost got 2 items for Maple as well. Need to pause, Elk jumps forward.
Nobody gonna find anything just yet, but I am definitely looking at Knight like you're talking about, the double needlessly large rod, the death cap pretty close here for BLG. Knight on the Talia could be a big difference maker.
Waiting. Patient are the PCS. Elk steps up, good poke onto Betty. Knight doing the same, culling, brings it off at Maple. Flash, finds Elk, Tangle Buzz, it's flashed out of in response. Shun gets an engage and Maple's down, Aja TP's in as well. PSG have to disengage, BLG have found a pick, and no one dies on their side.
Maple tries to make the play, but just falls that little bit short as Elk is able to cleanse and flash away. They get the pick back, but now BLG, they want more!
They're not expecting it. Betty shove away. Betty is lucky to be alive too. Woody gets poked on out. And just we're hyping up the PCS, there's starting to be this pick potential that we're going to worry for BLG. Yeah, Hacker prison onto John Jar. Side big shove there. You cannot sleep for a moment as CHENGDU has woken up.
BLG do such a good job. Off of the pick towards mid lane, they invade jungle. They keep looking for the picks in transition and squeeze out even more off of their play. Finding the bubble into the shove back, plus they're going to get outer tower.
And now the perfect time for the reset as well, because as you shove in these waves, you pick up a second eye, the rapid fire cannon for Elk, the death cap for Knight, and you get to shove out the waves from your own turret. PSG have to fight from their own side of the map, but they might try and find the pick onto Bin beforehand.
Let's see if they find him though. He just shuffles his way out, but I want to mention to you guys that we've got Maple with no flash in that last play as well. We'll look at the replay here because that's something we have to look towards in the next Dragon.
And it's Elk playing very far forward. Maple tries to look for the play, but the follow-up just isn't quite there. The cleanse flash immediate from Elk, and Shun comes in with the ultimate in response, realizes Maple is overextended.
Yeah, the counter from On's Nami ult plus the Shun Wukong ult there, immediately taking him down in the counter. That ward you see also far up in mid lane, doing some work there for BLG.
And here's the tempo swing we were talking about with the push out in mid. Now PSG are the ones on the back foot. Bin's going to get to push out this bot wave. We'll have great flank opportunities onto PSG, who are just coming into the spot side completely dark. They're going to try and respond by playing off this mid wave.
All right, eyes on Betty. Betty with double summoner spells here.
Yep.
Plus the Lulu to back him up.
Shun is frontlining for the time being. Seismic shove all way. Arja gets caught on up with the pebbles in the way. Junja flashes, but the clone! Maple can't get in. He's ulted. Nothing. No flash on the Nico Hertz as a seismic shove. It's gorgeous. PSG, it's only one mistake. But BLG there waiting. As Betty gets in the back line, the wild growth might bring the fight back. But Shun, double cyclone. It's enough. The golden left hand is still ready and willing. Woody is the remnant of this hope from the PCS. But again, we close our eyes, we open them once more, and BLG are back on.
And that's going to be Baron. They ace them, they wipe them off the map. Oh, CHENGDU is going to want that one back. Sent everything there, but Shun's so quick with the Wukong clone. They are deceived.
And it's PSG that are deceased. BLG find the fight that they needed, and a huge amount of it is BLG. We thought they were flipping it, but it's actually setting up for Nice with the flips. Shun doesn't get caught. Maple overextends, and watch the flick here as Aja and Maple caught. Finn goes forward, and then again, Nice goes forward into the pit, and Betty sees his chance. This is the separation, this is the fight. He immediately goes forward, but again, it's a flick with the setup coming through from BLG to take down the threat on PSG Talon.
All right, back at the Dragon, trying to rush down the Dragon Soul.
Okay, if they get Cloud Soul, we're back in the swing of PCS as Shun jumps on in, looking for the steal at 2K, 1K. It goes down, Knight took it. Running on in, PSG now. Do they fight? Do they look for BLG's window as Betty runs forward again? This Zeri is everything here as Cullen comes through. Junja is the new target. He's running away. The Vine needs to be healed up. But Redemption does it. But Shun's in. Cyclone again. Backline. They're all together. Maple's too late. The mid laner from PSG saw it, but it's too damn late.
They're teleporting mid lane as well. They're going to go straight for the inhibitor tower, chasing down Ajas.
I called them resilient. I called the PCS a surprise, but BLG, you can never doubt them. The aggression continues. Ben runs forward, ends his life. The ace, the open base, and BLG smack PCS in the face.
BLG, they find their moments. Once they get that one fight, that one opportunity, they completely blow open the game. And PSG Talon are left dizzy as the base is taken.
What resilience in the early game, but it's thrown back at them. The Nexus is still there. It's still BLG's. They're back, and now on match point.
Oh, it's one team fight where you have CHENGDU use his flash and the ultimate on the Wukong clone, and then Maple only gets the solo Nico ultimate on a Cassante. And they just take the entire game away from you. You make that mistake in a team fight, and BLG will take it home.
BLG were still pushed. BLG were still threatened. One fight went astray, but that could have been a second game for PSG Talon. And you can see BLG do not look confident after that.
Coaches don't look happy at all. I mean, Dagda, you hit the nail on the head. They were pushed. And I'm hoping they get pushed again because I'm starting to love this series through and through. We'll throw to our analyst desk to break down that awesome Game 3.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, my heart breaks for them. They were so close again, but BLG just shut the door.
This too is BLG.
That was 1 kill to 7. The 7 being PSG.
Yeah.
And 3 of them being on Zeri with a Lulu.
Yeah.
And ended 1 to 7. Ended 14 to 8. That was the changing of the scales.
Yeah. It was all here, really.
I mean, yeah, it happened before this. They had a whole bunch of comeback team fights. This is kind of the final fight. I think the big thing was that, obviously, we've talked about, or they talked about in draft, how Cassante Prio could be really important. We see Bin here. We see they have multiple ways, especially with Shun's Wukong, which, by the way, is, I believe, is his second most played champion career. And he has about a 2/3% win rate on it. They were absolutely able to get on the Zeri. The problem with going up against a Fed Zeri is if you don't have an answer for her, like the Vi on the opposing team from PSG, she ends up being quite a problem. So it was good on BLG to recognize when they could just jump on Betty, take him out, and then the rest of PSG PSG were not able to come back. But here's how it started. It started really well.
This is why this game and this series became so interesting. I think it's a little less interesting now that BLG came back. But it was just the fact that the standard lanes, for one, PSG by no means got rolled over in the standard lanes. In fact, the fact that they were able to get push with the Zeri Lulu and then also got multiple moves towards bottom lane, both from Maple and also from Junjia, was showing how potent they can actually be individually. And like right here is when it was really quiet in this stadium because it was 7-1. It was a 3-kill Zeri. It was a 2,000 gold lead. You're thinking they're going to be going on a match point, but it was at that moment that BLG actually like woke up in a real way.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing was, again, we touch on the Zeri. I think Junja did a really good job getting to that bot lane early, too. So in that 2v2, and this is also why a lot of people I know were saying, should PSG actually swap? Because we've talked about lane swapping in both directions, right? Lane swapping can be a really good answer if you feel like you cannot stand up to your opponents in a standard 2v2, especially your bot lane, right? To get a hyper carry through laning phase, or to even get something like a Lucian Nami out of a Kalista lane long enough to get level 3 and then swap back. But here, we saw them going standard lanes. We saw them having a really clear game plan around how they did want to play around that. And I thought it was really good because the first 2 games proved, in my opinion, even with the BLG loss, that BLG is a more well-coordinated team in a swap, and they understand swaps better than PSG.
And should they have here?
Should BLG have swapped? Yeah, possibly. I mean,
where's your flow chart? We had it. Where is it?
Spoilers. My flow chart says you should always.
Oh, well, okay. Someone's biased for swaps. Anyways, I gotta say, one, respect. Unbelievable amount of respect to PSG, and I think this is something that we keep doing with this team, and I think it's because for the longest time internationally now, it hasn't really clicked the way we wanted to, right?
Yeah.
But today it is.
Yeah, and I'd say this fight right here was the turning point back for BLG, and for me it was their awareness of where the engages could come from PSG, and their ability to make snap reactions to it.
Yeah, they stymie Junja coming in, and that does allow on the backside. Obviously, Betty, he looks like he's still going to be a problem, right? This is still a pretty Zeri who's in a really good position, but they're able to turn on him. And obviously, you see just how much of a threat Betty still was in a lot of these fights, with him still doing the most damage in this game. However, honestly, credit to BLG. We've talked about how strong of an early game team they are. We've talked about how they not we are, sorry. We've talked about how they really love to break up fights into smaller skirmishes a lot of the times. We've talked about how Elk positions very aggressively, which I think you also saw in this. But we haven't talked a lot about their actual 5v5 team fighting, which, as we can see from this, is also quite good.
And they're an LPL team, so it probably is. The Cassante was really, really good and really instrumental, as he always is. I gotta say, I don't know if it was just me, but I was looking at Maple, even in the beginning when they had that dive that they were going to do, where the Pop Blossom just completely missed. At the end, missing the timing in a situation where that would have been a fight that would have put them back in a good position, that left me wanting a little bit.
It's true. I don't think he had a very good game, even from the very beginning when he failed the dive on the bot lane using his ultimate early. During that draft, Kobe pointed it out as well, they were a pretty heavy target banning him as well. They picked the Tlio away, they banned the Azir, they banned the Aurelion Sol, so he was kind of picking between that and Orianna. They wanted to try and combo with the dive, and I think the plan was good, but that's where this game really, to me, came down to execution. Like, I think, swap or not, both team comps have strengths and weaknesses. Standard lanes, PSG outplayed them a little bit, but just straight up in the team fights was just far better reaction timing to the engages. And BLG actually, because of the way the team comp smashed up, had to play reactively, which was very impressive that they were able to do that with the pressure that I think they would have been under mid-game. Because can you imagine, and I was imagining it when it was 7 kills to 1, can you imagine PSG being up 200 in the series?
I was looking it up, like the highlights from the LMS
I was figuring.
days.
Didn't happen.
I thought it was going to happen.
Can I draw one more card? Because technically it was a close game.
Yeah,
sure.
And I was close to the...
So this has been right, actually, for every single game.
I'm actually not going to look because I don't want my face to spoil it.
Grab a card.
Oh, I mean, I won 5 games. I'm not against BLG or anything.
Honestly, I kind of feel like we should add a few more PSG cards in here because they've been playing very well. I don't think they're as weak as we thought they were coming in.
We're going to make it 50-50 by the time they get
Just
to the
pick
match
2
point.
cards.
Yeah, let's do that. Wow. I mean, it is match point still for BLG after all of that, after all the work that PSG did. But I I believe that they're not out of this one yet. We'll be back after this.
The light is fading. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time diminished, yeah. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time diminished, yeah. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my bits of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive. I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. That kept the tension on the high tier and pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time to finish dead. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. 500 limit way. Time to finish a minute. It's foolish of me to consider my peak is a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weed while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. Some of these I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down people need. Mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, a scan over what I miss. No advantages on me, I handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, homie, I can't be the only one in. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed to the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the late madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find out pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left, when I write, just to fight off the stress on the way.
Who knew all along that PSG were the unknown of MSI? At least sure I didn't. BLG have been tested. They found the win in the last game, but it came down to one clutch team fight, which again wasn't expected with how the early game started. Hysterics, Kobe, Dagda. We're going to roll you through in pick ban for game number 4. BLG are on match point, but it sure doesn't feel like it with the way the series has gone. And we've got a side swap, gentlemen, as PSG now on the blue here for the first pick.
Very different draft coming in, though. Ari taken off the board, Lucian still gone, Varus banned. So we're still getting the likes of that Renekton coming through, the Azir, the Aurelion Sol. A lot of these are still open, but huge party on that bottom lane with Lucian, Varus, Kalista, Senna. Is it a Zyra Rakan angle for one of these teams? Where are you going to go from here?
Man, Knights to Leo was definitely a problem in the last one. And Maple, towards the end, had a bunch of whiffs on the Nico, so I like this priority. Snatch that away from BLG and get Maple back on something he likes.
But you can snatch away the Vi here for Shun, and I really liked Junja on the Vi in that last game. Getting ahead of the play because Shun needed to hit that level 6 and just having a great time. So you can see there BLG immediately going to try and take that one away. And then is it a, hey, we want to go for Zeri. We want to go for the Zeri Lulu. We want to go for a Jinx. We want to go for what in this bottom lane for Elkanon? Because it feels like that's the priority with how this has been drafted so far.
Yeah, we're getting pretty deep into the AD carry bands here. Yeah. If they pull out the Jinx,
that'd be something, right?
All right, let's go through the whole roster here.
Yeah. I mean, again, Dagda, nice mention here.
Give us the Rakan. Come on, give me On's Rakan.
Do you take it here? Do you need to take it as Woody?
I think you might have to. Like, he's so good on the Rakan. We already highlighted it's his most played over his career. A 70+% win rate on that champion. He is absolutely obscene on this pick, and when you've already got the Xayah on that side, I wouldn't want to be betting Woody, but you could go for Zeri Lulu, say, look, we're happy to take the Lulu into the Rakan, is a counter matchup, and maybe that's the way forward you want to go as PSG.
They prioritize the tank here for Jinjia. Sejuani answer into the Vi first.
Renekton next? Or too early?
I think you need to take an AD carry. You end up losing way too much, because if you take this, I'd ban Zeri, I'd ban anything that can even be remotely put into that bottom side of the map. And then you're just like, cool, what are you going to go for? Like, I think this might have been a bit of a mistake here for PSG.
Aja Cassante, though. Aja Cassante was the hero for them.
It was.
In their victory, their upset win. I think it's a no-brainer. You're definitely going to be able to get on the Rakan here for the duo with Xayah. That will be huge for BLG. They've got massive engage now for the team fight. It's not just the Vi. You have the dive partner for Vi with the Rakan here. Already looking extremely, extremely dangerous. And then you can also double protection ban it, take out that Nautilus.
Oh, wow. I actually just thought they'd go straight for the AD carry, try and, cut the Achilles heel here for PSG Talon, but I don't know what you want to try and get into this bottom side. Like, it feels like you need to kind of opt into the scaling orientated picks. Unless there's like a Caitlyn Lux that you randomly want to bring out here as betting Woody.
I'm thinking of the Kai'Sa immediately, but that's one other reason why you're banning away this Nautilus. Because Kai'Sa, it did get some buffs as well, and it's
Zeri gone. So again, I like that you're both kind of partnering up on the same atmosphere here. I want to say as well, Jinx Lulu is what we're looking at left. Like, Dagda's face shriveled up a little bit. I'm not sure if he likes that one.
It's just you are heavily on the scaling then, because you will get counter pick here for Bane, give him a good matchup in top side.
Right.
You hard lose the bot lane, and as well then, we could end up seeing Knight just go for something like the Aurelion Sol if it's not banned away here into that matchup in the mid lane as well. So I think you're in a pretty good spot here as BLG. If they end up going for the Jinx, you just have too many weak lanes as PSG Talon, and BLG get to do what they want in the early game, which is never a statement you want to say about this LPL team.
Knight is not the Azir player. I'm sure the audience knows that. Everyone at home, it was always to pinch away the pull from Cream, especially in that finals. Knight historically does not play Azir. This is like one of the first splits that we've seen him actually go onto it.
I will say though, he did get better on the champion.
He definitely did.
As playoffs went down. Not a tough thing to do with some of the plays he was making, but certainly something that he has been working on. So not fully surprised to see him bring it out here. But again, this is where we got to see what is your answer in the bottom side, because Ezreal may not be the worst. Okay, there we go, yeah. Actually, I don't mind this in the long run now.
Yeah.
And is Woody gonna, I mean, something like a Bard here could be sick for
Dagda, you're
PSG.
cooking. You're cooking, man. I love it. Ashe as well still up and available if we get a bit of range added to this 2v2.
Yeah, the double poke lane here, the volleys and the mystic shots. Okay, we get this. We finally get the lock-in. They finally pull the trigger. The Vayne that has been hovered all series long finally locked in here. For Gigabin in the top lane, into the Cassante.
For the first ever time
really
on the competitive scene, we are going to see the Vayne locked in here for Bin.
Whoa.
This is sick. So the last international tournament, we got the Rumble for the first time. Now we get the Vayne.
Let's hope it's not like Bin's Rumble, though. Let's be real.
That is true. That is true.
You know, Bin has been this player who, again, in the current meta we talked about at the start, he plays weak side a lot of the time. But as Dagda brought up, the meta's changed coming into MSI. There's a lot more opportunities. I think we've seen some great moments from Bin in this series, but we've also seen some estranged ones as well that has hurt his reputation. Now on the Vayne, we know this is going to be a lane to play for. We know this is going to be a priority lane, but Bin to scale through as well.
And I think this is where, if you were in a position where you can try and play through side lanes with this Vayne, you're going to be in a fairly decent spot here as BLG, especially with On going to have a ton of control with this Rakan being able to move around the map, link up with Shun, on this buy, find these picks. But if you start to fall behind, like we have seen in this last game, that's where it starts to get dangerous for BLG.
Yeah. Well, Keen got to have his fun on the Vayne. Now it's Bin's turn to get to have his fun.
Opened? What has he done?
It's crazy. Again, BLG on match point. If you're just tuning in now, I feel sorry for you. Shock said at the start of the day, feel sorry for anyone who hasn't experienced MSI. I'm now feeling sorry for the audience that missed out on the barn burner that was the opening of this series. Game 1 dominance. Game 2, BLG throw, but PSG there to catch it. And with a solid hand, they grip. Game number 3, the early game from PSG was so strong, and it was one team fight gone awry from Junja, from Maple, and the rest of the crew that put them in this position. The audience here in Chengdu, as you can hear, are starting to flare up because BLG need their support to get it over the line.
Betty brings out his Ezreal here on the world stage. PSG already surprising people by getting to this point, getting a upset victory over BLG, and then pushing them so heavily in the previous game to the point that a mid-game team fight just brings a very quick conclusion to it. But still, they have looked so much better than a lot of people thought they were going to do. And now we're getting a lot of these wards here looking for the swap, and it looks like is that going to see them? No, it didn't see them.
I think the question now is, what does On do? Is it On just resets, goes top, and actually starts to farm with Bin to make sure he's okay? But they're very late. Bin doesn't spot this, and now Woody and Betty are in behind him. He can't get back to his turret.
Try rush ward, you're right. And as he walks on out, it could be too late. Are they going to pop around the corner? Yes, Woody and Betty are there, as you said. The lane going to be completely zoned out, and with the poke and the range that Kobe talked about, Bin's now going to think of an option.
Both junglers here, starting on the bottom side though. So you see Bin here looking around, trying to get some extra information and walk up towards mid lane here. But this is not going to be a successful gank. They've got wards for Maple, no problem.
Might just queue through, help out with the wave, poke Maple, but Maple just zones back and he's already done the damage to the wave.
Yeah, there's little that Bin can do here. He kind of needs to just move down to bot side, look to group up with his team and try and find something. Looks like the wave 2 crash, trying to go for an early dive potentially on Aja here.
But I have to say, such a big deal with the junglers there and starting bottom side for Junjia. If we can see the mini-map, I'm pretty sure he stole away so much and shouldn't just doing well, I just got to get out of there. He's just sticking around. He's trying to soak it. All right. How long can he last?
Rinse and repeat this one. Bin now zones him off. 4 members here. How clean will the dive? Kobe asks the question, shall we receive? He buys time, pushes back, and the damage ain't there. On takes 2 turret shots, almost dies. They're going to rinse and repeat, and now as Shun gets healed on up, he tanks the turret, and First Blood goes over to Bin for the response, but Woody's roam mid. Knight's in a bit of trouble. He's going to be flared up, slowed down, autos through. Knight holds onto the flash, importantly, but Betty gets the turret plate.
And I got to bring it back to jungle here with the camps available, because it's going to be 4 people pushing on bottom. But Shun's not going to have any camps available since, as I said, Junjia started on his bottom side, took all the camps, and then went up crossed over to red quadrant of BLG. Aj back for some more experience.
And they've all shared the turret plating, so yes, more turret plating spot, but I think Betty's solo turret plating top.
And now you've got Woody down on this bottom side to make sure Aja can get this massive wave, whereas Bin, he's not going to be able to get it. It's Knight who TPs into the top lane to try and collect that. So the Vayne going to reset now, more than likely try and move into mid, but you've already lost that wave. So BLG, they lose out on the jungle camps, they lose out on the wave experience and the wave collections, and PSG Talon are setting themselves up nicely.
They certainly are. Flirting over the course of the tournament here.
Yeah.
Now with a very strong opening for themselves. Shun, after his Scuttle Crab, is going to look mid just because you don't have anything else to do, but it might work.
Man, I mean, Maple might have to flash. Here we go. Bolt breaker in. Maple doesn't time it. Instead, it's on. Who gets the knockup? Almost turns into a bad one. The seismic shot back doesn't do what Kobe said. Now Woody here trying to get a trade, but Maple has to back away, and he just teleported in.
Oh yeah, close to tower there, trying to get some chunk damage right as they had the reset coming out too, and Woody walking up, looking for some extra punishment, but Maple no flash now on mid.
Do you remember in game one, Elk got solo killed by Arja? I believe it was game one, where he was on Kalista and Arja just took him out. Maybe giving a bit of respect there as that bottom lane turns into 1v1 again with On moving down.
Yeah, Bin is going to be relatively okay here in this top
Maybe
side.
like
I was going to say, yeah, he can get those silver bolt procs, you're going to be fine. Betty going to look to try and play range and go for both. Woody now on that top end, though, is a little bit dangerous, which is why Bin, not really sure what he's supposed to be doing, looking for the reset here, but that could be another wave lost to the tower here for BLG.
Bin has to run it into lane. He's got Ghost, remember, not TP.
Meanwhile, Jinjia, because he was able to clear so many camps, still hasn't reset to go purchase. He's hovering here to make sure Aja's going to be able to soak the rest of the experience, but taking his own Krugs again on respawn and coming back out with a full Bomby Cinder advantage over Shun.
Your point hits hard, 44 to 24 CS. I'm glad you mentioned it, Kobe, and tracked this early game because that's big.
But the other one is Aja, level 5 to Bin's level 3.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
now losing more CS to the top lane. He can't sit under turret solo. So Aja soaks one wave, just now TP's back in, gets to soak another wave, and Bin is homeless. He doesn't have a job right now. There's nothing he can do on the map.
Just running around, headless chicken, or rather, after top gets pushed on out and more plates go down, Bin helps out with the dragon and then goes to return to his adventure in the bottom side. And remember, all that turret plating shared, Betty and Woody are absorbing so much themselves. 3 plates now for this top side.
But Aja is going to hit level 6,
Yep.
have Ghost, and Bin is just going to lose his mind because there's nothing he can do about it. Especially, yes, he got the early kill, but Aja has been able to get the CS, get the gold. He's able to answer for a lot of that. I'm going to try and stop the resets here, see if he can do something, but this is a disaster for BLG.
Jinjia looking for some Raptors here as well. But Knight in mid lane going to come back at the same time that Shun is able to collect those. I mean, if that one had gone stolen away too, that would be level 6 for the Sejuani.
Yeah.
So very, very good that Shun at least is able to get his own Raptors, but still probably should be Scuttle Crab there for the Sedge. Level 6 acquired off of leeching from mid.
Elkin On finally going to have to push topside. Remember, people at home, they're going to be looking at this be like, yeah, PSG don't have much of a gold lead, but remember where the gold went on BLG. Remember what PSG are doing here. And remember the jungle advantage. Junja now level 6, as you mentioned. Shun is getting zoned away.
Yeah, they can definitely force him off, and they do both have Smite. If he wins the Smite as well and continue to starve this Vi, oh man, I really want to see that story there because the Ashe moves up to scare him as well.
Yeah, Shun didn't even smite. Never got a chance to get into position, and Aja goes to the top lane to make sure he's able to pick up this wave, whereas Bin just kind of stuck here. Wave is pushing out from him. He can't do anything.
He can't, and there's a level 6 Sejuani here.
Just walks into brush. He's like, hang on a minute. Ward's down. Junja holds on to the ulti, but Bin ghosted off that as well. He's scared. He's trying to kite and condemn down, but Permafrost Glacial Prison. Two-shot barrage. Woody's range in. He flashes, gets the kill, and Bin is down.
The true shot barrage from downtown is the extra little bit of damage that they need, and Woody flashes in to finish it. PSG, the lane swap, it's beautiful for them.
And sometimes we talk about play-ins giving you a buff.
Yeah.
The fact you get these games under your belt, you get the practice, and PSG are a well-oiled machine when it comes to these lane swaps. And BLG, they don't look ready for this whatsoever. It's like, welcome to the MSI meta.
And it's really highlighting adaptation because PSG did not come in as a well-oiled machine with lane swaps. It was definitely looking rough for them, but they improved on it. They practiced it.
Am I allowed to say Raja Koalas because the LCO were in this region? Am I allowed to attach to that?
You're allowed.
I think people at home, it's late for Australians, but I think for the LJL alike, remember, all under the banner of their playoffs, the PCS stepping up huge here today. It's an early game gold lead, and we talk about the state of the map being beneficial right now as well. Betty's having an insane series too. Let's not forget, but at least the BLG bottom lane is starting to push in Arja as they try and push in this bottom lane turret.
And it's not just the fact that they have these experience leads for top and for jungle. It's that also, everybody knows, top laners on low economy, you would much rather have a low economy Cassante, especially in the hands of Arja after he had such a good game for PSG earlier in the series on it. And been here on the fasting Vayne gonna have a bit of a rough time as Arja's kind of low now.
Is he gonna die? Close to Feathers Fly, Elk overzealous. Arja gets out.
The biggest problem I've had is that most of my games I've seen a low economy Vayne top, and I feel like I'm getting to see a very similar story here, as now Terrors will be traded on both sides of the map, but Void Grub's going to be spawning on the top half of the map sooner in favor of PSG Talon. I don't think they want to stick around though. It's a 30-second time window, so they need to reset, come back into this bottom half of the map. So at the moment, I think Void Grubs will belong to BLG, but it's the Dragon that I'm most interested in, because that should go in favor of PSG.
Mabel's making the roam up. You can see pings are going down because Ben is on the wave. They know he's in the brush. He's hit level 6 at least, but Ben is still getting targeted by PSG.
So PSG are actually going to open mid with Betty and Woody so that then they can contest on towards Void Grubs as they come up. They'd love to be able to get the 6, especially when you're looking for this much pressure on the push. So at the moment, pushing back on, getting Elk out of the way so they can contest on the mid wave.
Yeah, exactly. I think PSG here, with Betty getting his Essence Reaver completed, should be able to have mid push and should be able to have access to 6 grubs if Maple doesn't get caught.
Well, cease and desist starts it off. Ben goes into the final hour, and now it's night hunting time as the Enchanted Crystal doesn't connect. But BLG back away. They don't want to overstep this one with everyone from PSG MIA.
All right. I mean, 6 Void Grubs when you're the team that has the level advantage on the top laners and you're the team that has the mobility of a Talia here towards the later stages, that could do a lot for some split push power.
Plus Essence Flux for Betty as well. Very good split pushing mechanic, not only turret pushing mechanic here in the mid game.
Also, health chipping mechanic is on.
Yep.
Nicely demonstrated for us, but I do think as well, the fact that you end up using Shun's ultimate on the top half of the map means that PSG know that that ultimate's down for both objectives now. They push in mid, they get the Void Grubs. They push in mid, they get position on Dragon, and Shun just doesn't really have anything available. Neither does Bin. And with Aja actually being in a position to push here, it's very tough for BLG to commit to anything right now.
PSG in a very good position here. But remember, we have had 2 games already instantly end for BLG once they get an ace onto PSG. So we'll definitely still keep track of the possibility of those team fights. But PSG, I just have to say, they're racking up so many objectives, so many W's here in this game number 4.
And if that team fight is going to go their way, it feels like it has to be nice. He has the CS lead. You can see a 600 gold lead, 500 gold lead for himself there in the mid lane. But this is not a champion that we've seen Knight massively perform on. This is not the champion that we associate with Knight. Yes, he played it in playoffs, but it was not to the caliber that you expect from the BLG mid laner, from an MSI world champion, no less. And now he'll have to step up for BLG outside of his country.
The crazy thing is, though, you and I were talking about this on the car on the way here, where, you know, recently Knight hasn't been that international disappointment. We talked about that previously, where he'd come to these internationals quite recently and stepped down. Let's pause for a second, because need to find out how he gets out of this one. Juju's not going to follow. But Knight has recently done it with MSI, as we talked about.
And I think that's where we got to see in 2020 during the mid-season cup that Knight actually got a little bit of success in an international sense, playing against the LCK, but that was an at-home tournament. That wasn't international on the main stage. It's only kind of coming into last year. He's got to shrug that mantle off now. No, On needs to shrug these off.
Back was cancelled. He's interrupted. Junja looks for the permafrost, the arrow, the ulti as well. He flashes out, but that's 2 ultis confirmed. Now that PSG have used them, is coming down the bot side, there's no counterplay yet.
Yeah, Knight comes down to try and defend on their on. It costs him both his summoner spells, though. Having no flash on the Rakan for what you want for the engage is going to be really, really painful because Betty has control of mid lane. Betty on this Ezreal pick.
He just pressed E into a fight. I mean, that shows you everything, doesn't it?
Meanwhile, Knight down here, one of the 2 defending MSI champions
Shifting
from
stance
JDG
there.
last year.
Permafrosty flashes, so another summoner gained here by PSG.
Yeah, Knight and 369 returning to the tournament this year. He's going to have to do a lot of work, though, like you guys are saying, in this game. And now he doesn't have his flash either. No flash on him, no flash on. The tools here that BLG have to get that really big team fight are slowly getting whittled away.
And with Rift Herald now available on the map, this is where PSG talent can look to try and utilize the fact they have control over mid. Elk.
Quickness. Oh, stops it, interrupts, and with the knock-up as well from the grand entrance, Maple's got nowhere to go. Knight comes in and giving gold to the hero of BLG is exactly how you start.
The golden left hand. We just say how much pressure is on his shoulders, and they give him some gold.
And the handsome support on the most handsome of supports, managing to set that one up as well. The Rakan roam, fantastic, but Bin going on to Aja. This is not Bin's side of the map, though.
Let's find out how well he does. The flip does connect in the end. Aja's still going to be taken down slowly, but not surely as Shun moves up.
So they got the Ashe in the way. Woody coming up to protect his top laner. They know the PSG are here. On doesn't have his ultimate available.
Nor does he have the flash available. He burned it before, remember. Permafrost is there. Woody behind. The arrow off of cooldown as Dagda talked about before, and because of that, BLG won't walk towards the Herald. Another objective for PSG.
Yeah, Knight was bottom side. He finished pushing that wave, went for his recall, got his purchase off, mask picked up. They don't want to take anything too crazy at the moment, so PSG finish up their Rift Herald.
Well, Knight really is choving, isn't he? I mean, he's got the Nashes picked up. He's got the Leandries on the way.
I mean, he is their hope right now. Level 12 on the Azir, by far the highest level since Bin got so starved out, the other solo laner.
And I like what On is doing, just play towards that strength, see if he can keep Knight in a position where he can carry. Elk is happy to just wave clear all day against Betty in the mid lane, although taking a few pop shots from Betty. But now Rift Herald on the bottom side, PSG using their advantages around Maple well.
And it's just gonna be that trade. Bottom side for PSG, for top side over there for BLG. Of course, if you have the Rift Herald, you usually get a way harder push.
TP from Ice, just into this bottom side to try and defend this. A lot of members of PSG, though, Shun hiding to see if PSG overextend.
Knight flashes though, it's Maple rather, but Knight's now fully committed. Permafrost one and flashing for it, Junja under the turret, but not enough damage, they all come in. Junja about to die though as Shun gets the trade. Now Vault Breaker's out of here, but the rest of BLG, Kobe, what's happening?
Elk and On are on the way. They were thinking about making it a long play there, but nobody's gonna chase. Elk got chunked too low under the tower, so he can't afford to chase them down. The Zyrakan gonna have to be content to go right back.
It was this 16 minutes into the game. We're diving tier 2s. This is a very broken game, but On wants to break it more, and potentially Maple's back, but Maple gets out of there.
It's because you come into this series, and very few people were expecting this series to be this tense and this close. People have been lulled because of the 3-0s that have been happening, and because BLG are so heavily favored, but PSG pushed them to the brink. There we go. Saw the beginning of it as Knight went for the play, and Junjia's like, I'm not going to let you get away with that. He flashed in to get the permafrost stun so they could get the kill onto him, and the shutdown does go over.
And it's greedy from Knight. You have no flash to get back out. That needed to connect. You knew the PSG were there and on the way. PSG get the kill back. It is a 1-for-1, but still the damage done on the bot side turret. Now the Dragon taken and On going to be forced back here by Woody. I wouldn't be surprised to see immediately Maple collect his bot wave and another attack onto the tier 2 come through from PSG.
And BLG with their gold lead. Let's see about the mid prio as well, as all the pings are coming out. Jinjia.
Elk could be in trouble. He's trying to dodge everything. He's got double summoners available, but it's a full collapse. Arj's position is great, but the feathers fly out, but Elk's still targeted. And look at this Cassandre, but he commits, he goes for it, and Shun is saving Private Elk. PSG committed hard for that. Their top laner dead. The play stymies a little bit more as Junja looks for the final kill onto Elk. He continues chasing.
I think that's going to be it, as they can't chase into the darkness too quickly. Jinjia's still sniffing around though. Couple
No
of wards
way.
go
Oh
down.
my God!
They got him!
Captain Junja, meanwhile, finds a pick where none existed, but the turnaround as Shun held onto the ulti. Knight comes in, gets a kill. Woody exemplified there with the trade.
Oh, Betty's messing around with a Vi as well.
EP being burnt. This is getting chaotic real fast. We're going into the trenches as BLG have to get away. Arja running forward, gets the slow Maple with the seismic shove on dodges. Great little quickness, or rather, shielding done to get out of the way.
But it's the one-for-one trade in terms of the kills, and when you look at the bottom side, Bin is getting the time to farm. That's the big thing that BLG are trying to play for.
True.
Bin is now equal, if not ahead, on the experience over Aja, and he's going to get to keep going.
Exactly. The experience difference that we talked about really early in the game is just getting outweighed by the gold advantages now on the solo laners of BLG.
What a chat, by the way. Junja, I give full respect to for this play.
He hits the ward perfectly in the tri-brush, and then hits Elk perfectly over the wall. But then Woody as well on the Ashe equally gets caught as the ultimate from Shun locks him in place. And that money, again, it went on to one of these solo laners of BLG. The solo laners, with each of them having a 1.2K gold lead for themselves, really putting themselves into positions to carry.
As we start to open up back up out on the map, though, PSG arrive first. They're going to shove in top wave. Dragon in just under 3 minutes' time. They're going to start to set up vision on this top side with Baron about to spawn in just a couple of seconds. Won't take it immediately, but at least being able to set up this vision means that they can also threaten on towards the mid lane turret, but keep your eyes on. He's made his way into the bot side, warded up, and now hovering over the side. Flash available, can come in behind Betty when he least expects it.
Muramanas there, you can see the 2-item. Ezreal does not want to get caught here. No bounty, but still, he's had such a good game. As On's positioning, Dagger, a really good highlight considering PSG moving up. There's still no ward down towards this bottom angle.
Yeah, really smart stuff there from Betty and Woody. They're hovering up towards their team side of the map. They know the bottom side, that is the danger zone. That is BLG territory. Even though you don't have direct vision on them, you know that's their side of the map and where they just were.
Arrow. Elk, good dodge. Good dodge again. Playing with the hearts and minds. True Shot Rush still hurts like hell, but maybe Elk would have died, or at least pulled out a cleanse after that play.
But this is the confidence Elk has been playing with. Trusts his own beast, doesn't burn the ultimate, especially as you're starting to put more and more pressure here from PSG on this mid lane turret. And now BLG, they're grouped as 5. Knight hovering off the side. PSG done a vision.
Full engage there. Shun doesn't pull the trigger yet. Remember, Bin is now here as well. That 5v5 plays through mid around the potential Baron. Minute 30 till the Dragon with a poke from Knight makes us look another way. Junja takes a bit. We disengage.
The Gleaming Quill slowly but surely heating up Elk as well alongside, I think it was the refillable pot that he still has, but now on.
Commit quickness there. He just flashes mid-point range as the feathers fly on out. BLG getting antsy. PSG got an advantage from that.
It was kind of weird to watch the minimap too, because Knight was heading up to top lane to get that top wave, but then they have the engage mid and he heads right back.
Weaver's Wall great, those zones on off. On doesn't get the knock up here as Knight hits on the side, but for PSG, they're so scattered. Health bars are good as under turret, they're trying to take it through as Spin zones on off, tries to take the fight himself, flashes away. It's the final hour, but not as you'd expect. Condemn out. Bin lucky to be alive. Somehow, some way.
Everybody in this game is getting so antsy right now. They all come back to the A-Ram mid, baby.
I was getting TSM vibes from that, where it's fade. The second that Bin starts to move into position. But now BLG setting themselves up on this mid lane turret once more. The Dragon is just 30 seconds away, and everything has been burned at the flash on Ghost on Bin, the flash on Knight will have, and Elk will have their own summoner spells available, so at least that'll keep them safe. But on the opposite side, you can see everything is just being thrown at each other in this game.
It's definitely a fun one. Full vision invested from BLG up here towards the Baron side of the map, rather than the Dragon side though. So PSG, that means they're still gonna have a pretty good setup.
Knight's got insane damage. 2-item Azir with everything up and available. Dagger tells me that On's ulti is coming up soon.
All right, trying to get their way into the river here to set it up. Double control wards dropped, but PSG move in, clearing both of them out. Gonna force the face check. And again, because they invested so much towards the Baron side of the map, I feel like they're just gonna give.
Especially when Bin doesn't have a
follow-up. Arrow Shun's out of the way. Great Vault Breaker out. Elk still gets poked here by the Ezreal as Betty's damage can't be understated, but they're in Dragon River.
Maple can get so much value as soon as this ultimate's up because Bin can't really get into this fight. So
are they going to play Baron?
Split, BLG are going to go for the Baron and call PSG's bluff.
Exactly. That's why they put those wards down. Now they're going to rush it.
That arrow being down is huge. True Shot Barrage can help out for the poke as well. It's not going down as quickly as you'd think. The True Shot Barrage flying through. Hurts Elk. There's the front to back starting off as On has the quickness to get out there. The Baron is on PSG's side. The poke reigns supreme. And now PSG have unleashed Baron in front of them. They're hitting down, looking for the fight. Betty goes forward, but Baron at 2K going down. Bin's angle. Sean. Whoa! He can't steal it. PSG being given a lifeline. Bin goes into the final hour. Junja gets hit. Knight ulti hits one. It's Woody. He may have saved the game, but he's poked out two. The range insane. Betty still winning the fight. Arcade shit. Insane. Betty. God damn. We're going to game 5, aren't we?
Betty and Maple, they take over, and PSG are going to destroy BLG.
BLG come at PSG from every single angle. They had to defend themselves. They had to land every shot. And Betty likes those odds as they start to move forward. On watches as structures fall in his face.
Oh my, that Baron was a death trap for BLG. PSG caught them on it. The stun at Baron, they got 2 people down. And now PSG, not only do they get the Baron, they get the Dragon, they get the mid push. They took 2 towers after that. Here, look at this. Betty's ultimate plus Baron. Elk gets annihilated. On gets hit with Junjia's ultimate, and then Baron finishes him off. And you've got a crazy situation here, Dogda. Elk is so low already from the early damage that it makes it hard for PSG, but then Shun still gets into the pit, and Aja's gonna try and ult him out.
And then they do ult him out, but Bin is standing on vision, so PSG know they can just turn immediately over. Aja falls, but after that it's Shun trying to set up again, but Knight doesn't quite get the distance he needs onto Maple, so that then Maple able to get the damage down. And watch Betty, this is a masterclass. Gets the damage onto Shun, flicks back into Elk, turns onto Bin, and just barely, with Maple's help, is able to finish off the Bin.
Maple, those rocks, they killed Vi as he was point blank so close to getting that kill onto Betty, but they chopped him down. My goodness.
Power plays already brought up 3K. That was a fight of inches.
The funniest part, too, in the replay, when Aji ults out Jun, like the smite fight had already taken place, and they already won it, but now we're right back onto the rift. It is Dragon Soul Point.
One might be caught on out. Arrow almost hits Elk. PSG can feel it. Taking it to a game 5 is the next step. As Dragon was taken, they're on Soul Point. They've got the Baron pushing, Bin dealing with topside wave. But mid right now is fully under their control.
The PCS showing up at MSI this year massively here. Betty joining the team again. Him and Maple, I'm like screaming Betty and Maple like it's Flash Wolves back in the day. It's crazy.
It's such a throwback considering that, you know, these guys have been around for ages. Like, these are names that have been thrown around the region for the longest time, and they are stepping up to the LPL first seed that we all expected to be tournament favorites. Junja's ulti hits backline. Somehow the Weaver's wall's on out. They got the bot side. The feathers around, but he's against the wall. Still the damage done as PSG managed to get some summoners again, and that key ulti.
In the 4 versus 5 as well, Aja was getting rid of that wave in topside. And again, it's these massive ultimates that are hitting onto key targets. And look, Elk doesn't really blow anything, but it will be the bot lane tower that's going down. It's more control going over to PSG Talent. A Mountain Soul in 2.5 minutes. This is everything to play for PSG Talent.
It certainly is. Aja on his birthday, really having a treat. Let's see if they can actually close this one out, though, because again, we have to keep reminding people how BLG have won their 2. Wait, teleport is deep.
I mean, you might have set it up, you're right, but they turn instead. The cease and desist runs on in. Elk doesn't have the ulti burner before Aja. Behind enemy lines, Elk's been abandoned. Knight may have saved the play, though. Aja separates us. Now for PSG, you can see Woody and Maple's damage can't be underestimated. Elk is down, and Bin's now only coming in late. The final hour for this vein, as Aja's still switching up. Watch Bin The man we didn't talk about the whole game is cleaning it up onto Maple. He kites away. PSG still had the member advantage, but On and Ben are running for their lives.
They're trying desperately to get away. Judges to follow the ult. Hit Ben.
One up, but On and Ben, they can't finish the job. The poke's not there. Maple can't get in range.
The ultimate to come up from Woody. They're just trying to chase them down to buy a little bit of time. The clock is ticking.
They're slowed on down. The vision gained as well. Who's Woody going to hit? Flashing forward. Ben tries to outplay, gets one, but down he goes. PSG with another.
Maple flashes over. They trap the other kills. This game is getting crazy.
And it's not going to stop. It's a minute until Dragon flashes gone across the board on BLG. Knights is about to come back up. But this was the fight. The TP coming in behind from Aja moves everyone on BLG forward. They have to take the fight, but the arrow from onto On stops him from engaging as easy as the one to the Betty. Knight tries to save Elk, but Aja still rips him away as there's no ult on the Zaya to keep her alive. And Knight is just being mowed down by Junja, continuously CC'd, so he can't get the damage off until Bin arrives. And that little bit of extra help from Crypt Bloom means that Bin can't turn onto Maple before the cooldown comes through. And then the follow forward here, the flash from Woody to pick off both members, with Maple coming over the board as well. They can finish everyone off.
I want to get back to live so we can see the setup here, because Dragon Soul is arriving in 20 seconds already. Bridge control here for BLG though. Shun is the first one in.
These Junja, no, rather control wards there.
It has to be nice. You have that flash, you have the ult, you have doubt on your shoulders.
Yep.
The Azir was not something in your wheelhouse. This is your moment to try and show that you can step up when BLG needs you most. Stepped up like you have in the LPL. Step up on the international stage.
Trying On's caught out though. On's caught out. The Rakan's caught out. He's down. PSG have found a crucial pick leading into this game for us. Knight takes the Emperor's Divide, or rather, the ulti's there. He's disengaged on as he goes golden. I mean, Knight hasn't found the window. He's caught up. PSG are dropping them like flies. Elk and Ben now getting disintegrated. And man, the PCS is alive.
PSG are going to push us to Silver Scrapes. We're going to a game 5 here in CHENGDU.
What world are we in? PSG Talon were doubted to get out of play-ins. They were doubted to be able to put up even a single game against the LPL first seed. And when they were doubted most, they push us the furthest distance possible.
We all asked the question, who is the unknown? Who knew all along while taking us to a game number 5 that PSG are the unknown at MSI for 2024. Silver Scrapes, here we come.
PSG bringing a reckoning to BLG and the LPL. Aja, happy birthday.
But when you think of this team, the history that they've had with the LPL, Maple had to watch Suning after he left go to the World Finals. Junja had to watch EDG leave him and win the World Finals. Now they might get to take down the LPL first seed and get their revenge.
BLG, I'm not sure if you call them the favorites in Game 5. I'm not sure what you call them, but Game 5 or the less is our analysts break down that absolute Barney.
So much we will. I cannot believe we are in a game 5, and I'm so happy to see it. And I just want to take the layup from Dogda. I was jumping, sorry. It was really exciting to watch. I just wanted to take the layup from Dogda about kind of like the storylines in for all these players, you know, the Maple to LPL story, but also when we look at the region as a whole, PCS used to be LMS. 2015 was the time when they were getting into the quarterfinals of Worlds with AHQ and the Flash Wolves, with Maple on that roster, where in 2015 at MSI, AHQ beat TSM, beat Fnatic,
and this is 9 years ago. Even.
9 years. They had a highlight in 2018 as well, but for so long, this region has tried to do that again.
Well, I was also trying to think of the last time that the LMS or the PCS has beaten the LPL in a best of 5.
Never?
I don't think it's ever happened, so there isn't a last time. And now they'd be 1 game away.
They're 1 game
They could
away.
do it.
And excuse my overexcitement, I think they're not there yet, Emily, but I think the way they have played in this last game, right, and the way they've repelled what BLG has thrown at them is just, it's great to see.
I think their draft adaptations have been really good as well. Obviously, in this draft, they went on blue side. They heavily prioritized, we need Maple on something like the Talia, right? Where he's super comfortable. It's fine if you pinch Betty's champion pool. We'll still be able to pull out this Ezreal Ashe bot lane. And here you see BLG getting routed at the Baron. And I think the insane thing for PSG in general is just how they have adapted, right, throughout this series, but also their previous series. We talked about the first 2 games where they looked a lot less comfortable in the lane swap. In this one, they actually did a really good job making sure the Vayne was behind. And I do think credit to BLG where is due. They did essentially sack Grubs so that Bin could freeze the wave, get some resources that way. There was another fight where they just kept him bot, kept him farming. So he was actually able to get back in the game. But the big thing is when we look at BLG and we look at what they're strong at, if they are going up against PSG and they're just like, we're going to, stay mid, we're going to try to fight you, we're going to 5v5, that's about as comfortable as PSG are. Yep. Right? Like, they're going to have a lot more trouble when a team is going to spread them on the map or when a team is going to bash their face in early. And so I think you see not only their evolution throughout this series, but also just putting through draft and the way that they've played, BLG in a position where PSG are very, very comfortable.
We've seen that time and time again, and now it's a best of 1. Jat, what a shell shock.
It is a best of 1.
It's a shell shock. I feel like BLG's a little shell shocked. I think that was also a Baron throw.
Yes.
We'll call a spade a spade. They were 3,000 gold up after all the shenanigans had happened, after Binneman set behind and caught back up, and they were starting to win fights.
You know what you could do?
Let's just flip Baron, I guess.
You could use your Vayne, who's great in side lanes. You could, and play the map really well. I mean, obviously, that's also going to be difficult into an Ashe and an Ezreal as well, right? Because they just have a lot of vision control and poke. But the Maple Talia, Jet, he's been insane. He's been insane on this champion for a really long time. I always used to talk about this when he was on TSM. I'm like, guys, but you don't understand. He can solo control team fights on this champion. It's not just that Talia is like just insane in general, but Maple specifically knows that champ.
And these are some older shots of Maple making some noise internationally. We cannot forget how long this guy has played and how many years it feels like he can just keep going. Because especially when he was with the Flash Wolves, he was the one who would make noise against T1 specifically. That's how he originally made his name. But then he had an underwhelming stint in North America. I feel like anyone who would have seen him play on TSM because of the team's failure.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe that just was not Maple's fault.
He had some good games and some bad games. The team overall did poorly, which generally means you judge the player as poor. You kind of think it's going to be over. Oh, yeah, sure, he'll go home to the LMS and just happily live out the rest of his days. But now, he is 1 game away from making history.
He was gonna retire, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, right?
Yeah.
Wait, you wanted to say something.
Oh, no, I was going to say another player I did. Like, obviously, I love Maple. I feel like people know that from any time he spent in LCS, where I was just like, Maple's really good, guys. But I also want to call out Betty, right? Because him coming back from LPL, I know he actually did a really good interview with PentaQ that you can find on Twitter, where he really talked about, from being on RNG, I learned so much from Ming. I looked at other LPL AD carries. He even said going into this match, Elk, and specifically Elk on Lucian in TES, is the AD carry that everyone wants to be like, right? And now he is 1 game away from beating him in a best of 5.
It's crazy. I do want to do something, and you might think it's unfair, but I don't think so, because we're talking about world-class mid laners. We're talking about clutch factors. We're talking about having to play a champion, even if some of your more comfortable ones are banned out, and your champion pool being deep enough and being able to change a game where you're on the back foot. I'm thinking back to an Azir shutdown on Ruler from last year. Knight in this game on the Azir. We've talked about it a lot, right? And in terms of kind of the possibilities that you need to create for yourself and for your team when the going gets tough. Is that too unfair? Was it more the state of the entire team around those mid games?
I mean, for me, I think that was a really odd and bad Baron call. I thought, generally speaking, Knight played okay. Yes, you absolutely do want him to be able to clutch up and make the game-winning play, so we could hold that against him. I'm actually just really wondering, like, where do we sit now? Because even if we said beforehand it was 90-10 and the MasterCard fan prediction was 82-18, this is a 2-1 that kind of feels like it should be a 3-1 for PSG because they were in a winning position in game 3. Actually won game 4.
Well,
so
in fairness, BLG were in a winning position in game 2.
I mean,
so
wait,
like
BLG,
I feel like those cancel each other out.
Who's going to win game 5? I guess is the question. And what are the odds for game 5?
So I always stick with the team I predict. You know this already from
Wait, do we have a pen? Because
so
we can
I'm
change
stick
it.
with BLG.
We can change it. What are the odds?
I think the big thing is that they
can
are
use fewer
now
cards.
on
It's
blue
2-2.
side, right? They have selected blue side for game 5. I do think that matters. I do think they'll be able to find something that's maybe a little bit more comfortable for them. And I think that's important. So that's what I am still predicting. However, if PSG win, like, man, what an upset. But based on what I've seen in the series, I will not be surprised.
My fear for BLG is these games, they haven't had an ability to accelerate them the way that they want to. I feel like the games end up being too slow, whether it's lane swap or not. PSG has had better scaling and just better team fight comps in almost every game. And since BLG isn't blowing it open, that gives PSG the advantage. And I also do wonder if there's a level of them being shell-shocked because it's it felt, everyone was saying this should have been a 3-0. It is clearly not a 3-0, so now that, what is the pressure like? I think PSG is going to be under so much less pressure.
Okay, we got to toss. Do you want me to pick it quickly?
Yeah, I'm going to give, pretty even odds. Just pick a card.
All right, pick a card, any card.
It's the best of one. Calling the upset.
Here we go. We'll see.
I don't
if
think
it
it's going to
happens.
happen. I don't think it's
We
going
don't
to
know. Now I'm drawing it.
Yeah,
We'll see what happens. Regardless, PSG has fought their hearts out already. They've given us a show we didn't think we were going to get, and they can hold their heads high, but they can also just finish it and win this game 5 and send that LPL first seed down to the lower bracket. I can't wait to see it.
Oh, God. So
those are
PSG have done the unthinkable, the unbelievable, the unknown at MSI to take us to a game number 5. BLG have been tested through and through in this series. What looked like a starting 3-0 has quickly evolved into our game 5 draft. Here we are, nice and quick, gentlemen. And BLG chose blue as they banned Vi as their last pick.
Yeah, the Vi ban is pretty huge because chances are we're going to get the Lucian selection coming through here for Alkanon, especially with both Renata and Kalista taken off the board, which means that you don't have that same sort of pressure to go in onto that bottom side.
Varus up and available here for BLG, the hover at the moment. Because remember how well PSG responded when they picked the Lucian last time and the Zeri Lulu into it? I feel like they're avoiding that.
I thought they would have just gone, hey, we don't want the Wukong. They'll just go for a Maokai or a Sejuani or something that can try and play for a level 3-4 play onto bot side, but it's just not happening.
And really, too, the Cassante question here. Aja was so good on the Cassante. I feel like that has been a primo pick here between the top laners.
Just done a full evolution, haven't we? We've gotten down to the Senna Tarm bot lane. You know, Senna has other options there for Woody, but Nautilus is also banned. It's just crazy, again, how much draft diversity we've had between this 2v2 of PSG and BLG.
And now it kind of leaves you a little bit stuck if you want to go for something that's a bit more like a Jarvan or something along those lines, because the Tahm Kench so good at keeping so many of these members safe. So curious now to see what the answer is going to be from BLG. They're going to double down and just go, hey, we want to go for this hyper-aggressive bot lane, and they're going to take that Cassante away from Aja.
Okay.
That was what I feel is kind of under the radar, but has been so impactful in this series.
Agreed.
BLG locked that one up. They get their double Hail of Blades lane, as well as the Cassante comfort.
The Azir over here. Bit of a call out. I mean, honestly, if you want to give that across tonight, you're pretty happy with the way that last game went. But looks like Maple just wants to go back to comfort in this game number 5. And it'll be a case of what does Knight default to? Will it be comfort or will it be the Aurelion Sol answer? Because he has only played it once and did not look comfortable on it.
A game 5 memory of mine, Dagda. You might remember JDG Top Esports 2020, the most competitive year between them. And Knight would often pick things like Syndra into the lane. He'd pick something that can really lane bully and stick up with his jungler.
Summer was when he won his first title back in the day with Top Esports on that Syndra pick, hiding the spear in the wall. But I don't know if he's going to get that chance here. Syndra just feels like it's useless into what PSG have drafted here. Maybe it's the Orianna. Maybe it is to go back towards something that's a little bit more of that control mage style. But Aurelion Sol already taken off the board. PSG don't want to just dangle that there for BLG, hoping that Knight doesn't pick it.
Are BLG also going to be worried about like the Jarvan or something? They have Varus and Ashe, pretty low mobility carries. You're already looking at long damage here with the Senna ultimate coming over the top. Things that are going to engage on the back line
nice
there.
Ban.
Double Protection bans for the Azir. You know, the poke damage of the Corki.
Also gets rid of the mobility in that mid lane. So if you want to go towards an Orianna, Jarvan priority just rises through the roof as well, Kobe. So I think you've kind of hit the nail on the head there. It feels like PSG are angling towards that.
Curious, gentlemen. I'm curious as to what happens for Junja here on 4. And to leave Arjun for that counter pick. I mean, he's already got topside though. Rumble gets taken away. Okay, the one threat from Arjun that we know he can play over Bin. What do we get? What do we get him for this final game?
It also means that the comfort for Aja, which would be an Udyr in this sort of situation, isn't really viable. You just don't have a lane that you can really play around there. So I think the counter pick will definitely be going towards the top laner of PSG Talon. I'm just not sure what he wants to try and bring into that role against Bin.
I like taking the Viego here, having that power to fight early on, having the Senna and the Tahm Kench really allows the Viego to go in and make sure you can get those resets in the team fights.
Is it the Twisted Fate angle? Is that what we're going to be looking at for Aja? Where you just try and go, look, Viego, come up top, I'll set up the gold card, we'll try and look for this Cassante. Because if you try to lane swap as BLG, you're kind of losing that value.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
In game 5, are you joking? Oh, and the Nico as well for Knight. Only slightly more played than his Azir historically. But you have set up for the Kindred now. But now, the scaling element for Shun added in. You said Twisted Fate. There's another thing that has range. But is Arja game enough to play it? in this game 5, or do we go to what he knows best?
I don't like the Udyr here. I think you need something that can actually go a little bit more toe-to-toe and give you a lane to play around. Yes, you can play for late game fights.
All right.
But this is something where even if you give that attention topside, I think it's just going to be a farm fest. And now you're opening up a opportunity for the pushing bot lane, the pushing mid, the setup for Shun to try and look for these fights on his signature Kindred, a champion that he made his name on when he joined IG for the first time in LPL.
And they pair it with the Nico. Such a good setup champion. When you have a carry jungle like that, you want the CC from your mid laner. You want the playmaking abilities here. And Knight on the Nico, definitely in place to do it.
And how crazy is it that it's going to be up to Maple then on the Azir to interrupt and get that Lamb's respite up to Maple and what he can do against this composition.
But it's not like Maple hasn't been here before. 2013, this guy is one of the 4 players from that World Championship that is still playing in MSI here today. A man that has seen multiple long longevity, or has seen that longevity in MSI tournaments, in world tournaments, in best of 5s, and now when the PCS needs him most, a legend of the region, he needs to find that success.
He's been around the bend, he's been over to TSM, he's been over to the LPL as well, but he always does best in the PCS itself. On PSG historically, alongside Betty, alongside old Flash Wolf members, not only their experience, but their tenure has come into this series. And against BLG, when it's now up to a game 5, they've already done better than expected. They have done better than 99% of our audience would have thought as well. We head on to our final game in this series, our opener of the main stage. BLG versus PSG, game 5. Let the Gyos ring.
This game, PSG's chance to shock the world. If they manage to take down LPL's #1 seed, it would be a magnificent triumph for the region.
That ward from Aja is a big win for PSG. They spotted Elkanon on this top side. Elkanon tried to predict the immediate lane swap, but now you can actually move Betty and Woody down onto this bottom half of the map, and you're going to be in a great position because realistically, you're the one that gets to push on towards the tower with no increase to the fortifications. The fact that you have a slower push as well means that you need that little bit of extra help. So immediately Elkanon, they go, nope, we don't want to deal with this. We haven't spotted out where Betty and Woody are. We need to go back to the bottom side.
And they didn't fully place all of the lane swap wards there. They just have the one through the lane. So Betty and Woody gonna walk their way on up.
They've also pinged it out, so they know that ward is there. So as long as you can hide away from that, you should be in a decent spot. And now you've actually managed to get the lane spot successfully. So nicely done. The mind games for PSG Talon working out well.
Yeah, so there's 2 other wards that you usually place for lane swap wards. Is the one over there behind the red buff and the one by the Raptors brush. And it looks like they're going to slip right into the lane. Here we go. Aja on his Udyr immediately uses
Turtle stands because he's just taking so much poke. I mean, already at half HP, and this is the power, this is the range of the 2v2 that comes from BLG.
Yeah, both these top laners. This is the game, though. You're trying to soak some experience. Get in there, get within range, soak up that experience. Been doing it as well. Uses his shield, dashes up.
Almost level 2, by the way.
And both junglers starting on opposite sides as well, so we're not going to have any of that shenanigans that we had in the last game where somebody was getting an extra quadrant or extra camps. Everything is going to be even Steven. Both junglers going to run out of camps right as you start to look towards these third wave crashes as well on both sides of the map.
Slow push in, Elkanon so far, the wave doing exactly what you'd expect it to do. The healing up from Aja, he has hit level 2, so that's also helped with the earlier poke we saw.
And his Unwaken is about ready again to use. So under tower, he can try and use that to survive as you see the Kindred already coming over. Shun on the way, and he's got the mark on the Udyr as well, so you get a little bit of extra bonus.
And this is the downside now. You don't really have someone who's very good at tanking this tower, so BLG, they need to juggle this excellently.
The level 3 hit, Aja hits the same, no TP burn, so BLG have to get out of there. On takes up a turret shot, Shun does the same weight mistake as he flashes away and Woody TP's in.
Yep, always got to remember the extra trump card when you do run these center lanes, your support with the teleport.
Yeah.
So Woody comes in to protect him. Aja is trying to hold on to his Awaken ability, see if they could bait and get a kill there.
It still puts Aja behind though, so although he gets to collect the wave, it's the two people sharing the experience versus the top side where Bin is getting to push this wave back out, collect an extra wave for himself. So Aja will have to take the step back, TP to collect this big wave in top side, whereas Bin can actually push and now start to walk into bot side, keep his teleport for himself.
And remember, every time this happens, if Woody changes, Betty has to either follow or beat with someone else. He's got the support item as the center, so he has to partner up. Betty now moves towards bot. Standard lanes begin here at 4 minutes into the game.
Exactly. Aja up to the top side. See what they can do now. This is his most comfortable champion from the year by far.
Yeah.
17 plays in the PCS on the Udyr. Absolute Udyr main.
Can solo kill as well if you get them to sit in the flame for a little bit longer. Been doing that. Now wants to walk up to the wave to reset, gets the flip back, and there's a trade there. He hits level 5, but Aja still chases this up. Low on mana is Bin for the time being, and Aja halfway to level 5, so that's probably what's saving Bin from getting out HP traded.
Watch where the Kindra's going towards those. Shun has his camps respawn on this top side, so could actually look for an immediate play up towards his top pin. Maybe here just to help push this in, but if Aja overextends like this...
Could be a bait, you're right. Aja running forward, still without that level 5. How close is the level up? The pushback as Shun is now here. Mark not on this Udyr, but he's going to have 1-2 of a knock through. It's a first blood for the Kindred. A big opener.
It's so big because it's also a mark there. Shun really collecting here. What an excellent move. Honestly, ending out the finals too, slamming the Kindred pick here in a game 5, slamming the Kindred pick again. Signature for him, and he starts off with the dream start there. Even with Junjia having the camp lead, getting your kill, getting your mark, and Junjia wants to keep that camp lead. He even comes in to at least punish here, try and steal away some wolves. As you get the reset, Shun is coming back out, but wolves are already taken.
Great arrow from the Ashe, though, spots out Junja. They expected him to try and go for some sort of invade, so only one camp going to be taken by Junja, so you will still get at least one of those camps on the top side for Kindred. But he will then start to make his way into the bot side, and maybe, just maybe, with the push, you can look for an invade for Shun.
Yeah. Let's see here, though. Grub's coming up afterwards as well. They will definitely know all the spam pings come down. See if they can just start him up here. Be nice because the Grubs here with a decent amount of experience try and help catch Shun up in that endeavor. Of course, is very happy getting the first blood bonus money too to that Quiver. Quiver's such a good early component item there. And he's able to collect all 3 grubs for BLG with Knight roaming in.
2v2, what's going to happen? I mean, Knight here with the Tangle Barbs, it misses, but the Pot Blossom comes down. It might be a bit of a ruse. Junja doesn't have that reset or that Heartbreaker. They've run in deep, and now going forward, Shun almost takes out the enemy jungler. PSG running for their lives. They don't respect Knight, and they get punished for it.
They certainly do. That was a massive punish going in on the level 6 Nico. Knight's able to run them off, and Shun's able to get another mark off of that Scuttle Crab, plus they've got the extra health here to keep on pushing.
And Aja won't be able to get the wave push against Bin. Bin very quickly going to start to push that one in, so Aja looks like will just about make it as it crashes, but it still means that Bin will get to hold on to this teleport longer, get an opportunity to reset just before Aja does. This is, again, little victories going in favor of BLG.
Much better early game, that's for sure, from what we experienced last time or even the time before in Game 3. But Bin, 700 gold lead individually, are just getting pushed once again, and especially with the Grubs. And Demolish, he's making short work of this turret. He's going to get 2 plates here. And Arja's leniency here in the lane is getting less and less, or rather, his ability to punch back, while BLG are not only getting plates topside, then Grubs, now bot Dragon as well. The early game map is completely dominated by them.
Yeah, Nico Kindred mid-jungle here is so massive. Shun just walking around the map, meets up with bottom lane pressure as well to be able to take the other objective. Woody trying to group it up here.
And Aja being behind is really going to start to affect this top lane matchup because Woody ended up coming in to help him get that farm. He's a little bit behind. You still have the TP available for Bin, which is why he's being so greedy on this top side. Knows he's going to be able to reset with a massive amount of gold and pick himself up something nice. But PSG, they have to find a way to break this. You need to find some sort of play that can counteract what BLG have, because right now they're dictating everything that happens on the map.
Yeah, it's especially rough because with the Senatom Kench here, only 20 stacks for the Senna so far for Betty. It's kind of hard to get them versus the Ashe plus Varus combination. Looks like they've got him roaming at the moment here as On moves up to try and get some vision coverage for mid. Little bit of a shallow ward there through River.
Zelk accepts this wave. Just note that level 6 being hit by bot laners. Close for On as well. Betty's hit his, Woody on the same page. Junja now moving down still with a bit of an experience lead that Kobe mentioned before. He's got that CS lead too. The only difference is that gold is actually in Shun's favor with the early kill. It's almost a 2k gold lead here with BLG stacking objectives as we talked about before. And now Shun's coming top. He hasn't marked Arja, so maybe not giving it away, but the all-out's already been used and Shun has the mounting dread. 1, 2, and 3 is all it will take. He's running for his life, but Shun has to flash away. Still a second kill, but the flash now committed.
Oh, run from it, dread it. Shun Kindred arrives again. And Cassante has such good lane setup for these ganks. Getting what?
Oh, all in comes through. Knight might be called out. The binding's there. Pop Blossom to zone them away. Actually, it's Maple on the edge. Tanglebubs clears the wave too, and he gets out somehow.
Just barely able to get away from that one. Junja, though, still trying to keep up this pressure on towards the enemy jungle. With that push on bottom side, they were able to rotate Betty in towards mid. At least they get that ult from Knight. But there's no real objective. Void Grubs, maybe you could argue they could try and pressure for, but I'm still not sure if they're going to be able to with the control BLG have on the top side.
Yeah, Jinji keeps taking away small camp here, small camp there, but Shun keeps taking away top laner camp.
Yeah. Now he's got Kraken as well and waiting in the brush for PSG to overstay. The arrow flies through. Junja the target and he's marked, remember. He Heartbreaker's out, but Shun has his number. Imagine if he had a flash, it'd be different, but the range, the poke, the heal. Junja's still running out of range as On tries to catch up, but he's out, if only just.
Yeah, he's gonna live, but it's gonna be 6 grubs here for BLG.
For a Kindred.
They run Junjia out, barely escaping with his life, but the objective's going over. I don't think they should be able to steal any even with the cooldown there for Smite. Everybody from BLG coming over. Knight clears out the ward.
But now you got Betty and Aja completely isolated. Aja spotted. He'll make it back towards the tower, but you can move Shun up here. You can look to try and take a lot of this tower damage thanks to those 6 Void Grubs.
See what the mark is like. Remember, Lamb's Respite is there as well. A plate taken. Elk's ulti was down though, and the arrow was used in the last play. So BLG have to be careful. There's no response here, but still maybe not the tools to lock down this PSG duo. Hang on, TP. Says Jake, shut up, and I agree, let's go. On to Betty, under turret, he flashes away, it's TP response. He's out of there, saved as Woody does the same thing, but Betty's just dead. All of a sudden, as Tarmken spits out that weird bear, Mabel has to run for his life. We look to the right side, the range is there, the flash, Elk on Varus, Pop Blossom as well, and BLG to game 5 are back. They bring the aggression, On dives to the turret, and now Woody's up next. No Tangle Bath for you, but BLG are firing in the early game. They will take no more of PSG's crap.
It's a BLG party in that top lane. That top tower might as well have been a clown car. Everyone jumping out with the teleports there. Full team arrives. They get the kills and they get the tower afterwards too. They destroy the evidence.
And this was it, BLG. They immediately move into topside. The TPs galore to try and protect everything, to find that one little win in game number 5. But BLG, they shut it down. They immediately jump onto Maple with the slows coming through to finish him off as Elk flashes forward with the arrow to sink down the bird. And now the Pop Blossom underneath the tower to finish off the Catfish as well. It's good hunting for BLG and a bad day to be a PSG member.
Oh man, you're still so proud of how far they've made it, and it's still only the early game, but man, the gold leaders just run out of control. The arrow flies through. Betty dodges that one as Junja hovers to the side, and Knight won't get hit anymore.
And it could have been the story for PSG, the first ever PCS team to take down an LPL team in a best of 5. But with every single play, that dream is slipping away, a dream of putting BLG down into the lower bracket as Aja finds the damage from Elk.
But he gets zoned out now, has to back away. He's got the TP, so the turret might survive, but BLG are getting another turret, and 6-0 at 13 minutes, 2 turrets stacking with a 6k gold lead and a Kindred on the horizon. It's looking real good for BLG to maintain their respect here in this series after PSG pushed them so far.
Yeah, they locked in. They're going to be able to get bottom tower in addition to all of the neutral objectives and steal away a marked Gromp here for Kindred. That'll be number 3. One more mark to go.
You know when Chun brings out Kindred, he pissed him off. Making sure that he just is able to run around the map. And especially the fact that you have the Varus and the Ashe, it gives you so much control. And in these lane swap scenarios, it's very difficult to try and hold on to camps to give marks, to try and hold on to different parts of the map. And especially when Shun was able to get some of these early kills now, 3-0-3, a Kraken Slayer to boot.
Yep.
This Kindred has arrived at MSI.
Man, look at the gold on the side of your screen. Elk, even in this lane, this is on-hit Varus, by the way. To add insult to injury into these tanks of PSG. Things are going to get real difficult real fast. Now, let's readjust a little bit. There wasn't this kind of level of scaling. It was a very different composition in Game 2. But BLG threw away a massive gold lead that felt unthrowable. Right now, PSG are on the edge looking for something.
They are. It's a pretty dangerous...
Still, okay, that's something. Can he get out? Heartbreaker just in case he has flash too. He's looking for the eye, thinking about it. Junja Heartbreaker's out, denies the gold, and the game from speeding up further.
Exactly, that's key. I mean, Rift Herald is one of the biggest tools in running down these towers super early on. One of the biggest tools in helping BLG actually siege the turrets. So not only do you get an objective bounty shutdown, I believe, when he smited that away, but you also deny picking up that eyeball. So nicely done there, Genjia. Blast cone over. That is a well-spent ultimate cooldown.
And you can start to question, hang on, the rest of the objectives that are coming up as well, because do you care about a Chemtech Dragon? Do you care about a Chemtech Soul? Can PSG just look to huddle under tower? BLG say no.
Junja's there to punish. I mean, Shun might have to get on out. He's smited down to be slowed on down. There's the Lamb's respite. Entered at the edge. He's going to get the heal and then run away. He flashes him back as well. The center ulti there, but nice! Rolls on in and says no more of it. PSG are taken down by the two. Bin cleans up the rest, and when you can rely on someone, you want to rely on Knight.
And they had already prepped the side wave. That one's at the secondary turret, while the rest of BLG here, 4-1 split push. They will push the rest of this one in towards mid, as Bin finished it up there towards the top side. They are being relentless.
They just refuse to let up. Junja will spot out Shun on the side, and he thinks maybe we can try and finish him off, but the ult barely goes down just before the Tam Kench comes in, and then Shun playing the side, flashes away to make sure Ashe can finish him off, and then nice, great flash over the wall with being in position to follow up to separate out PSG.
And I think we really understand what makes Knight tick. The Azir, we don't like him, not Mori's speed, right? Got a bit of an early lead last game, but couldn't make magic happen. Knight, when he has champions that can really work early, like the Ahri as well, we see a very different man, a man who right now with the Mastercard Lane Economy Snapshot is leading over Maple, has won through the lane, and is bringing proactivity to this Kindred jungle as well.
Yeah, it's plays like that where you see the LPL MVP, Knight, showing up here, game number 5, where they really need it. But Shun, this Kindred, the confidence there. As soon as he saw the Tam Kench W coming in, able to get his ultimate off, just on the edge of the ultimate there too, waits, and then when Aja tries to go for him, just flashes away.
And now you're in a horrible spot as PSG, where you're trying desperately to hold on to every liquid vision you can get, but slowly but surely BLG are whittling it down. Aja, the next focus, he doesn't even have a single item completed yet. This man, Bear Pig, has been left limping in the top side of the map.
He can double Bear Sands, he can cleanse away CC. But it won't be needed anyway. The threat of damage too great. Shun helps with this turret. 6 grubs. That's how fast it pushes down as another side lane turret falls down. And this time it's the inner up in the top side. BLG take full control up here as well. They can eventually shift that down. They've got a third dragon on the way. I guess PSG can be happy it's only Chemtech Soul. Wait, never mind. Elk might be caught out. He flashes away, but outside the range. Change corruption in response. Woody running for his life, spits out Mabel, but that TP from Aja puts him in harm's way. Now Junja and Shun are fighting it out, but Junja runs for his life while all the damage and poke from BLG just can't be negated.
PSG had to run for the hills, so BLG take the fortress instead. And now they're moving on towards the next one. Those 6 Void Grubs are going to do so much work.
What resilience PSG has shown, but this game 5, Silver Scrapes is a stomp. One that Knight is taking so easily. The run forward with the Pop Blossom is easy as that. The center ulti ain't at the point yet for Betty. And BLG will take that dragon easily. 9-0. We've seen such prowess from this team from the PCS. But in the end of it all, game 5, BLG have returned to greatness.
Yeah, PSG getting a lot of fans today, really making this series fun and interesting. But BLG are fully locked in now. Gia poking around, see if he can stop any recalls. That was just the clone, though.
I wonder if this changes everyone's opinion about BLG. This series that we've watched today, are they still favorites after this? Even with this dominant game 5, let's talk about Elton, because this was a nice sidestep and flash out.
Yeah, the fact that he doesn't flash back as Maple predicts, he flashes instead forward, knowing that his team are already in a position to help him. And then with the TP coming through from Bin as well, it means that PSG have to scatter down to the bottom half of the map. And then BLG know they've got the positional advantage, just take both of these towers. And Nice sees his chance to catch Aja and will take that by both hands.
Yeah, Proto Belt just enough there to catch Aja on the tip of the Nico ultimate, getting the extra kill. In addition to, that was 2 towers and a dragon, by the way, off of that play.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not
yeah.
bad. Not bad. They countered the attempted play from Maple from PSG over the wall, and then they took 3 objectives from them.
Arrow comes out, and it can't be buffered, and Knight's there. Look at the CC chain. Heartbreaker can't buffer it. Junja's down for 30 seconds, and it's now a 10K gold leader, 20 minutes.
What do you do? BLG, they're just going to continue to shove forward. Bin is starting to group here, but the turn at least from Maple going to dissuade BLG for the moment. Baron has only just spawned. BLG, they're going to start it up immediately.
Look, Sean is just going to take it down quick. There's 5 mark. Kindred now with Collector as well. The damage going to be swift. PSG going to walk in without a jungler. And Maple has to pull off a miracle, but is it even possible? I don't think so. At 2K now, Maple runs forward, Blast Cone there, but Smite as easy as that. Arja walks into his death. Make it 11. It's a stomp. It's back to square one. And it's Baron now, the Red Bull Baron power play that BLG get to exemplify.
This series has really been giving me whiplash as PSG now.
Last game was insane. The 2, 3, and 4 has been insane.
Yeah, I think Knight remembered who put him on the bench in 2018 on Sunheed, and is very angry with Maple about it still, making sure that Maple has not had the impact that he had at least in the previous games. The Railing Sol looked fantastic. He had his moment throughout this, but no more will BLG be put down. They want to make sure that they continue on the upper side of the brackets.
You said it before, but Shun Kindred, they made him angry. And he has been unleashed this game. The kill's on top side early, but BLG, I mean, it's 21 minutes into the game. They're already knocking on the front door.
This turret soon to fall as well. I mean, the extra range from Shun helps out, but the minions are doing it for them. You can see Bin is guiding a wave in the bot side as well, and PSG still don't have Woody up for another 5 seconds, so as they go to receive that bottom wave, that was carried in now by Knight and Bin. The mid inhibitor just drops on down. A bottom turret now getting poked as well. What do? They just stand there and watch. The range is too much to deal with.
It's a horror show.
Look at Bin. He just runs in, 3-man flip. There's a good flip back, but Elgas flash again. The range comes into question. No reset. And Betty now at half HP. Arja walks in as well as Knight. Zones him away. Gentlemen, the arrow flies through. I mean, BLG are just cleaning house. There's Knight again. In style, the golden left hand lands it all. Back in action as Lamb's respite comes through. The minions doing their work on Nexus turrets. And I don't know if this is going to be the end.
I don't think you can end just yet. PSG are still going to be coming out of the base. They have the defender's advantage in health bars, but towers are falling. How happy will BLG be? The TP to come back as Bin will go to the top lane.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and keep on pushing. Knight teleports up for another minion wave. And Shun, is he heading straight back out to enemy Krugs to go for that mark as well? Dragon is 50 seconds away, so probably pick up Dragon Soul on their way to victory.
But where we find out how much of a Kindred player he is.
All right, well, they go for the sweep play there, and then you get immediately Tom Kent's ulted for Maple, but they get pushed off all the way to the fountain here by BLG. Maple trying to do what he can, but Knight locks 3 of them up. And then on the fountain healing there, Betty actually is able to survive, and that's how they're able to fight him off.
Betty said, now do we want to question if the series is going to end here again? 30 seconds, BLG running through mid with 1 second left of Baron.
All right.
I can't believe.
I think it's a goner.
I just can't believe it ends like this. I don't think people at home can believe it as well. PSG were blasted out of the water. BLG asked for respect on their name again. Aja dead for the 7th time on this Udyr. It's a great ult from Maple, but they don't have the damage. They're so far behind. CHENGDU, even with the reset's going to get sent on up. He can't stop that damage, and BLG, they were tested, but they still get it over the line. In a game fight, they push through, and they find their footing at MSI. However dicey, it was in the end.
That was more exciting than a 3-0 for sure. I love the wild ride that we were just taking on, even if the ending was just such an emphatic stomp there for
What
BLG.
do you mean? The expected result, BLG won.
Yeah, that's right. In normal fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading over to the analyst desk, but you can stick around afterwards because the Verizon post-game interview with Elk will be in just a few minutes, and that's one I want to stick around for. Over to you, Shox.
And thus, it ends not in a bang, but in a whimper, unfortunately for PSG. But for BLG, they were not going to let that happen in CHENGDU on home soil. They fight back and they show us, I guess, the best BLG we've seen all series in Game 5.
Yeah, and it was with something that they're really comfortable on. I'm sure people are already sick of hearing how Milky Way brought back the Kindred, but Shun is such a Kindred player. The Kindred Nico is something we've seen from them a lot. I was wondering what they were going to bring out on blue side draft. And I thought, obviously, in this game, they did leave the Senna up, which ended up kind of being a little bit of a trap for PSGs because, like, here's the thing.
What are they doing?
Yeah, Betty has been absolutely phenomenal all series, right? Like, I think he's performed way better than expectations compared to Elk, who we kind of hyped up in the beginning, but didn't have the best series. So,
I mean, in general, do you take issue to more with the draft from PSG? Like, it seems like the things that...
I like the draft.
What? I think Asante on the
here's
other
the thing.
side, he's 5-0 in the series, by the way.
I don't mind the draft in terms of, like, you look at the draft and you're like, okay, in a vacuum, is this bad? And I'm going to say no.
No.
The thing I like the least about it is the Udyr, even though I know that that is Aja's, like, best pick. But in terms of the way this PSG team plays, I do think, even with Betty being so strong on the Senna in prior series, I think with how well he was doing, you want to keep him on a carry, in my opinion.
It's my hubris because I was definitely thinking that the upset was in the making.
Yeah, I mean, this series feels like, you know when you have a dream and like one scene doesn't flow properly into the other?
Yeah.
That was kind of how this series went from game to game, because you could look at just the 3 BLG wins and it was 25, 26, and 23 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the 3 wins we expected. And then there's these 2 like really weird, like I'm wearing a turtle hat in the middle of the classroom type things that happen in your dreams that just don't make any sense. And that was game 2 and 4.
Okay,
Because
I'm a little concerned about your dreams, but okay.
everyone has dreams that should be kept private, and I don't know why I'm revealing them. Anyway, so to Emily's point, we were talking off air, and BLG is a team that had a lot of 2-1s.
Yeah.
Right? They're a team that does actually show a little bit of fun, happy games,
Yeah.
and you can't completely let them off the hook for like, oh yeah, by the way, they were 1-1 in the series and then were massively down in gold 7-1, or that they were just had this inexcusable Baron throw when they could have clinched the series. But at the end of the day, they did get let off the hook because they're through, whether it was 3-2 or 3-0.
I was going to say, I'm going to go a little bit further in on BLG a tiny bit because I think, again, coming out of finals and throughout playoffs, we were like, okay, they've shored up some of their mid-game macro issues, right? Because, again, we talk about this team. We talk about how dominant they were in the early game. One of the best early game teams in the world. Get really hyphy, like discombobulated, don't play side lanes well in the mid game. And we saw that today, I think, right? Like, we saw points where they could have played the map better. They made incorrect choices. They over-chased for kills. And that's nothing new with BLG, but when you're looking at this team as a favorite for the tournament, these are things that they absolutely have to shore up going forward.
They absolutely have to, and for me, I don't know if you share my opinion, but one of the biggest things is I remember, you know, watching Elk last year, right? I remember seeing him at MSI, and it was absolutely incredible. Then the domestically in the LPL this year. So good. And I'm left wanting a little bit watching this series.
Yeah, BLG stock is going to go down a little bit for sure after the series.
But maybe they've woken up now.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm trying to. You're figuring
match,
out why
right?
this series was 3-2 because we all predicted 3-0, right?
Yeah.
Was it BLG bad or PSG good?
Both. Yeah.
Exactly. A little bit of both.
That's the thing I absolutely want to call out, right? Is because we see BLG are going to be going through and they will place the winner of, they will go up against rather, the winner of G2T1.
Can I just say?
Now.
That's so scary. Like, why is PSG all of a sudden playing so well?
This is the thing.
All of a sudden, they did knock FlyQuest out.
PSG goes down, and you're like, okay, this team is really slow. If they rely on their opponents to kind of just, you know, make mistakes and pick scaling comps, it's not going to work against BLG. I think we saw from this series today, PSG being able to draft for comfort for themselves, actually evolving, becoming a bit better at lane swaps. I still think they have some work to do there. However, you could see the evolution in real time, which makes them an incredibly scary lower bracket team now.
Absolutely. Kind of the beast has been awakened, I think, for PSG. It will be really exciting to keep watching them rather in the lower bracket. Our Oppo player of the series in the end is Knight. In that game 5, he heard me talk in Scheiße, let me put it that way, that Nico was pixel perfect.
And it's crazy. This is, I think, more about the 3 victories that they found in the series rather than the 2 defeats, because it was a very up and down series for all of BLG. But especially, I'd say, in that game 5, was making so many plays on the Nico. His game 1 Ahri was also incredibly dominant. Still an absolutely insane Ahri win streak. 27 games in a row that he's won on Ahri, which is just... I can't even believe that that's real, but it is. So I think a really difficult player of the series, but I think deserved.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of players you could call out on BLG. Like, I think On in particular had a lot of really great moments. But watching, especially this game back, the Knight Nico Kindred combo, obviously we talk about how comfortable Shun is on this Kindred. It is his 3rd most played. He's 29 and 15 going into this game on that champ. But having Knight to back him up, executing those combos together, I think Knight's Nico is absolutely something to be feared. And in their wins, Knight played very, very well.
Yes, it was a joy to watch in that game 5. And now we are joined with Lore, Wendy, and Elk for the Verizon post-game interview.
Elk, thank you so much for joining me after this 5-game series. Not something we expected, I think, coming in today. Tell me about your mindset coming into that last game.
那首先恭喜你们，今天是鏖战5局之后，最后赢得了比赛的胜利。但是同时也问到的是，其实可能很多人并没有料想到今天会打得如此的焦灼。来到最后的第5局，你们是怎么样的一个心境呢？
首先我们今天可能也没有想到会打到第5局吧。然后我觉得今天，因为也很久没有打比赛了嘛，然后隔了很久再次打比赛，我觉得还是有一点在比赛上面会失误犯的多一点吧，整个团队。然后还有就是我们。可能没有那么去重视吧，可能有点轻敌了。然后在第2局被大翻盘之后，就感觉有点可惜。然后在第4局，其实我觉得对手也打得非常的好吧，他们的换线其实也就，我觉得有战术的，就他们有一个换线的战术吧，我觉得他们整体打得都非常的好。然后还好我们最后赢下来吧。
To be honest, for us, we also didn't expect it to be such an intense game until the very last game. And also, it feels like for our team BLG, we didn't play on stage for quite a long time. So because of this, maybe we're not that used to the tempo on stage. So we made a couple of mistakes here and there. And also, it feels like after the loss of Game 2, because Game 2, the opponents, they just bounce back and take the victory from us. And after that, and also for Game 4, we also made some mistakes. So we feel sorry about this part. Yeah, but I also would like to talk a little bit more about PSG, because I really feels like they really did a good job in terms of all the lane swap, and also they always have some strategies to target on us, very good strategies. And after that, I just feel like a bit thankful, like hopefully, we can have a better performance in the future. And also luckily we're able to finally grab the victory.
It is crazy to see how things developed, and especially I think people have been really surprised when it comes to PSG's bot lane. Anything specifically that caught you off guard when it comes to them?
那其实也想谈论一下关于下路的一个对决，因为其实对面的下路今天表现也很不错嘛，所以说你觉得可能在下路的话会有什么样的一些因素导致可能今天整个的局势没有在你们的掌控当中呢？
因为今天换线的比较多嘛，然后这种换线我觉得更好的可以处理就是上路或者下路劣势方的那种前期对线不好打的那种对局吧，然后你可以直接发育到3级，然后或者是5级，然后你这样子就可以重新去。就是可能整个对线的2个英雄局面就会长不一样，我觉得这个是一个非常好用的一个套路吧，对。
I think the main problem is maybe because the lane swap strategy, because it feels like if you just pick the weaker side for the top or like bot lane, you can just do the lane swapping and do the very free farm or like have a more comfortable laning phase until level 3 or level 5, and after that it feels like it can really give a lot of difficulties or the changes in terms of the situations. So I feels like maybe the lane swap strategy give us a lot of problem for today's game.
All right, but thinking about BLG as a whole, I think you're one of the tournaments, if not the tournament's favorite here. You made it to finals last year. Any learnings from MSI finals last year that are going to help you making it till the end this time is CHENGDU?
其实你们的话也毫无疑问是夺冠的大热门或者说大热门之一嘛。那其实去年的话，你们也是进入到了 MSI 最后决赛的争夺当中。你觉得去年 MSI 一直到决赛的经验可能会怎么样来帮助今年的旅程吗？
因为我们在上一年，我们每位选手都打了非常多的比赛嘛。然后在今年，我们其实，可能上一年不管对观众还有对我们选手自己来说，可能就是更多的以去成长为目的性，然后去打比赛吧。然后今年可能就是我觉得我们可以去为了夺冠而为目的，然后让我们整个团队打得更好，然后去做出更多的改变吧。
So yeah, I really feels like for last year, the whole year, we really played so many games on stage. So it feels like the main objective or main goal for last year's BLG is we like to just learn more stuffs from different opponents, learn more stuffs on stage. But for this year, we can change our goal a bit. We like to just chase the champions. We like to just make more improvements to showcase the high level performance on stage and try our best to get that victory.
Couple words on tomorrow's matchup as you're going to face off against the winner, G2 T1. What is going to be the decisive factor for this game, do you think?
那你们接下来的对手也将迎来明天的一个胜者，所以说你可能觉得 T1 和 G2 在这场 BO5 当中的胜负手会是什么呢？
我觉得明天2个队伍的比赛可能，我觉得可能换线还是会比较多吧，然后可能就 T1 胜率更加高一点吧，对。
I expect maybe for tomorrow's game we can see more like a lane swap as well. But maybe T1 got a higher potential to win the game.
League of Let's Swap. That's what it is at MSI. Xie. Thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation.
Well, a high percentage, I would say he's correct in that. In Elk, lane swap enjoyer, or I'm not actually sure because it sounded also like he was like, yeah, I just want to play my lane.
Yeah, even though like I still think BLG showed that they understood the lane swap better than PSG still, even with PSG's improvements. Elk did not seem too happy. We've heard from Zeus, he doesn't like it either. Like I feel like a lot of people are very anti-lane swap because when you ask players what they want to do,
of course,
they want to prove that they are better than their immediate opponents.
Definitely so. I'm glad we were treated to 5 games. I don't know if I already said it. It's been a long day, but the series was better than the last 2 put together. So let's see.
It was almost as long as both of them put together.
Also that. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule because as noted already by Lore, it's going to be G2 versus T1 where, yeah, I mean, that whole side of that bracket honestly looks dicey right now because I think you would have said before going in that you would not have thought that PSG could stand up as they did versus the LPL. They are clearly better than the LCS. They might also be clearly better than LEC. You know, time will tell us that.
Depends how confident you are. Maybe it's the easy side of the bracket. What if BLG is no good?
Yeah, maybe.
G2 road to winners final.
It's true, maybe. Or T1s.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to a little teaser for tomorrow? Since I don't think you will be on the desk.
Oh yeah, so I don't like lane swapping, so that's why I'm not here, because that's all we're gonna see. Like, G2 is gonna swap the crap out of T1.
They're just gonna keep swapping.
They're gonna do it as they're the most practiced lane swap team in the world. It's absolutely what they should do.
They're
against
actually
T1.
gonna do the TSM and swap their mid laner to the top lane.
You never know. They're just gonna be flying all over the
Yeah.
place.
You know who else has played in top lane? Knight. Anyway, I think and Chovy actually. They've both swapped top before. I think we're going to see a lot of lane swaps. I'm a lane swap enjoyer. I've enjoyed seeing all of the different strategies that have come out of lane swaps, right, and how they've evolved. I think that's quite interesting. I do believe T1 in what little they had to show in play-ins, right? Because let's be real, they did not have to show a lot. I do think they look like they understand lane swaps very well. I don't think this should be a super surprise considering how they've evolved as a team and how they understand the map, especially with a player like FLICKR on that team. So it should come as no surprise to anyone that I am favoring T1.
Yes, I will go deeper into it tomorrow, but it's, to me, there is so much writing on this that I don't care if there's a lower bracket, frankly. For G2, we know all about the World Championship Scrim Championship memes, etc., but they do put in the work. They say they have found the solutions. For me, weren't that convincing even in the LEC finals. This is now where you have to show if you have improved, because this is the series. Because yeah, I could go on forever, but I will tomorrow. But I hope I got you warmed up for it. But
I don't think any EU fans are gonna be like, you know what? I'm gonna skip that one. I don't need to see him play T1.
If anything, it should be a treat. Hopefully, not another 3-0. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow for that last best of 5 of the first phase of the bracket stage. Good night. It'll be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central European Time and 5 a.m. Eastern US for G2 versus T1. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone, as we enter the unknown and become the unknown once again at the Mid-Season Invitational 2024 as the fans are lining up outside.
Evan Flowers bins, goes to him, but the FLICKR drag gets a knock-up. BLG are insane! On tries to run forward for the reset, but eventually dies. He gets away and disengaged while the rest of BLG found their mark. How are they winning the fight? It looks so janky, so weird. Oh no! Bit at the top side. Solo kills. Just meanwhile, Betty versus Ben. He's punching again. And he gets the auto. On to on next. BLG are throwing it all away. It's the same place again. And the Spring Kings of the PCS have arrived to the main stage. Go through there now for the time being, though. There's a lightning crash down there. Flash on top of Elk. Gets taken out by Betty. Betty just runs on in and ults. He's up. Sees this is on Elk again. Caught on out as he flashes over. MSI 2024 is turned on its head. With the pebbles in the way, Ginger flashes, but oh, the clone. Maple can't get in. He's ulted nothing. No flash on the Nico hurts the seismic shove. Sean's in, Cyclone again, backline. They're all together. Maple's too late. The mid laner from PSG saw it, but he's too damn late. Who's Woody gonna hit? Flashing forward, Finn tries to outplay, gets one. PSG with another. The rage insane. Betty still winning the fight. Arcade shit, insane. Betty, goddamn. We're going to game 5, aren't we? The rage is there, the flash. Elk on Virus, Pop Blossom as well. It's a great ult from Maple, but they don't have the damage. They're so far behind.
That was more exciting than a 3-0 for sure.
Me. Hot stuff in my veins, rock stockings. I change, don't ask for my pain. Get some jeans, some rains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G'd up. I'm dark, don't speak up. Dropped up, down, they need us. 台北 on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break. fake. I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit a new topic overnight. 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是不斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我，还有谁存活？关我屁事都别问我。不接受建议是我的建立，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush. Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid.
Liquid. Liquid.
Crush.
Liquid. Liquid. Basta, pack it up.
突皮格的假心的流力泡在你嘴唇下吐一个泡泡，你不相信力如果我起跳在悄悄的转一点飘飘，你们像是边角料，在我切个钻石之前消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，可以下面会被分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 为我的跳能刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 或者菜很短的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。喂，没什么可骂些了，艺术文化都不想要啊，可能以后像那个创业家，也有烦妈妈的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱就 TikTok， 我的表站在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up.